Hello and welcome 2K fans to the final day of Hoops at Home, refreshed by Coca-Cola in partnership with the University of Kentucky and Gen G Esports. I'm your host, Rich Slayton, starting things off today. We'll be going through our semi-final matches. It has been a barn burner of a tournament with some very dominant players, and we'll crown a champion today. Two semifinals boast best of three sets, and of course, we will also have our final championship match once those two contenders are decided. This whole thing has been to help you stay healthy at home. Make sure you're washing your hands, of course, and keeping your distance. This has been designed to give you a little bit of entertainment, but while we're being entertained, let's also remember that there are a lot of people working behind the scenes right now to help keep us safe and keep us healthy. Here's a quick message to give thanks to those people who are helping us stay safe during this troubling time.
As I look out my window and when I walk across a much emptier campus than not long ago, I remain honored to witness the people who are coming together every day to keep our community and our Commonwealth supported and safe. I call them our unsung heroes, employees from facilities working around the clock, staff members ensuring that our students and families could move out smoothly and safely, graduate assistants and faculty transitioning hundreds of courses online or to other formats, and UK healthcare workers who are literally battling on the front lines against this virus. Yes, they are our unsung heroes, but they're also those on our team and in our community who I call unseen heroes. Those people working behind the scenes, lab assistants and researchers who keep discovery moving forward, power plant operators who help campus function, staff who ensure our students have the technology support they need to learn, and departments that ensure our technological infrastructure works for our faculty, staff, and students who are away from campus. All of this effort supports our professors and instructors who, with a sense of dogged determination, connect with our students to continue learning and strengthening our future workforce. Our students remain eager and flexible about learning in new ways, and we will do everything to help them succeed and make the best of this new normal. After all, our promise to the Commonwealth is to help heal, discover, and develop the next generation of leaders to keep our state and country moving forward. During this public health crisis, we can only keep that promise because of you, both the unseen and the unsung heroes of the University of Kentucky. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do.
Very well stated words that I know we can all get behind right now. So many people helping keep us not only safe, but moving during this difficult time. And speaking of moving, we're moving right along to the 2K action part of Hoops at Home, refreshed by Coca-Cola. Here's to keep you connected and entertained as people play some great NBA 2K action. And what a journey it has been so far. Today, we have two big time matches scheduled. We are down to the last four players, the last four people who have a chance at being your first ever Hoops at Home champions here, presented by the University of Kentucky and, of course, in partnership with Gen G Esports. So, two big time matches, of course, both semifinals. The winners of those two will go on to our championship. Starting here in just a couple of minutes, our first best of three between the alumni bracket and Big Blue Nation brackets. Hoopall and Scott Overbay, two defensive lockdown players. And directly after that, it's the two big time shooters. You, of course, know the guy on the left hand side, Emmanuel Quickly, who's been the number one scorer in the tournament, and Cuddlesworth, the other big scores. We might have a defensive battle first at 5:15 Eastern, and then right after that, a potential shootout to see who will be our other finalists as we move towards our Hoops at Home, refreshed by Coca-Cola Championship. Of course, there were 64 people who started in this big time tournament in 4 different brackets: future students, current students, alumni, and the Big Blue Nation. And it's been a long journey to get here. But from 64, we are down to just 4. In the current students bracket, we had some big time players, of course, many players from the University of Kentucky Wildcat basketball team, but it has been quickly dominant all the way through. Chibro did a great job, but ran into a nasty offense, quickly going Golden State Warriors all the way to these last 4 players. And the future students, it looked like it was going to be Camco all the way through, but then Camco fell short against Cuttlesworth, who has also been an offensive force. So we'll see how he and Quickly match up in this semi-final best of 3 match. In the alumni bracket, they're maybe the easiest bracket from some perspectives. Hoop Hall has emerged, though, as a true force. So we'll see how this primarily defensive player fares as he goes up against these big, heavy shooters. And then, of course, Scott Overbay II, one of the 2 brothers in the tournament, made his way all the way past Nighthawk and MKB Worship, 2 very talented opponents. But in the end, he came out on top and now finds himself in the running for this first ever Hoops at Home, refreshed by Coca-Cola Championship. So here we go, taking a look on one side. On the left-hand side, future versus current students, Cuttlesworth and Emmanuel Quickly. Both will be putting up tons of points. We'll see it Quickly rains down threes the same way he has been. On the other side, Hoop Hall and Scott Overay representing the alumni and the Big Blue Nation, respectively. Again, we'll see if this defensive side can come out and beat the offensive side. Either way, it will be an interesting matchup in the finals. And the big story, of course, has been Emmanuel Quickly. You can see the scoring leader, largest point differential, the biggest single game score, but also one very important note here, most points conceded. So the big question will be against an opponent like Cuttlesworth, or more importantly, against the other side of the bracket that has been more defensive, will that same high octane offense be able to carry him all the way to a title? Well, that's what we are about to find out here today. Can that get him all the way through to the end? That's the big time question. But of course, he has been the big draw, and a lot of people watching to see if he can be a champion, not just on the court, but in the game as well. Speaking of champions everywhere, a big part of this tournament has been the support of you, the Big Blue Nation, whether you're a future student, current student, a part of the nation overall, or just someone who loves Kentucky basketball and Kentucky sports overall. You are a big part of this tournament and a big part of this community. Here's a little shout out to you there in Big Blue Nation.
I mean, this is my school, this is where I went, and these are my people, right? This is why we're here, and we take care of the citizens of the Commonwealth. And I think as an alumni of UK, it makes it even more special.
Wherever I've been in the world, whether it's been with work or tourism, whatever, or wherever I've lived, places like Seattle, Chicago, Phoenix, the state of Maine, I always look back to the University of Kentucky as where I'm most at home.
Being a student at Kentucky lived up to my wildest expectations, all the dreams that I had about, being from a small town. I graduated with 38, coming up here to play in front of 60,000 people, to be able to represent the University of Kentucky, it was unbelievable.
I think UK grads, we're very proud to have graduated from the University of Kentucky. We wear it on our sleeve, literally all the time, with our t-shirts, with our colors.
Every time I come back here, when I'm driving into town, it's just something that brings that memory back.
UK provided the foundation that paved the way for me to achieve this dream job where I get to push the boundaries of mankind and explore uncharted territories.
It's a campus that offers so much for everybody. There's always something going on, and it's very inclusive. The Student Center brings back memories. Just walking on the beautiful campus, which is, landscaped and really pretty in the heart of Lexington.
UK gave me that foundation that I needed. It gave me the tools that I needed. It taught me how to approach really difficult problems and how to utilize my resources and ask questions and learn how to do the things that I don't know how to do.
For homecoming now, when we go back, it is like a reunion. You know, to see folks come back to campus, big during my era, but actually wanting to come back to show that Yokai spirit.
And one thing that has been clear to me as an outsider coming into your community is just how much the entire UK community believes in the school and is passionate about that Big Blue. So thanks for inviting me in, and I'm very excited to see these final few matches. Joining me and joining you to talk through all the action, we have many student cast, but starting off, two guys who will talk you through this opening semi-final match. Let's welcome to the show Fox Thorpe and Wally Johnson. Fox and Walter, this has been a wild tournament, some close finishes, some big-time blowouts. Of course, the ongoing story throughout the entire thing has been Immanuel Quickley. Fox, let's start with you. Is Quickley the long odds favorite here, or is there someone who you believe can really give him a run for his money?
Oh, I wouldn't call him the long odds favorite. I think he looks a little better than he may be. You know, everybody can see the offense, and the offense is spectacular. I would say it's straight up anybody's game. We've got 4 real champions here, and I wouldn't put more than a 2-1 on anybody.
Walter, going over to you for a moment. We talked about how on one side it's been Quickley and Cuttlesworth, 2 big offensive firepowers, but on the other side, Hoops Hall and Overbay have both been more defensive lockdown players. As we go towards a championship, what do you see winning this? High-powered offense or lockdown defense?
I think it could either be both. I think it could be both, Rich. Really, it takes a combination of the two. When you look at the student side, they're playing a lot faster of a game. They're playing it a lot looser. That's where you see all the explosive plays come from. But I think when you look at the alumni and the BBN, they're calculating things a little bit more. They're taking the longer plays, spacing things out a little bit. And really, I take the words from Fox here. It's really anybody's game. Whoever adapts that play style better is going to come out on top.
We have seen a fairly wide selection of teams, maybe wider than some expected. Of course, it was the all Milwaukee, all Bucks meta with Giannis for a long time for the first few rounds, and then it started to open up a bit. Lately, it's been Warriors for Quickley all the way through, but then the Lakers have been very dominant. Fox, do you think the Warriors can continue to function the same way that they have? Will the Lakers be the best team, or is there a squad someone might pull out here in these best of 3 sets that might change things up a bit?
I don't think we're going to see Warriors from anybody but Quickley, and I don't think we're going to see Quickley on anybody but the Warriors. Really, I think the team matchups here might be secondary to how good the player matchups are. We've seen people get blown out in dittos in the top 8. I'm more looking to see who comes out with a stronger game plan, and I'm also expecting to see, do we see teams switch up between the best of 3, because we're in a best of 3 now. Maybe it's more of a variety than what exact team they choose.
Well, let's go ahead and waste no more time. First up today, it's the alumni bracket against the Big Blue Nation. Guys, take it away with game number 1 of our opening semifinal.
Excellent. So game 1, we have Scott Overbay representing the Big Blue Nation, and we have Hoop Hall representing the alumni bracket. So here in top 4, we have 4 champions. Scott Overbay is the champion of the BBN bracket, and Hoop Hall the champion of the alumni bracket. They're no longer just representing themselves, but everybody that entered that they've beaten. Who do we have here playing each team? Tell us about the Lakers versus Milwaukee matchup, which is what we expected to see, Wally.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see here, Fox. I know we've seen some other teams, some other players get some success via using the Clippers or maybe some outside picks, maybe like the Nets in some cases. But really, I don't think we'd see anything besides the Lakers or Milwaukee from here on out, except for when we see Quickley play later tonight using his trademarked Golden State Warriors. Really, Milwaukee off to a pretty good start here, some clean plays. We already saw Scott Overbay maybe take a foul he wasn't looking for really early in the game. Also, note that we're going to have, I believe it's 5-minute quarters for the games in tonight's matches. What do you think of that, Fox? Do you think the longer quarters are going to have any effect on our scoring or on our play styles?
I think the longer quarters will be another extension of what we saw yesterday. You know, players have more time to adapt and, going to be having to play a few different things because we have more possessions. But I also think the other big change today is that we're playing best of 3. And I think that's going to be the opportunity where we see players better at adjusting are going to really thrive in those later games. I think anybody can win in a best of one, as you see in a typical, NCAA March Madness, but the best of three really allows players to switch things up, and you can get absolutely dominated one game and come back strong the next game.
Hoop Hall's already off to a pretty good start here, 7-2. He had a really nice three, played on the outside, didn't make an attempt to go on any interior drives, which I think is really interesting coming from the Bucks squad. Typically, you'd see a lot stronger, more aggressive play going right down the middle of the paint, but I don't know if we'll see a lot of that coming from Hoop Hall. I think Hoop Hall's been watching a lot of the other games, and watching how other people have been taking down the Bucks in the round of 4 and the round of 8, or the round of 8 and round of 16. Excuse me. We've already knocked off 1.5 minutes in the first quarter, 7-2. What's your take on that, Fox?
Oh man, we saw straight away there. I think Hoop Hall already has a great game plan. You can see the way he drew Giannis out the way he drew Davis out from underneath there to pop it out for the jump shot. He knows how to navigate Milwaukee, and he knows how to manipulate the defense. Both of these matchups obviously very familiar. So we've seen great offensive and defensive game planning from Hoop Hall, and mostly Hoop Hall early on here.
Well, both teams taking the same number of shots here, both 5. However, we don't see the Lakers being as successful as the Bucks, which I think is maybe just some jitters at the beginning of this first match. We haven't seen any long series such as this so far. And I think Hoop Hall is really doing a good job of keeping a lot of variety in his play. He's not falling into any sort of patterns. He's not going to let anything get away from him. And I really think that's throwing Scott Overbay for a loop here. I mean, he's been alternating threes and hard drives and going back to looking for the threes. I don't know how Scott Overbay is going to be able to read this.
That was an incredible play there. I think it was eight passes around the arc into draining the three, just constantly threatening going inside with Giannis just to have the support players, drain the three on the outside. But Scott Overbay getting doubled up here early on. Let's see if he can make an adjustment offensively or defensively. I think early they need to do what Emmanuel Quickley was saying he was doing when he played against Milwaukee. Guard the outside, force Giannis to take long jumpers.
Absolutely. It couldn't have said any better, Fox. I think yesterday during your stream, you were talking about maybe some of the long twos that we don't want to see. We'll see what gets made of those during this game. I don't know if we'll see people relying on them too much. The players both seem pretty set right now. However, I do think Scott Overbay is taking a lot more fouls than he was ever anticipating to. I think he might be up to 3 or 4 so far. So we'll have to keep a count on that.
Oh, okay, wait, this is the run we needed to see. I was going to say on last play, early on here, you don't want an early deficit. Scott ran a great one-pick roll-in drive with LeBron James, and then he got that great block from behind on the other end. Let's see what kind of offenses they run. I've mentioned a lot of times, I think coordinated offenses and pick-and-roll offenses are some of the most efficient offenses that we've seen out of anybody. And Scott here really trying to dig his way back from this early deficit. Broken up play there, calls the timeout so that he can secure possession and not turn it over underneath.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Fox. I think it was a great timeout coming from Scott. I think Scott realized he was in a position they didn't want to be in. He was playing a 2-on-3 right underneath the basket. Not a lot of opportunities to score there. And it looks like getting the offensive rebounds going pretty good. Sad he couldn't get the and one here, but a lot better of a look than what he had previously. So it's good to see players making smart uses of those timeouts.
And it looks like heavily early on here, something that's been a tried and true thing we've seen from Scott, a early drive into the lane with LeBron James. I expect to see a lot of that, and let's see if Hoop Hall picks up on that offensively and starts marking up strict to LeBron. And we've got another turnover here by Hoop Hall, evening this game up. Well, not quite, but really digging himself out. It looked kind of bleak early on, getting doubled up, but looks like it's gonna be a single possession game here near the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, great run, great use of the timeouts again. I really think Scott Overbay's figured this one out. I think he's done a really good job on the 6-point run, just trying to make good use of his space, make good use of his players. And like you said, he was using LeBron going into the paint. I really think that's a smart strategy and getting full use out of his players. Something we haven't seen a lot of Lakers. Whoa, what was that? Oh my gosh, he's a freight train out there.
3 straight plays. Okay, you know what? I think I heard this from Mark Few, Gonzaga's coach. When you turn the ball over 3 times in a row, that's called a turkey. He said you need to force at least 3 turkeys a game if you want to beat a better team. And that's 3 times in a row. Get the turnover, send the ball down the court, drive to the lane, and score with LeBron. And that's how Scott Overbay has managed to bring this game back here. Let's see if we can see a readjustment from Hoop Hall, because the last few plays, he's looked like he's been figured out by Scott.
A nice 10-point run from Scott Overbay to end out this first quarter. Oh, wait, is he going to make it 12? Am I speaking too soon? Oh, no. Well, I
Bucks
think
ball,
Hoop Hall is
3.5.
definitely be looking for that adjustment. What kind of tips would you give to Hoop Hall right now? What do you think that main adjustment needs to be? I mean, is it just simply locking down LeBron, not letting him drive in the lane like you've seen him do so far, or is there something more deep than that?
Well, he's lucky to be going after that hot start. That was great, but since giving up a 10-0 run, he's lucky to be going into the second quarter only down 2 points here. His offense has looked completely flaccid on this side. Like, he's turned the ball over, he's dribbled out. He seems like he hasn't had an offensive game plan yet. I think he either needs to take a clear and open 3-point shot with a good shooter, or he needs to take a drive. I think passing it inside, he's getting locked down too much by the combination of LeBron and Davis. And I think defensively, he's actually not let too many things go other than giving up transition buckets off of his offensive turnovers. I think his offensive woes are what's actually making him give up buckets on both sides.
That's great analysis. We're going to get right back into the play here after an early timeout within the first few seconds coming from Hoop Hall. Some more of the passing. This time he takes to the outside, almost nails a three, but a good rebound from Scott Overbay, takes it down. It looks like he's going to run it down the middle into a 1-on-2. Passes it to the outside, wide open three, barely misses. And we're going to
So I
run it
know
back
that
with
last
Hoop Hall.
play didn't work out. That last play didn't work out, but it was the exact play call I said. I think he needs to kick it out, find an open shooter who is not Giannis. I mean, if you're making 3-pointers with Giannis, no one can stop you. But I think he did hear me when he was saying the inside's getting too clogged up, and he needs to kick it out to his shooters to clear that space in the paint so we can operate inside-out defense or inside-out offense motion.
Well, he didn't get on the first time around, but he clearly figured it out on the second time around. And again, he's doing a really good job of locking down the drives down the middle with that
Outlet
Scott
pass.
Overbay has proved he's very good at. And perfect plays from Hoop Hall. Honestly, I think he's wised up here, just like you were talking about, making some clear adjustments that are very needed in the second quarter.
Pick, the roll, the dish, kick it back out. McGee on the post. Oh, just take it, big man. I guess it is Giannis.
Pass back outside. I think he's going to keep
7
playing this one on the
seconds.
outside. Oh, but he left it wide open in the middle. Oh, but now they're all over him. Right, just spoke too soon.
James drive bailed out by the foul. That was an excellent defensive effort by Hoop down there to the very, very end when he let James drive. And LeBron James driving, you're going to pick up a foul or a bucket. And if he managed to hold that play off for just a few more seconds, he could have had the shot clock violation. What is JaVale McGee doing guarding out there on the free throw line? I think he could have just taken that in and dished it.
It was definitely a good collapse on the middle there coming from Hoop Hall. I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the future. He's clearly been working on it since the beginning of this game started. Definitely going to be a nice play for him.
Something you never want to
deal with
see
these
an
internet troubles.
undesired time. Yeah, something you never want to see a forced timeout here as we're dealing with some internet issues. Hopefully this doesn't lead to bigger issues and decide the game. So while we have this timeout here, let's look at how both of our players got here. Tell me about Scott's path and how has he gone through the BBN gauntlet to arrive as the champion?
Well, Scott in his first game, it was kind of a close one. It didn't play too far, but he was still playing Milwaukee, obviously a team that he knows pretty well. I think we've also seen him play it another time in this tournament. Relatively close games, but if you look at the BBN side of the bracket in total, they're playing a lot closer games than a lot of the other sides. A lot of the other teams, as compared to something like the current students or maybe the future students that are having more blowouts, a lot wider games, a lot higher scores. The BBN side is playing it a lot more calculated, taking a lot more time figuring out their plays, passing it around, like we were talking about during the game.
Kind of a weird turnover here, I think related to the internet issues. Let's see if we can get the ball in for either player or if they're just going to have to pass it back and forth with these 5-second violations until somebody reconnects. Oh, there we go. Bucks have inbounded the ball. It looks like the game is actually back on. I think that was just a friendly gentleman's turnover and a good post up down there.
Yeah, I had to give him the homie stock there real quick.
Another drive by James. That has kind of been his offensive bread and butter, and James driving in and getting fouled has been maybe the most successful offensive play we've seen from Scott. So if Hoop can figure out how to lock down James, maybe force a jump shot or two, because I don't think we've seen Scott have to make any jump shots so far. Got to lock down James's drives, because that's been absolute cash for Scott so far.
Yeah, we definitely
Speaking
haven't
of
seen
locking
him
down drives,
forced to make any of those. I'm sorry, Fox, continue.
Speaking of locking down drives, Eric Bledsoe just getting a free lane there for the reverse layup. Much bigger defender on him, but didn't pick him up until too late and missed the vertical contest.
Yeah, we haven't seen Scott Overbay even forced to make any jump shots. He's definitely been entertaining the thought as he looks around. I think he's gone for a few pump fakes, but he's definitely looked to try to go inside every single time, just trying to wear down Hoop Hall's defense and try to like get him to make a mistake.
James driving again. Every time on offense, doesn't matter if it's missed. It looked like a little bit of a late release there and maybe a little contested, but every offensive play we're seeing right now is James driving the lane and either dishing to Davis or taking the shot himself for the Davis offensive rebound. There are these jump shots that's what we were hoping to see, but both players missing on their shots a little bit. James driving again, dish to Davis. Oh, we're seeing some low shot percentages, but that offensive rebounding that we've seen on the Lakers team from Anthony Davis that has been kind of instrumental to the defense on every single game that we've watched so far. Oh, nearly picked off there.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can work on the post.
That pickoff would have been really crucial there for Scott. Could have taken it right back down, given it to LeBron or Anthony Davis, just tie this game up. But he's almost running out of time on the shot clock. 3 seconds left. Let's see if he can get to a late drive. And
bailed out by a foul at the last second.
Yeah.
What do we have? It seems like Hoop Hall has seen something that he really likes with the... I'm trying to see who that is. Is that Ilisavoa? Ezrin. Yeah. He saw what he liked about the big man matchup underneath, and he's tried to go for that mismatch 2 or 3 times in the post.
I think that's a really smart play coming out of him. I think it's going to be a key to success if we haven't seen a lot of other players try out. I wonder if this makes me think that he's been playing in the off time and maybe going in spots, or maybe even playing, maybe it's just other players online and trying this out beforehand.
And that was something we theorized, right? Overuse of Giannis is going to make your team tired, and it's easy to call out offensively. So making sure you use the other 4 players on the court that aren't Giannis, aren't the Greek Freak, is crucial to winning. Also, yeah, it looks like we're having some connection issues. I hope those are getting remedied. Another forced timeout. But I guess while we're here, yeah, we can continue to look at their path. So it looks like to get here through the BBN bracket, Scott defeated Dinkelberg in the first round. Like you said, going the Milwaukee Bucks in a single-digit win, but decisive win. Round of 32, he took on Sports Fan. Round of 16, he had a great game with Nighthawk. And then last night, we saw him again with some connection issues, maybe for the Johns, but absolutely spanking MKB Worship in the previous round to arrive here. Let's talk about Hoops, Pat. Tell us about the first couple games.
The first game was pretty much a blowout, playing against Hungry Foot, won by over 30 points, which is actually pretty incredible. Also using the Bucks, playing against the Lakers squad. So this is definitely a matchup that Hoop Hall is also very familiar with, as much like all the other people in our tournament, of course. However, the part that's surprising I'd like to actually to highlight is if we go back to Scott Overbay and talk about the quote-unquote blowout against MKB Worship. That's not something that I think a lot of people actually predicted going into that game. If you looked at MKB Worship, they were kind of knocking out some pretty big players left and right, high-scoring games. But I think that game really could have gone either way, and Scott Overbay was just showing off his 2K prowess in that game, really. Pretty good look going into this top 4 match.
Yeah, okay, so while we sort out those technical issues, hopefully the players can get reconnected and we can get back into these games. But we're going to check out a video while we work on that.
I'm Joshua Marsh. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am graduating with an animal science degree. Cheerleading is something that I've always loved. The acrobatics, like tumbling and stunting and stuff, has obviously been a big passion of mine. Some people call me like the gravity defyer, the tumbling guy. Some of the videos have gone viral. You're flipping your body and trusting yourself to do something on a really crazy surface and land on your feet without hurting yourself. It comes with a lot of mental toughness. During my time here, I have been a part of a national championship team 4 different times. For me to showcase my skills in front of a lot of people has always been something that I wanted to do. I wanted people to really look at cheerleading other than just sideline rah-rah. It is actually athleticism that goes a part of it. After graduation, I plan on moving back to Atlanta. My mom and my brother are running the gym that trained me when I was younger, and I will be a part of running that second location. I want to make sure that the kids that I'm mentoring, they can become the best that they can be. I will always love this university. This university has helped me accomplish a lot. They have set me up with a lot of the knowledge and the experience that I will now bring into the real world. UK is awesome. I would not want to graduate from anywhere else.
I'm Kenyatta Mitchell from Michigan City, Indiana, and I'm graduating with a degree in communications. On a lot of different levels, I can just go back and see how much I've grown since I came here in 2015. And I feel like the many different experiences that I've had, I've been able to take lessons from them. Undergraduate research really changed my life because it took me 850 miles to Hattiesburg, Mississippi to find answers on African American history, specifically focusing on civil rights coalitions in Mississippi. So, of course, I learned more about how they came together, and now I have something that personally belongs to me. You know, the uniqueness of research is that it's yours. I was so inspired by my research that I ended up starting a GoFundMe campaign to help me in the journey of starting a nonprofit organization to support other students who would like to study African American history. I want to leave a legacy. I've met so many people who have directed me in the right path, and I feel like UK was the start for me. UK has definitely provided the resources for me to do well in life.
All right, and we're back with the Hoops at Home tournament. It looks like our internet issues may have cleared up, but we had to go to a restart here. It was an unfortunate disconnect. So we'll be going back to the beginning of the first quarter. Same matchup, Milwaukee versus the Lakers. Fox, how do you think that's going to affect our game here?
You know, I actually think it's okay. We saw, an early jump out to the lead by Hoop Hall. We saw an early resurgence by Scott, and then we kind of saw them back and forthing the whole way. Also, we saw some really low field goal percentages, so maybe we can treat that whole first couple, quarter and a half as a bit of a warm up, a bit of a shoot around. Maybe we'll see, it gives more time for the players to game, and I think we'll see an even closer game as we go through here because things were evened up right from the beginning.
Yeah, early adjustment here. It kind of looks like Scott's adjusting his play style a little bit, going for more jump shots. So he hasn't made a drive has not made a drive inside yet. And we'll see if that changes if he goes back to his old strategy. Looks like teams are both opting for more jump shots actually. not willing to play the big man matchup underneath.
I mean, every time, Scott must have really had faith in those LeBron plays. Drive with LeBron, and he's getting fouled every time. Hoop seems to be willing to go for those vertical contests every time, and Scott is taking him to the free throw stripe every single time. Do you think that Scott being the away team and getting that screen shake on the free throws might contribute to Hoop's willingness to send him to the free throw line?
I think so, absolutely. We've really seen Scott kind of rely on getting those free throws, and I think he only missed one last time after maybe having 6 or 7 opportunities at them. So I think he's definitely counting on that. Obviously, he's very comfortable with that style of play and just taking it underneath, not caring about if he's going to get the fouls, or maybe not even just counting on them. I really think that's what we're going to see more of here. It's very clear that's what he's been counting on.
One thing we're seeing is a ton of these late clock situations. There, he didn't even get his offense in motion until under 10 seconds left on the shot clock, and we've already seen 2 plays broken up by just the clock is running down and I got to toss it to the outside, but players trading possession here in the midcourt. Let's see if we get JaVale McGee and splash right in the middle. Okay. That's kind of what we've seen so far is a bit of a sloppy back and forth game, and with these missed shots has led to a lot of transition offense, and that's been the set offenses have not been clean so far. Bit of a messy game here in all respects early on.
Yeah,
expecting to see a drive from LeBron here.
Yeah,
by Davis.
Or for the jumper. No offensive rebound. Yeah, but that's what we were kind of talking about during the game break about how the alumni and BBN side of the brackets are playing a lot closer, a lot more calculated for the game instead of just worrying about trying to get the fast drives and try to find the open man really quickly. Kind of like Hal quickly and the future student side of the bracket have how their play styles have been looking for the beginning of this tournament.
That's Brooke Lopez. Okay, sorry, I had that mixed up earlier. That matchup that he sees underneath is sitting into Brooke Lopez, and he's been going through the post with Brooke Lopez. I'm guessing that Giannis is demanding enough defensive presence that he's pulling the biggest defender, probably Davis, maybe LeBron, away, and he likes that underneath matchup with Brooke Lopez. So let's see if we see any sort of change on the offense, because so far we've seen Scott going with drives with LeBron, and we've seen Hoop Hall trying to capitalize on that offensive plays with Brooke Lopez. However, with the game being 6-4, it seems like neither offensive plan is really generating a lot here early on.
Well, a lot of shot attempts coming out here from Scott Overbay. He had a really nice pick opportunity there, but couldn't nail the shot. 14 seconds on the shot clock.
With longer quarters, something we mentioned that might show up is more and more foul trouble. What a great pass underneath, and to Anthony Davis, who can't be stopped when he's there on the block. But with these longer quarters, foul trouble, because there's more possessions, might become a significant factor late in the game, especially if you foul out somebody as important as Giannis. Do you think that both Hoop Hall and Scott have their eyes on that, and maybe will continue to drive more, hoping for those late game fouls?
I think so. This tournament has really done a good job of whittling down the player base. So clearly the top players, the people that are the most competitive going into this tournament. And I think there's no way you can be a competitive player at this level without paying attention to that. We didn't see a lot of people worry about that for the first games or the first rounds of this tournament. I think it's definitely possible to see some more of that within this series alone.
All right, and we have a shot clock violation. Keep those counting in your mind. I think if we see more than 2 or 3 shot clock violations, we're going to need to see a serious change in the offense, because that was one there. I've talked about how many plays have been going to the end of the clock, and I think turnovers by shot clock violation is kind of emblematic by how locked down this side of the bracket has been. Transition 3, money.
Great shot there from Scott Overbay, and I think it kind of almost reminds me of what it took to get his last offense rolling before we had the reset. I think we could see maybe a similar run, or at least a similar style of play coming out from Scott. Something that's truly activated from the perimeter.
Yeah, making these jump shots, again, it's so important to be able to run your inside-out offense. You're going to run a set play right like this, have your picker go, and then you have so many options off of that. You can pass to the picker, you can drive, you can have him pop out and shoot a jump shot, you can drive and get the inside-out kick-out action. But you got to keep it varied, because both of these teams are so good on defense that they can pack in. If you go for the same option multiple times, they're going to force you to switch up your offense. But knotted up here right at the end of the first quarter, let's see if Scott can have the last bucket. But looks like we're going into the end of the first, 10-11, knotted up once again. What, if anything, will separate these players as we move throughout the game?
I think it's going to be adaptation. We were talking about how we have a lot of options for both of these teams. And when you go in and set up the plays, you have a lot of ways you can go for it. And it's going to be which player is faster at reading what the other player is trying to do. I mean, we saw 2 pretty opposite styles there. Scott was playing a lot slower, and Hoop Hall read the play going into it and immediately took it to the basket with very little resistance. And I think that if Scott doesn't work on adapting that really soon, we're going to see Hoop Hall maybe take a quick run here.
Okay, so we have a lot of game to go, but one thing I just noticed during that kind of like dead ball period we have is the Dancing Bucks mascot. Would you consider that a furry?
I don't think we're at liberty to talk about that right now, Fox. We can save it for the post game.
I have not seen the Bucks mascot out there really bringing the hype to the fans like that since the start. That might be something we keep as an ongoing narrative, just to see, does the Bucks mascot inspire Hoop Hall to win this game?
I think if we had just a 5-on-5 mascot game, it would really provide a lot of insight into what the players are thinking about, clearly what's on their mind. Maybe we can do some sort of like Freudian analysis based off the players' mindsets here. We're not talking about some Rorschach ink blot test things, really some tea leaf star sign mumbo jumbo. We're going to go right back in this game and ignore that whole discourse that just happened.
But it seems the offense has transitioned a lot more to, we've seen a few jumpers and a run out bucket for James. Beautiful there. Looks like Scott has opened up maybe the biggest lead of this game that we've seen in either of our warm-up game or a real game here. Let's see if Hoop Hall can answer back. I'm expecting a drive from Bledsoe. That's not Bledsoe. Great dish.
Oh, money. I think Scott's defensive game there was really just not on point. He was kind of too focused on whoever the ball was on, almost committing 2 or 3 men to whoever it was, left some players wide open. We kind of see that a lot from Scott, but I don't think that's anything to be worried about. Have another
And a
attempt here to
moving
work on
screen
that
here.
defensive strategy.
A moving screen here as Hoop Hall's taking it down the court. We've seen him run a pick and roll offense probably more than any player I've seen so far. It gets called for the moving screen, which I don't think I've seen throughout this entire tournament. So let's see if something manifests as far as this pick and roll offense. And oh my God, what a great play!
Oh, I'm taking him to church, dude. Great play. Great play.
Yeah, it seems like both the offenses are heating up here. Efficiency has really picked up. We saw some really low scores in the first quarter. It seems like both players are really settling in and figuring out some things. Let's see what kind of adjustments we're going to get. Again, pick and roll offense. Dish. What do we see here? Kick it back out. Beautiful pass. And another pick and roll under 10 seconds. Jumper by Braun.
Well, so far, Hoop Hall has been all green this quarter. A lot of his shots that he's been taking have just been money every single time, aside from the times where Scott has been all over him. But those shots where he has been open, they've been perfect. Perfect release, perfect timing, perfect opportunities. I really think that's going to be part of Hoop Hall's main strategy here. Clearly, he's a talented player, just technique-wise.
Yeah, both these players really actually getting in on those offensive drives. Like I said, I was expecting an Eric Bledsoe drive and a great spin move underneath. Let's count how many different ways that each team could score. I think that might separate. Are they coming from transition buckets? Are they able to make their, and very sad miss there. Are they making their transition buckets? Are they making their jump shots? Are they running varied offenses? We've seen tons of pick and roll. Is Hoop Hall able to guard the pick and roll? And also, does he do this LeBron James takeover? And we have another foul up top. Oh my gosh.
It was a weird foul there, Fox. Didn't really seem like he was working on anything, but I think that's the second turnover now we've seen for interception on the Lakers side during the Lakers offense. So Scott's gonna have to watch out for this. I think Hoop Hall is having trouble with that during the previous game for the reset. But I think Scott's
just like
watch
that.
out for
I think we have an 8-2 run here because he was down, or maybe a 10-2 run. He was down 6.
10-2.
And now we're evened up here at 2020. Transition buckets and transition offense seems to also be developing itself. It's there've been a few transition buckets, and both players seem to be focusing a lot more on getting back on transition because as hard as
That was some great play underneath the post there by Scott Overbay, not letting Hoop Hall take the under the basket matchup.
I think part of this run, Scott has seemed to he's pretty much done pick and roll every time, and I don't know if he's going to it because he thinks he sees a score. I mean, obviously he scored there, but I want to see some more varied offense. I know I always talk about how great the pick and roll is, but it's been pick and roll the last 4 or 5 plays in a row, and a lot of these aren't getting started till later in the clock.
Well, we talked about Giannis' stats
here.
there. At the bottom, earlier during the reset, before the reset happened, you were talking about getting Giannis outside the paint and maybe making Giannis take some of the jump shots. All of Giannis's points in this game so far have been inside the paint. What do you think that says about Scott's defense?
Well, it's almost exactly what we talked about, right? You got to force Giannis to take those long twos, and if you're not forcing Giannis to take those long twos, he's going to go for 30 points. And so that's exactly what Giannis does in real games too. If you allow him to have the paint and you allow him to dominate, that's what's going to happen. I think a lot of that might also be that we've seen more JaVale McGee than we have Davis, and Davis is a much better lockdown defender down there than McGee is.
Well, that was almost like an exact copy of what we've seen there before. Almost like clockwork there, Fox. They didn't start the offense until about 9 seconds left on the clock. I think that's going to be a really common theme for, throughout this series, let alone this game or this quarter.
And, this is kind of a narrative we were talking about, is how, even though the right side of the bracket, the alumni BBN side of the bracket, have appeared to score lower, they've been less scores. So people are saying, maybe it's Quickley's because he scored so much. I think they're playing much longer and many fewer possessions throughout the game. So we've got a 3-point separation here going into halftime with Scott taking the lead on that final possession.
It was a nice near buzzer beater there coming from Scott Overbay. It shows that he is trying to vary up his offensive capabilities a little bit there. He didn't just immediately go for the pick and roll like he normally has been going for. Instead opted to go for the jump fade.
He gambled there on the offense. gambled there on the defense. Went for some sort of steal. Got crossed over by Giannis and just driven into the paint. I was gonna say is after that second quarter where I saw a lot more jump shots and a lot of transition buckets, I'm expecting people to go inside more, and I'm expecting to see maybe a couple post back downs here because we haven't seen a lot of that. 8 seconds in, starting the pick and roll offense. Sort of a
3
bad
seconds
screen
left
set
on the
there.
shot clock. Almost got lucky.
Doesn't get bailed out. Excellent defense there from Hoop Hall. Very patient. Didn't worry about the pick and roll, and then gets the transition pass. And one there. Bledsoe underneath on the transition. Can he make it? All three.
Green.
Green. Cash. Cold.
Ice. 4:20 on the clock.
Money.
We're taking timeout.
Yeah, so I'm expecting to see on the next post. We've seen time and time again the pick and roll offense coming out of Scott. I want to see him dish it down low and try to back somebody down. You can't back down Giannis, but maybe get the matchup on Lopez. And instead, he just bullies his way underneath with LeBron and trying to go inside. Got to keep him honest on both sides.
Green, no splash.
Scrambling defense there. Gets
Yeah, I
bailed
think
out.
both
in the
teams
mid-
are feeling a little scrambled right now. Doesn't look like anybody's playing it too tight. Kind of just getting lucky, saying that if we put enough hands on the ball, there's no way that it's going to get in. I don't think they can count on that for the rest of the series, or maybe even potentially against Quickly or something in the finals if both of them decide to get there. But the teams are really going to have to iron out what their defensive game is, or maybe in their offensive game. I mean, I don't think Scott's going to keep getting away with taking it to underneath the basket, even when he has players like LeBron and Davis making the magic happen for him.
Scott's offensive plan right now, it seemed like he was trying to shake Matthews, and he's like, if I just keep throwing screens at him, maybe I can shake somebody loose for a LeBron James drive. And it's gotten low in the shot clock every time, and instead of orchestrating a beautiful cut pass to the backdoor there, it's been run out the clock, hand it to James, and let him throw something up. And with that discombobulated offense and great Hoop Hall defense, a brilliant screen there and a jumper from James.
And the nice tap into the basket.
I was just going to say, after a few failed offensive drives, it looked like Hoop was maybe figuring something out and starting to pull away. But just like that, Scott has a chance to even the game back up right here, and instead gets stripped driving by James underneath, and he's got Bledsoe on the run out with McGee coming from behind. What a wonderful block there. And off of Bledsoe for Lakers ball. Great defensive play by McGee. I wonder if we're not seeing these. I wonder if we're not seeing these timeouts come on a little more because players are starting to get tired. I don't know if we can see their stamina meters, but we're seeing substitutions. McGee coming out looking like for Dwight Howard, keeping another big player underneath. It's been so much back and forth and so many really long possessions. I'm wondering if players aren't starting to get tired, and I'm not surprised at all to see substitutions here late in the third.
I think the clear, obvious reason for this timeout is that when LeBron went up there for that basket, just rolled right out of his hand. Clearly, his hands are very wet with some liquid, and they seem to give him a foul really fast. All right, we're going right back into the game. Toss it down court. Right to LeBron, but passes it over.
Let's see what impact Howard makes for McGee. It looked like McGee, after making that amazing block defensively, like I said, his meter might have been running a little low, but just like that, Howard cleaning up the glass, and let's see if he can make these free throws to even the game up. All right, we haven't seen a made three in a long time. Coming off of this timeout. I'm expecting one of the next two plays. We're about to see a drive-in kick 3-point jumper. Something we've also missed.
I agree.
Something we've also missed a lot of, maybe the very second play of the warm-up match, we saw a play that ran something like 6 passes around the outside of the key into a jumper, and we've not seen that offense return at all. I don't know if both players are kind of stuck in this offensive rut, but I would love to see a play. They run it down, pass to the corner, switch the offense one more time to get the defense to rotate, get a drive, get a kick, or you can just take it with Giannis. It's also both of these offensive plans. But we are basically knotted up here, 32-31, with our 5th lead change of the game, with Scott taking it back over with a transition bucket. Big narrative we're seeing here with such a close game. 4 more shots was that for the Lakers, but it seems like the Bucks have played enough defense to keep them in here. Another lead change, 32-31 33-32. Hoop Hall taking the lead with this last possession. We're switching back every single time.
It looked like Scott kind of just let that one slip there. The last 2 plays during the Milwaukee offense, he was right down there underneath the basket, not letting him take the easy shots or the easy dunks here. So I'm not sure what Scott was thinking there. Maybe he thought the same thing that we were thinking, where we were going to see an early jumper from the outside there, where he didn't need to commit as many men to playing the post.
Man, and another just absolute staple of Scott's offensive plan there. Pick there with Davis, drive in with James. And if Hoop Hall finds a way to stop that, we might be in trouble. But if Hoop Hall can't stop that, the game might go to Scott strictly with that one big offensive tool that is King James. And a great dish there, pass down low. That's another offensive thing we've seen a lot. Drive in with Bledsoe or Giannis and get the dish to the opposite side. Scott seems to be committing to that, jump on the driver, do the offensive contest, and it's leaving the backside open every time. I don't know how they can adjust that on the defense, but that's something you might want to watch.
Some more slippery hands there coming out of LeBron. It's just really not the
There's
right
the
setup
three.
that Scott's ever looking for. Perfect play.
Cash.
Rolled over the transition defense there by Hoop Hall.
Wide open every time on that, and beautiful release, completely open. That's going in every single time. James is going to have some trouble. He's going to be looking bad in the stat book. I know he's like 7 for 20 underneath and like 2 for 7 from 3, but he's also going to have those 20 points he has on like 8 or 9 turnovers. I think almost every turnover has been Scott driving the lane and getting stripped or making an errant pass from James. There's the back down I've been wanting to see. Commits 2, so he gets the pass out. What are we going to see? Is he just going to have to put it up with Giannis? No chance.
Shot clock violation, apparently. 18 seconds left in the third quarter. Tied game. Is that a tied game? Can't really... let me check that.
Not quite. 36-38.
Not quite, yeah.
Scott has the ball.
Let's uncover this.
Looks like we're going to... He's got the last possession here. Let's see if he'll probably hold for the last shot to go into the fourth quarter. Any one of the potential things are here, right? He can be down going into the fourth, tied going into the fourth, or up 1, but it's not going to be more than a 1 second game or 1 point game, or more than a 1 possession game. Jeez.
Before this timeout, I think we saw Scott take a play out of Hoop Hall's book where he passed it to somebody on the opposite side of the paint there. I think we might see more of that. I think Scott's realized how many points Hoop Hall has been getting off like such a really simple maneuver. And I think if he can bait Hoop Hall more into covering LeBron underneath the net, he can pass it to people like Davis, or he can pass it to any of those other strong offensive talent on this team and find some easy points.
The Bucks mascot is my favorite, man. I got to tell you. Okay, you're Scott here. You're running the final play. I think maybe you said he got that dish. Maybe it was some conditioning. I'm going to drive with James. I'm going to drive with James. I'm going to drive with James until you finally commit on his drives. And then he's going to finally start dishing. And there's the dish.
There we go. Pass to the other side. Swish. 10 seconds left.
Great play. I agree that you take the 3 points, but you would have liked to see them come maybe a few seconds later so that Hall doesn't have the chance to even it back up on offense here. But I guess you always take the 3 points conceded underneath. Giannis with a 3. And we're going into the fourth with a tie game, 38-38.
You kind of hate to see it. It's one of the one times where the two players have decided to activate their offense before you have like barely almost single digit time left on the shot clock. Maybe just to make it a little bit more strategic, force your opponent to make some more risky plays. But I guess it's the players' way of activating early. So.
Fourth quarter here, game 1. The way these players have been playing and how precious every single basket is here. Every single possession, every single turnover, and most importantly, every single basket teams make here is going to be so crucial to the very final. Looks like, every single basket that goes through is going to maybe contribute to the very end. We've not seen more than 2 possessions of separation between these teams going in. And so I think every single basket is extremely precious. How is that going to change the way the players go into this fourth quarter?
Well, if you're Scott, I think you'll be feeling pretty good about the way you've handled your last maybe 4 or 5 possessions. Really just quality plays. He's been making a lot smarter plays, been copying a lot of what Hoop Hall is doing, really adapting to the play style of that Hoop Hall is using here with the Bucks. And honestly, I think Scott's in a pretty good place right now to finish out this first game, maybe with a win or make it a very, very close loss.
Momentum going to Scott, but still tie game here, just back and forth. I think the clutch factor, and maybe if I know this is just game one, so maybe they save it for later, but I'm expecting that for the final couple of minutes, whichever one of these players have saved a play or two in their back pocket, I'm always expecting to see there's some sort of conditioning going on and they save a play for the clutch minutes, because you don't get this far unless you have a clutch play that you've saved in your pocket.
Exactly. Clutch plays are going to be the name of the game here. And when we have ones so close as this, and a really nice 3 from Hoop Hall. We've seen a few of those come out of him this game.
Yeah, there's the inside-out action and a transition bucket. Oh, you don't want to concede it here. And an amazing running block. Is that, Howard, Dwight Howard, running back there. What kind of offense are we going to see? We saw that great inside-out action, driving and then kicking to the corner for a wide-open Bledsoe 3.
For a long 2.
Contested 2. Not what you want to see. Contested long 2. Getting that transition game going, and you got to stop LeBron James, but Giannis is a great person to do it with. Back and forth here, we're seeing this transition action. Kick and pop, yes. Oh, and it finds its way down. Tickles the rim, tantalizes the rim before falling in. And I think his foot was on the line, so that's a 3-point game here. He's getting his offense started early, actually setting the pick and roll at 17. Wide open corner.
Oh,
can't be missing those in the fourth quarter, but great glass clean by Howard. That substitution, McGee for Howard, might have been one of the key substitutions, and I think Howard has made 4 or 5 clutch plays here in the final minutes. Oh, James takeover, 1 second left. Oof. These have been some unfortunate shooting numbers. We saw, maybe this is that clutch factor that we're seeing. Hoop Hall draining the 3 on the other end, and then Scott Overby missing 3 straight field goal attempts. If this gets more than 3 points of separation among teams scoring at this rate, if Hoop Hall comes down with the basket here, we're starting to talk dagger.
Yeah, it could be the nail in the coffin for Scott Overbay here. I want to talk a little bit more about how that 3 that Hoop Hall made from the outside. Scott Overbay, his head was in the right place. He had somebody posted up underneath the basket, ready to get in their face with Howard, but it just wasn't the play. I think Hoop Hall recognized that Scott committed to it way too early, and he just went for the easy jumper.
Oh, you saw him doubting himself. Got the pump fake, but didn't take the shot. I think what we're seeing here is a matter of clutch factor. Hoop Hall just making the absolute great offensive play. Scott Overby going for a bit of a gamble on the swipe, maybe at the top of the charge arc there, and then giving up the open dunk. Another 3.
Hoop Hall went for a really fast pass there to the other player. Really, wait a minute, hold on, I'm wide open, give me that back, and decided to just throw it up. He's all green. Hoop Hall's really been lights out with some of these 3-pointers. I don't think I've seen an error in his form or his positioning. Perfect timing on all the releases.
Both players bringing it here with the making their jumpers here at the end. I think maybe Scott's made a few longer jumpers, but both players really increasing their shooting percentage here at the very end of the game. 2 minutes to go. I think Scott needs a stop here. If he doesn't get a stop here, it's already a 2-possession game. If he extends this anymore, and we're seeing late in the shot, long 2-pointer, doesn't find its way in. That was exactly the defensive play Scott needed. Oh, find him wide. I actually love that foul there.
I agree. Kind of restarts the momentum there. I don't think Scott Overby was really in the right position to have a good offensive drive with LeBron, like he's been using for his previous drives. Oh, but a nice turnover or nice steal. Oh, but couldn't find the basket. Really unfortunate when you're just down 4. Like you're saying, 2-possession game. Every possession really counts here. And the foul on Howard really is not what you're looking for.
Okay, 90 seconds left. 90 seconds left. This is the do or die, and I'm not sure who called this timeout, but whoever did made the right decision. If this game extends, basically this is the do or die moment. If Scott doesn't get a stop here, if Hoop Hall makes any sort of basket, that's going to be the precious one and might start to spell the end for Scott Overby.
Well, that's why this is a best of 3 when you have games that are as close as this. Any sort of wild variation could spell doom for either of the players. No matter who wins this game, game 2 is going to be intense.
I don't expect to see Hoop start his offense until about 10 seconds left in the clock, but instead he takes a long jumper. Oh, man, that's not what you want to see from Hoop. He still had time. He started that offense a bit early and took a medium contested jumper. Oh, and that's a crucial turnover from Scott. I think he was in a bit too much of a hurry. Might have just let it slip away there. Too much of a hurry on offense. You had over a minute left. You really want to guarantee those points. 6 points to go. I'm expecting to see a three-pointer here. Do you need to go for 3, or can you settle for a 2 with a minute to go?
Looks like he was feeling pretty confident about the 2, even though he didn't nail it. But he's got the free
And
throws
Howard,
to
not someone you
Horford.
want at the line. Howard, not somebody you want at the line. You would have loved to see that field goal just go. But a minute down, 5-point game. I think you can still accept it 2. I think you have to have the turnover here. Any bucket is a dagger. That's a fine foul on Giannis.
Yeah, I agree. It's really kind of what you needed. If you didn't go there and even get in his face a little bit, it was going to be right in the basket, and there's really no way you could convince me otherwise. So
yeah, and that's why he settles for 1 point instead of 2. Still remaining a 2-possession game. If this drops below, and a broken up play saved by Dwight Howard, and just like that,
immediately thrown away by
that
Dwight
steal. I think that steal right there is calling the end of the first game. We might see some foul game, but any sort of make here extends it to a 3-possession game, and I think that's where we can call the first game.
It is going to be slowed down by probably the number of fouls that are going to be coming in here in these last 38 seconds.
Going ahead and looking into the second game, what made the difference down the stretch here, and do we expect to see any sort of adjustment coming out of Scott for the second game? Will we see Lakers Bucks? Will we see a different kind of offense? Will we see any sort of starting lineup? What do you expect to see after this game for game 2?
Honestly, I don't think I'd be surprised if we saw a Bucks versus Bucks matchup. I think he might want to just play the Giannis on Giannis game. I don't think it's been too much of a problem this game, but however, if we look back at those points from inside the paint numbers, they've clearly been very pivotal in the Milwaukee Bucks offensive game.
If I'm going to fault Scott for anything, I got to say he has not had as varied of an offense as you need to have. He's run the pick and roll every time, which I love how efficient the pick and roll can be in a set play offense. But he's had the ball in LeBron James's hands too many times. He's taken too many contested shots with LeBron James. And I liked early when he was driving with LeBron, but he needed to switch it up at the end. He has managed to cut it to 5 points there, but if either of these free throws go in, I think we're going to call it, 11 seconds to go, Bledsoe at the line.
Looks like Hoop Paul's just going to try to get to these 60 points here before the timer runs out.
Might just let him play it out. Yeah, have the dunk, young man. Even so, I mean, this lead is kind of ballooned at the end. About 6 points kind of pulled away in the last 2 minutes of regular time. But I don't think we'll see any sort of blowout. I think this game is still, or this match is still anybody's, and I don't expect to see Scott going away in round 2 at all.
I agree. I think even if it is a 2-0, I think that the sum total, the difference between the two games will be probably less than 20. If I had to take a wild stab at the number. Really, it'll probably
there's
be a
your
really
final
close
score.
series.
There's your final score. 8-point victory, 61-53, I believe. Congratulations and thanks to Hoop Hall. We're going to toss to a commercial.
The University of Kentucky, in partnership with Gen G and JMI Sports, is excited to announce our upcoming event series. Streaming Wednesdays at 3:30 Eastern, Kentucky Esports Weekly brings you news, interviews, and information from esports, the gaming world, and your UK community. Coming soon on Thursdays, we'll be highlighting industry professionals, instructors, and researchers as part of our professional development and academic development series. Look for updates at uky.edu/esports or follow our Twitch channel for all of this and more great content.
Game number 1 in the books, and no big surprises here. We're back to the Giannis domination, to the Bucks domination. Fox, this is what you expected here coming into our opening set.
You know what? The one thing that was very expected there, and I think it's going to come down when you have 4 champions going at each other here, it's all about the clutch factor. That game was neck and neck the entire time, and it came down to who was making baskets down the stretch and who found offense in the fourth quarter. I think that we saw a little bit of a stale offense coming from not Hoop, who is not Hoop, but we saw a little bit of offensive staling, and the baskets were so precious down the stretch. Whoever has that clutch factor is going to pull away these wins in the fourth quarter.
Now, Walter, looking back at that last game, at the end of game discussion was about how the offense had gone a little bit too much through LeBron James. Who on the Lakers does, if you go back to that again, do you need to work in to open up that offense just a little bit more?
I think there's even more passing play coming from the Lakers side. I think Fox kind of said it best. Before we saw the reset, we saw a lot of. I think we saw one play that was maybe 6 or 7 passes between, but really after that, Scott was kind of relying on these more 2 or 3 pass into the middle style play. And I really think we need to see more passing all around in the Lakers offense, so that way he can find more open shots.
So, Fox, do you think that we go back to the Lakers again and maybe adjust the game plan? Or do you think that Scott Overbay goes with a change and brings in a different team for this Giannis matchup?
I would love to see a team switch here. Like I said, I think the offense got a little bit stale. I think the players that needed to make baskets weren't, and I think he relied too much on LeBron James. If I'm playing right now, I go to either like the Raptors or the Clippers, because I think they have a better shooting team, and I think they have more of those kickouts, because I thought we saw too much going inside and too much driving. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Lakers with a bit of a game plan, but I would love to see a team switch here for game 2.
Walter, same question, the opposite direction. It worked well for Hoop Hall. It was a close game until the end. Do you think you stick with what's working so far, or do you try to play the mind game and go for a matchup to beat the prospective matchup?
I think he should stick with the Bucks. Obviously, he's played the Bucks and he's played against the Lakers a lot during this series. He's even played, I think, a Bucks versus Bucks matchup, or maybe that was Scott Irby. If you look back at the numbers, but either way, you have a lot of information. You have a lot of history playing against this. I think if you're Hoop Hall, you stick with the experience and you play the numbers game. That way, you're already up 1-0 in the series. I don't think there's any reason to take a risky play and potentially get outmatched with something you're not familiar with.
Now, Fox, big question here. Hoop Hall, of course, coming from the alumni bracket, which a lot of people said was the softest bracket coming in here, just the least experienced. We saw some firepower at the other 3, but here we see Hoop Hall with a game in hand. Is this surprising to you, or did you expect him to be playing at this level?
We did see Hoop have a great run coming through. He even had a 1-point win that he pulled out in the round of 16, but he's shown that he's battle tested. When the clutch factor is what's coming up, he's had more experience in the clutch, and I don't think any of these players are soft, or any of these players have had a soft bracket. I think we're going to see a great game 2, and I wouldn't be surprised to see either player take game 2 or the whole thing.
All right, so we're about to jump in to game number 2 of this matchup. Hoop Hall with a game in hand. Fox and Walter, let's jump into the action.
Thanks, Rich. Game 2, and we've not seen a team switch, but here we are at the Lakers.
I think this is going to be expected here, Fox. I think these are 2 very comfortable teams for both of our players, and maybe the home court switch will provide some sort of advantage to Scott Overbay, as we've seen him, as we've seen Hoop Hall kind of dominate at the free throw line, really when it counted.
Yeah, okay, and again, we see offense coming from LeBron. Maybe what we'll see is a more offensive offense from LeBron, but I love to see the jump shots. I think if we see more jump shots coming from Scott and even more offensive play run to get those jump shots, that might be the key offensive, spark he needs, because I think we need to see more varied offenses. Pick there,
agree.
Roll there.
This is a little bit normal from Hoop Hall. I don't think we've seen him run something like that, but not something crazy. We've seen Scott run a lot of those plays. I think Hoop Hall is gonna start playing a game of copycat here.
Yeah, and something I think remarkable about the way Hoop Hall's played this Milwaukee Bucks team. It has not been a Giannis takeover. I mean, Giannis has been an instrumental part, of course, but really Giannis has been used more as a tool to draw offensive power. He's been a great finisher on transition buckets, but he's really used the other players to play around Giannis, and I think that is the key to being successful with the Bucks. I think we saw early on a few players, I want to go for 30 with Giannis. I want to go for, score every single bucket by just driving it in low. I think we've advanced beyond the point where that's an effective offense. I think we're seeing great stuff out of Bledsoe. We're seeing great stuff out of Green, and we're seeing great other matchups as he sends it down low. Ball still in the hands of James.
Well, the Lakers offense before that one was a little bit weird. He kind of had the wide open shot from the 3. He decided, no, I'm still going to try to pass the inside. It was good that it worked. And it was kind of something showing off of a major flex on Hoop Hall more than anything. But I don't know. I think Scott had the opportunity for a jump, but he wasn't very confident on maybe his own skills at landing it. But Milwaukee at the free throw line, they were talking about, very dominant.
Another call I'm seeing here. The final game ended, what was it? It was like 61-53, right?
Yep.
I'm expecting to see a higher scoring game this time around, even though the players have more time to adjust their defenses to each other. And there might not be, as much. I think the shooting percentages are going to go up, and I think as players change things up, they're going to have better offenses this time around. So I'm expecting to see a higher scoring game here. And expect to see higher shooting percentages as we go.
I agree. I think this comes with the warm up. I think you can always warm up and you can shoot around online. You can shoot around maybe in like an AI match, but it really doesn't match to playing in a competitive environment. You see it a lot of times in a wide variety of other esports where players truly start to play their best after the first game is already completed. So.
And a great start here. We've seen 4 straight offensive plays by LeBron James. I think every point coming from James, or at least James has the assist or score on every one of them. A really nice start here from Scott Overbay, and that is 2 straight steals, looking for those corner kick out passes for Scott Overbay. So maybe, for Hoop Hall. So maybe Scott has taken some notes, and another turnover and a jam for James.
Well, that was unbelievable there, Fox. First, it looked like LeBron was going for maybe a mismatch that he definitely did not want. Had to go for a long reverse layup. Couldn't necessarily find it, but managed to get the possession anyway back from Hoop Hall. Very unexpected, but good plays by Scott Everett.
And that is the exact play that I want to see right there. It goes inside out, 3 passes around the outside, pass inside, kick it out for the wide open shot. Like, that is the offense we have to see that will keep Hoop Hall in the game. The shot didn't work out for him there, but that's what's going to keep him in this game.
Well, let's see if Hoop Hall can keep himself activated after nailing a really beautiful 3. Thought he was going to go for a long 2 there. Instead, decides to play a slower game. However, only 4 seconds left. It's the slower
2,
pace.
1.
Ooh, and another turnover. How many turnovers is that now for Hoop Hall now this game? Looking a little sloppy.
4 early turnovers and some ill-advised shots. The defense from Scott has really picked it up. I think he might have smelled something, picked up on it at the end of last game. Hasn't netted him a huge lead so far, but he's had more chances. Dish to Davis. Oh, great pass. And there it was.
Money.
And the foul. That's the play you want to see. You want to draw that attention with James, and the combination of James and Davis just can't be locked down if you find the man open on the opposite post.
I definitely I think Scott gave himself a little bit of a pep talk between games here. Whatever, or maybe he caffeinated, maybe something, but for whatever reason, he's got ice in his veins right now. I think Scott is fully focused on winning this series here. Maybe trying to go for a reverse sweep. Really nice plays offensively and defensively from Scott.
And now James kick. Davis with the drive. Okay, as we see Scott picking up this 7-point lead, more than doubling up Hoop here early. I think another change we've seen Hoop Hall make to his offense that hasn't quite been successful, he's taken like 2 or 3 wide open jumpers that he's managed to miss. His offense does look different, but this difference in his offense has not been well executed.
Definitely a different look here.
We've seen Scott play through Davis these last 3 plays. He had 3 straight plays with LeBron and then 3 straight plays playing through Davis. Let's see if he highlights another player or if it's going to continue to work out, playing 1 through LeBron, 1 through Davis. Oh, and a great inside cut there. I think that was a bit of a miscue on the defense.
That was a really weird play there coming out from Hoop Hall. It was nice. He took advantage of the fact that Scott Overbay's defense was not set up. He had somebody on the wrong side of the court for an entire half of that whole defense. So Hoop Hall really turning up the heat, playing a lot faster than he was last game, just on average here.
And he managed to put up a little 5-point run to get himself back, or a little 4-point run to get himself back in the game here. But still looking awfully strong in this game too. Scott's taken his home court advantage. An unfortunate miss for LeBron, well guarded, but a nice strip jumper. Good
Rebound.
clear, good glass clear by JaVale McGee. Foul on Giannis. Great release timing. You know, that underneath there is what was known as a clown fiesta. The shot, the turnover, the re-turnover, handed the ball back and forth. Luckily works out well for Scott here. I think each player kind of bailed the other one out. You take the ball. No, you have the ball. Hot potato. But let's see if maybe they embrace this chaos and Hoop finally getting that jump shot to fall, keeping him in this game.
That's some 3-on-1 defense coming out there from Scott. Really not exactly what you want to see. I think Scott's trying to commit too much to the plays that he thinks he's reading off of Hoop Hall. Hoop Hall, while Hoop Hall himself is kind of keeping himself pretty varied on his offense.
something I've seen here. I've seen a pretty big adjustment from both players, but it looks to me, what I'm observing from Scott is playing the player, and Hoop Hall is just playing exactly the game he would be playing, right? I think Scott kind of took a look at how Hoop was playing, said, I'm going to make an adjustment off of that, which you do have more of an advantage when you lose the first game. And it looks like Scott kind of came up with a plan and has implemented it, and we're going to need to see a readjustment, because it looks like the way they're playing right now that Scott has the advantage. Drive, defensive miscue and a jam by James.
We were talking about that before, maybe in the previous rounds on both of our casting sets, where a big tool in the toolbox of all the players in this tournament, that where if they want to be competitive, they have to come in with a game plan. They can't just load up 2K and see how it plays out, see what the matchup is. Oh, maybe I'll play with LeBron this game.
Splash.
Beautiful. It's like that. You got to come up with a game plan. You got to know what you want to do. You got to be set up. You can't just play loose like you're playing a game of pickup.
And a 9-point lead, the biggest, other than garbage time lead we've seen here. I think with the way offense has been going, Hoop better find a couple stops and better start to close this gap where it's going to get away from him. Oh, and you can't just let James take it down and shoot from the elbow like that. Free points.
The Lakers are almost playing a volume game here. They're shooting. They already have 20 shot attempts in the scorebooks, whereas Milwaukee's at the lower end, maybe around 12 or 13, almost doubling. Scott Overbay's almost doubling the amount of attempts that Hoop Ball has made.
And just an absolute brick of a shot there. I'm not even sure that got rim. Great dish to Davis, and that's going in every single time. You have those two coming down the court at speed. Let's talk about this best of 3 format. Now, what does, as we've seen in game 2, what does your mentality change on best of 3? And do you think maybe this is a chance for, the reason Hoop's going down so big here is that he knows he has a game to play with and is kind of just shaking things up and letting Scott show his hand a little bit?
I think when you move to a best of 3 format, we're going to see the players calm down a lot. There's not going to be a lot of rush plays. There's going to be a lot more slower action. Unless you're a player like Quickly, who I think just plays outside the realms of 2K rules. But we'll leave that where it sits. But we see players like Scott and Hoop Hall who are they're really kind of showing off how much time they have to work with. They're really making good use of it. They're really partitioning all the pieces that they need here.
I think best of 3 or like a best of format does a much better job of, selecting the player, and it builds pressure every single game. And the player who is better has more chance to get things right. I think almost everything should be best of 3. I think exams should be best of 3. I think if you're ordering at a drive-through and you mess up, you should get a best of 3. You always get that second chance and a game to throw if you really messed it up.
You're right. You can always just throw one order away on maybe grabbing a Sprite or something instead of a Coke, but
You get a speeding ticket. Hey, man, best of 3. I'll slow it down in the second game, and we'll reevaluate on the third.
I think in that scenario, you should be able to watch the cops too for one of the games. Play it in reverse.
Oh man, and we're really seeing Scott just open up a big one here. 12-point lead, bigger than any point in the second game. And for me, I'm starting to feel like with the discombobulation and all these turnovers by Scott, he might be ready to move on to a game 3. He might just be throwing this one away, go ahead and reevaluating. Surely he'll stick in and try to bring this one back, but if Scott's going to have a ton of momentum if the game stays like this going to the third game.
I agree. And at that point, I think the discussions about what kind of adjustments we're going to see between the two players between games is all of that's going to go out the window. These players are going to be kind of looking around, all around trying to find something that's going to give them an edge in this last game. If Scott keeps it going this way. I think Hoop Ball is almost lost control a little bit. It seems that might be a little bit too much to say, but when you're looking at a 14-point lead at the end of a half, you really got to be wondering what kind of went down.
Bailed out there, missing the wide open jumper, gets the transition bucket. Things like this are how he's going to make it back. Transition buckets, getting a few before the half. I think if he can get into the half down single digits, that's going to be what's going to inspire the. If he gets into the second half down single digits, that's going to, allow him to stay in this game. That might be the no-go point for whether you start thinking about game 3. Great defensive set here. Bailed out by a foul.
Yeah, pass to LeBron right underneath the basket again and again. And I really think that could be Scott's Achilles heel, if anything. I think if Hoop Ball takes good advantage of that and watching that on the offense, maybe not too much, because like you said, I agree with you where Hoop Ball's offense is really going to be where he needs to activate if he wants to make this game back up. It's not just going to be about the 9 points. there's a lot bigger impetus to play Goom when he's the one making the drives.
And really lucky there to have Davis miss at that close range. As we're here at the halftime, let's take a look at the players that we actually see here. Let's see if we can make any sort of a psychoanalysis. So as we've talked about in previous rounds, we've got Scott Overbay representing the BBN bracket. He mentioned that his brother was in the tournament, so we know he's going to get made fun of if he falls off here, even though he made it further than his brother. His brother, of course, the J. team, Josh Overbay. And Scott making sure he doesn't play against Milwaukee, probably the most experienced playing against Milwaukee, because his brother's favorite player is Giannis. More things about Scott. He's had a great run so far. He is a student at the University of the Cumberlands, and his favorite player is KD. Looking over at Hoop Hall. Hoop Hall, representing the alumni, had a great run through here, had clutch moments that we saw over D. Lloyd yesterday, and his favorite players are Dame Lillard and Devin Booker, neither of whom are on the court right now.
I don't think we can really expect people to be playing a lot of favorites. I know a lot of people were rooting for Nighthawk when he was playing with the Portland Trailblazers. That was a very big fan favorite game. I know I enjoyed watching that one personally, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of that come out here. If we're going to see any other teams enter the court, it's going to be Golden State, it's going to be the Clippers, it's going to be people that are really set. You talked about it. They have really strong offensive talent, great shooters on the team.
16-point lead. I mean, Scott absolutely dominating this game too, and I can't help but think that this is going to be a huge momentum shift going into the third game. At this point, if you're Hoop Hall and you're down 18, you might be ready to just LRA start, move on to game 3. He's probably already planning his offense, maybe trying to find some holes, or maybe make Scott exert himself or something so he gets out of the zone going into the third game. Because if you're down this much, yeah, I actually agree with that there. Just take your jump shots, see if you can make it, because I don't think you're coming back from 18 points down in game 2 of the top 4.
I agree. It'd be a very killer game 3 to watch. Oh, it takes it right up to the basket. Clean. Very clean. More of that from Hoop Hall is what I would like to see. Force Scott Overbay into the situations that he doesn't want to be in underneath the basket, like he's been going to time and time again. And instead, get the turnover that you want.
Clown Fiesta.
Take it down. Again, slippery hands. Get these players more towels, please.
Camera operators not knowing which side of the court to point back to. I was getting a little bit of vertigo, spinning back and forth. Not sure who has the ball.
I'd love their reflexes, though. Truly talented people on the inside of 2K.
Yeah, they need a raise, honestly. They deserve a raise. They've been fielding so many games here. I mean, how often is it that this many NBA games are played in a single day?
These players are absolutely incredible. Almost as if they're in 2 parts of the court at the same time.
LeBron James, man, that's one going down in history. The man plays 16 games in a single day, not getting tired, never sits a moment. Here's a good question.
I love to see this.
What is the Lakers mascot? What is the Lakers mascot? Why don't they have some animal dress, shaking it there in the middle of the court? Or just a lake?
I really think that they should change whatever their mascot is to like Nessie the Loch Ness Monster. I think that's truly the only thing emblematic of a lake.
Truly emblematic of Los Angeles. The Los Angeles, known for its Loch Ness Monster and its lakes.
I think they should go full on with the team name change, the Los Angeles Lockers. I think that'd be a lot more vibrant, a lot more unique.
The LA Laker traffic, or the LA traffic jams, really out here slowing down the offense. Oh, transition bucket. Cram it, big man. Or, nice little finger roll layup. That's fine too.
They can't risk the injury, Fox. They have probably 8 or 9 more games of basketball to play today.
Man, going for that big oop. I love to see the alley-oops, especially with Davis coming down with it. Oh, and absolutely nothing going Hoops' way this game. You better work a few of these things out. I mean, except for that and one foul, but jump shots not falling. I think that might also be a huge issue that we've seen. Hoop actually on offense, other than his several turnovers, has had a lot of open shots that haven't been falling. I don't know if that suggests a team change. I don't know how his releases have been, or if it's been on him, if it's just been they're not falling, if it's been bad luck. Something has to change about these jump shots, though. Oh, cram it, Giannis. Poster.
Steal there. Hoop Hall on a nice run here. Yeah, I started losing track of how many points he had, but he's brought it down to only an 11-point game after being down, what was it, 16 or 17 points previously?
I think it was
so
18 for a little while, but
yeah.
I think it could also be Scott might have taken his foot off the gas a little bit. We saw that kind of unnecessary lob, maybe trying to show out for the fans here in Game 3, keep himself and keep his momentum going.
You can't be messing with LeBron at the free throw. Even when you are up this many points, you know, there's still plenty of time left in this game. 7 minutes, that's a ton of time for Hoop Ball to make up this deficit.
Yeah, just enough time to make up. Oh, what a silly backcourt violation. What are you doing, man?
Where's my man at? Hold on. Timeout Lakers. Yeah, hold on. Give a talking to these players. What are they doing? They're all over the place. Their hands are slippery.
Both teams with like very silly turnovers there. I guess you want to get them out of the way here in Game 3 while it's basically over. I mean, 12 points is overcomable, but we could kind of call this game early during this quarter. Maybe you want to get the shenanigans out of the way as soon as possible.
We're gonna burn another timeout here. Wasn't quite enough to get everything done that he wants to. We're gonna see another sub from McGee for Howard, like we saw last game. Pretty
throwing
smart
Howard
play.
back in.
Just thinking about the energy of his players probably here.
And that's a play we've seen a couple times. Throwing Howard in there late in the third, of course, something you want to see. Man, you gotta stem this flow. We gotta see some good defense from Hoop Hall, and actually with the same exact shooting percentage, 50% from the field, but plenty of turnovers, leading to way more possessions for Scott this game.
Long three there. Not sure if that's exactly the play that he needed to go for. He still had a little bit of time left, and he could have made something else happen. But way to keep it different.
And this is something that I'll say is maybe something you don't want to see, something you're getting nervous for Scott. He's definitely taken his foot off the gas here. You can tell that offensively, and you want the players to stay keyed in. You want to keep your foot on the throat. And I think going into Game 3 here, the mental state of the slippery off ball, the mental state of the players here is going to be extremely important. Who's going to be keyed in for the third game, and who's going to be locked in on every offensive and defensive play.
Oh, and a desperation play. A little bit of a clown fiesta underneath the basket there. Had 5 or 6 people crowding up, decided to throw it out, throws it back in, decides he wants more in the arena, but couldn't exactly handle the heat.
And both players elongating their possessions here. I think they're both, resting their stars, just go ahead and mentally preparing for Game 3, because 14 points and a run out dunk here. This game's anything or, all but over going into the last quarter. What was that? Out of bounds Bucks ball. Silly turnover on the transition. We've seen a lot of silliness this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the players decided they needed to have a little bit more fun this game, and I guess Scott Overbay is just having a little bit more fun. One could say another run out of bounds. What is going on with this game?
I think they both kind of agree that Game 3 will be where it shows down, and I think maybe neither of them even running actual offensive plays because they don't want to reveal their hand too much going in.
Sorry, coach, got something in my eye.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it, Lopez. We're subbing you out. We're putting in the buck.
We're putting the buck on the court. Somebody also suggesting maybe there's some connection issues. We did see that early on, and apparently, running out of bounds is kind of emblematic of potential connection issues. But who knows? I think it might just actually be buffoonery happen here when you're down 16 going into the fourth.
I agree. I think that connection issues are definitely underlying some of those plays. Although it was kind of weird, we had 3 of them back to back, spanning both players. But I'll blame it on the Wi-Fi. I do that all the time on online and ranked. So
maybe we witnessed a homie stock, and that's what was happening. It was like bad turnover. Oh, that was connection. Let me give it back to you, and then it's just like I don't know what's happening here.
I agree. Sometimes the connection just forces you to run off stage in SD, but I don't think we'll see a lot of SDing in 2K.
Yeah, we've only got 4 more LeBron heads left. What are we going to do?
Could you imagine SDing if you just run too far off the other side of the court? Bledsoe just takes one step too far, just explodes. Respawns. He gets carried in.
Off that dunk for a star KO.
Yeah, there's just a tiny raft floating on a cloud, lures again by a fishing hook. That'd be pretty great. Well, 18-point
right.
game, 4 minutes left.
Let's see what we've got here. I don't know. Are we going to see a spark of life? At least we're seeing some sort of pick and roll, still recognizable offensive plays coming here. But when you're up
Things that look
18,
like
I think
basketball.
the only offensive play you need is let the clock run out when you've got a, 18 or 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. Like I said, I think the only thing on either player's mind right now is game 3 and maybe warming yourself up and trying to wear the other player down mentally, because how are you going to overcome the momentum that you have that Scott Overby has shown with his absolute domination in game 2?
Domination is definitely the only way that I could probably describe this one, Fox. I mean, a nice jumper there for Hoop Hall looks good. It's good looks, but still, I mean, you're down 21 points. You gotta be wondering, what can you possibly do to make this at least a close game for the scorebooks?
And when your opponent has 11 more, field goal attempts than you, like, the turnovers have been insane on both, especially coming from Hoop Hall. Both shooting 50% from the floor, so it's not a shooting issue. It's not like he's not been getting his players open, but too many turnovers, sloppy things like that.
I agree. We've seen turnovers in almost every way possible too, Fox. We've seen some steals. We've seen some just drops of the ball, people slipping on the flawed releases, and then people walking out of bounds. But, I don't think we'll see a lot of those in the next game. Great patience there from Hoop Hall. You love to see that. Scott Overby was going for a pretty aggressive blocking strategy. He just left him wide open. So.
Oh, and a silly foul. Going for the reach in. Are we going to see the foul game to keep it close here at the end?
I personally hope we don't. I kind of want to see this game 3 get started, see the players focus in a little bit more. 2.5 minutes and good rebounds there.
Yeah. Volleyball player LeBron James.
Yeah, I think he should probably retire from the NBA now. Get on the men's sand volleyball team for the Olympics.
LeBronathan James. Oh, 59 is he? Man's not even gonna bring it back for the 21-pointer,
Scott might be going for to break his record on top score here. I mean, previously he topped out at 68 points in one game. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable that he could break that here. He has 2 minutes left, and with the amount of turnovers that we've been seeing, and especially if we see the foul game come out, Scott might set himself a new personal record here in the Hoops at Home tournament.
I mean, really showing out. Oh man, if you're not stopping those transition dunks, I mean, the game's over. I don't know why we're even looking at this. We can only think of game 3.
That's true. Do you have any predictions for game 3 right now? Is there any hard reads that you want to try to call out of either of these players?
I mean, I'll tell you, I would love to see a team change. I absolutely don't expect it. I think saving a team change for the third game would absolutely throw things, throw a loop and maybe make the change that you're needing to see. But I think what's an important thing to keep in, Hoop Hall's head, this game didn't happen. It's exactly like we're going back into game 1. It's 1-1, and it's the third game that decides it. You can't let things linger in your head from this game. That's really the only thing he's got to keep telling himself. We're starting over fresh slate, best of 1 like it was the other night. These first 2 games are just friendlies. Predictions, both we're keeping the same teams. Predictions, I want to see more run offensive plays. He's got to keep it tighter. And he's got to keep the ball out of LeBron James's hands. I think maybe denying LeBron earlier than later might be the play that we need to see. That might be the adjustment we need to see. But honestly, yeah, I think you can almost take 0 data out of this game if you are either player, other than Scott Overby was just absolutely disgusting this game, and he's got to do something to slow it down.
The only thing I can take out of this is that Scott Overby has really strong tip game. That's really it.
The tip game has been incredible. Oh, Cram. Cross court. Practice that jumper.
Pass. Nope.
Man, he still hasn't solved the issue. That's what we're talking about all game, missing those wide open jumpers. I mean, even on a great offensive set. Oh, not the foul you want to see.
No, but this is actually perfect for Scott Overby, because if he gets 4 more points, he can break that record that he set for himself. Really crash through that ceiling.
Man, yeah, that would be really nice to see him break through and set a new scoring record for himself, just to have a point proven and maybe to fuel himself as he goes into the next games.
I think that was the point of that foul too. I think that he wants to try to give himself more opportunities. But You might just see.
It doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, Hoop Hall's just gonna let the timer run down, and we have a game 3 on our hands. 1-1 in the series, Fox. This has been an amazing set so far. The second game, Scott Overbay exploded after coming back from a really close loss to Hoop Hall that went the entire distance. So I'm expecting nothing short in the third game.
And just like that, Scott Overbay takes the second game. We're going to a game 3, but first we're going to check out this video.
Before the victory, there's this. The first step. You dig in, work hard, win or lose, try again. Those are big. But it all starts with that first step. And to get there, we come here, to the University of Kentucky, where every moment and every victory is wildly possible.
Well, welcome back to Hoops at Home, presented by UK and Gen G, refreshed by Coca-Cola. We have Fox and Walter here. Let's talk about what we've seen so far with Hoop Hall and Scott Overbay. Which of the competitors do you think is doing well with this best of 3 right now?
Absolute whiplash going from that game 1 to game 2. I mean, game 1, a thriller down to the end, comes down to the clutch factor, no more than 2 possessions of separation. And I'm not sure if it was something he was saving in his back pocket, if it was an amount of like tilt or anger, or if Hoop just decided to throw that second game away. But that wasn't close from the very beginning. So no telling what's going to come out of this game 3. I'm expecting it will be an absolute nail biter and go down to the very last minute.
Walter?
Honestly, I want to see more of Scott Overbay's performance under pressure. I think that's really what that last game came down to at the beginning, is that he was able to find the momentum and find the drive, not only within 2K, but within himself. I think to come back after going down in the first game, I think we might see a little bit more of that same aggression at the beginning of this next one.
Now, in the first game, we had a restart, unfortunately, due to technology issues, which it can happen during these times. Talk to us a little bit about who do you think reacted the best following that incident. Walter?
I think that was more Hoop Hall here. I think Hoop Hall saw a snapshot of what Scott Overbay's offensive drives were going to look like. He did a lot of passing to LeBron, a lot of just straight drives down the middle, not a lot of passing between the players. And I think that he really got a good read on that, and that's what let him keep the game really close.
Fox?
I think what let the second game, get away from Hoop Hall so much was some really messy play on both ends. I mean, it just was not tight at all. And so I think that's kind of manifesting from maybe some connection issues. So I think keeping the game tight is something very, very important in game 3. And I think those connection issues are kind of an underlying issue. So both players really need to keep the game tight, and you can't let the other player go on an absolutely massive run, because that's going to make you play more desperate and make you turn over the ball a lot more.
I mean, also another thing too is they still stuck with their 2 teams. Do you feel like they're going to make that change? They're going to go to another team, or do you feel like they're going to keep it with the Bucks and the Lakers moving forward?
We're seeing the Bucks and the Lakers in game 3. I would love to see a change. I just like to see that variation. I think that would introduce a very interesting aspect to throw things off. But after you've stuck with them through the first 2 games, and your second game could even be a throwaway game, so if you're going to go for a crazy strategy, but we're going to see the same 2 teams in the third game.
Walter?
I agree entirely. I think both players have seen a lot of success with both these teams. They've been playing against these teams throughout the entire tournament. I said it before we were talking to Rich. I think familiarity and experience are what these players are going to count on instead of any sort of pocket strategies.
And then my last question to you is, how crucial do you think that mental strength right now is? I mean, because in the previous matches, when they went up against competitors, it was that one game and that was that, but it is the best of 3. This and now is an opportunity for them to evaluate their opponent in multiple games. So how important is it for the winner to have that mental strength moving forward?
I mean, effectively, game 1 and game 2 didn't happen. All they did was add hype to this third game. We're now back to best of 1. This is exactly what Hoop has to be telling himself. He has to wipe that game 2 off the board, pretend game 1 didn't happen, and maybe Scott can take that momentum into game 3. But it's the last game that matters. Winner takes this one.
Well, gentlemen, speaking of game 3, it is on right now, so let's head on over.
All right, so game 3, winner of this one, moving on to the championship, and will face the winner of Wyatt versus Emmanuel quickly. This is going to be a huge game, and it all boils down to this. Whoever can get this, you really don't want to let anybody get away on a huge run. And Hoop Hall with a great start here, coming off with the tip. Let's see if we can get a bucket on this opening play. JaVale McGee guarding really far out here.
Well, they pay really close attention to how these offenses have varied at the beginning of this. I mean, we talked about it earlier that there were some stale offenses and there's been some nice dynamic points, but really we're going to take a close look, put them under the magnifying glass and really analyze how well they've been adapting any sort of like minute changes they made to their play throughout the series.
Man, and I was really hoping to see, all momentum from that last game would go away here, but the absolute worst start that I would describe here for Hoop Hall, an early turnover into a foul. Both of those things have been huge issues for Hoop Hall in that second game. Really, we hope he can fix these turnover issues, and you also don't want to get in foul trouble, even though we haven't seen that be as big of an issue as we might have expected from the first game.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a player foul out yet. And, just we were talking about Scott's tip game being strong. This is a pretty clear one there, but he puts it in anyway with some good offensive rebounds. We'll see if Hoop Hall can find his footing here and not letting more turnovers or out of bound play slip.
Oh, come on. We need to see some set offense coming out of Hoop Hall. I hope this isn't any sort of frustration coming out, but no set offense there. Hand the ball to Giannis, let him take it all the way up and take a contested jumper contested runner in the lane. Not something you want to see here, and a second foul coming early. After this play, we have to see some set offense. I want to see a pick and roll. I want to see him take it to the corner. I want to see him reverse his defense at least one time.
Fox, this reads jitters to me. I mean, before the first game, we were seeing really slow play. We were almost seeing the opposite of this. Now we're seeing both these teams play really fast. And like we saw there, I think Hoop Hall's problem was that he was playing too quick, not letting himself get set up, not looking for the open man at all. He was playing very one-dimensional, very short-sighted. I want to see a big change here from Hoop Hall moving forward. I don't want to see any more tunnel visioning off the basket.
Oh. And just like that, absolutely frigid in this third game. Maybe he wasn't able to shake himself in that second game as much as we would have hoped. Tip game. We have to see a basket here from Hoop Hall. I think you call a timeout either way because you got to stop this bleeding. And an absolutely savior of an offensive rebound by Eric Bledsoe flying in there. But you turn it over again for the run out by LeBron James, throwing down the hammer. I think you got to have a timeout here or something. You got to stop this momentum. You got to stop this bleeding, or this one might be over just as early as the second game was.
I agree. He needs to definitely get a stopper here. If he lets this drive continue any longer, I think it's going to be really difficult to dig himself out of this one. When Scott Overbay has clearly found his rhythm, he's found the plays that are working. We're not seeing any rebounding coming from Hoop Hall's side at all. So I think that's going to be a pretty big problem. He's taking a lot of just one-off shots, not letting himself try to get repeat opportunities under the basket.
And the problems we saw in game 2, bad offense, missing open jump shots, turnovers, they continue to be an issue. Luckily, a 3, that was exactly what he needed on that one, 3 at the top of the key. But he has to find a way to stop these issues that we're seeing that plagued him so badly in the second round.
Well, it was a nice 3, but I mean, Scott Overbay's offense is still going the same way it's been going. And Hoop Hall's going to have to find some stoppage to that too if he wants to try to keep going from this one. I like to see more jump shots coming out of Hoop Hall. I think that one that we saw was very emblematic of his play, and obviously we've talked about this too. He's very good at shooting. His releases are usually very well timed, and I think that can be a strong point for him. I think he needs to lean into that a lot more.
And there it was. That was maybe the first play we've seen this game. He got himself into the corner, set the pick, reversed the ball, and just missed the wide open 3, which is not what you want to see. But really locked in on defense down on the other side. He is 2 for 7 from the field. So missing these open shots is not something you're wanting to see. But it looks like he's locked in a little better on defense here, mounting himself a little baby run, carrying it down with Giannis. Pop, the shot. Oh, man, he again, 2 for 8 now. The shooting percentages have not improved. That's going to be a killer if he doesn't manage to find a way to get the ball to fall. 13-5 here. Let's keep a close eye on this offense, and if we see more missed jumpers, that might be curtains early. Kick out wide.
However, something we can start to talk about more is that we can talk about Scott's defense. I mean, we didn't get to talk about that a lot in the first game. We didn't get to talk about that a lot in the second game either, because Scott started to play a little bit looser. But here, it's actually pretty crucial to keep this lead going. What are some of the major trends you're noticing in Scott's defense, Fox?
Well, even though, Hoop has been managing to find some open shots, he's not gotten second chance points. He's not gotten those offensive rebounds that we talked about were so important when you have Giannis on the floor. And for the most part, anytime it comes inside, it's either been turned over or just a contested shot. So I think Scott has seen that Hoop is missing those jump shots, and every now and then he's giving away those open jump shots. And I think he can continue to give away those open jump shots until Hoop proves that he can make them. So pack in here. Don't let Giannis or Bledsoe drive. Make him shoot the open jumper. And look at that, 3-second violation. Oh, whoa, 3-second violation. What a wild call. You never see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it kind of plays more into the narrative that we've been talking about how the alumni and the BBN side of the bracket are very locked down. It's very lockdown style and less loose style. And Scott Overbay has been playing that perfectly these last 2 games. This third game, he's really been showing it off as one of his strong points. Excuse me. But again, nice 3 there from Hoop Ball. More jump shots I'd like to see. Brought it down to a 4-point game when he was down maybe, what was it at one point? Maybe 8 or 9 points, maybe 11.
Yeah. And something else I think we're seeing here, we're seeing the offensive spark. It looks like Hoop's trying to dig his way back into this game, and I think he's doing it better on the defensive end. We saw like 2 or 3 straight turnovers, some really, really contested shots coming from down low. I think Hoop really decided to lock in on defense, and that's led to some great offense on the other side. And just like that, run out bucket, amazing dunk there, found the player open. Scott seemed to let this lead slip back through his hands, and we're down to a single possession game going to the end of the first quarter.
I mean, what else could you really expect after a series as tight as this one? Not the second game, but like the first game. And we're seeing a very similar to play to that, where the players are keeping it really close or making some good adaptations. We haven't seen a lot of usage of the timeouts, which kind of worries me a little bit. Both teams are at full timeouts right now, but I think I want to see a little bit more of that, a lot more aggressive usage of the timeouts to keep the player energy high and reset the momentum. We talked about that in the beginning. I think if we saw Hoop Ball make a timeout earlier in the drive that Scott Overbay was on, this game would be a lot different. In fact, it may be down to maybe a 1-point game, or Hoop Ball maybe even in the lead if he was able to stop that rhythm.
Yeah, I think those last couple possessions of the first quarter were so crucial. After an entire game, a game and a quarter, 5 straight quarter slide, he seems to manage to stem the bleeding. And if he gets a bucket here, I think this is another absolutely crucial play. He's got several do-or-die plays coming up. He has shown that he was able to stop the bleeding and maybe figured out something about Scott Overbay's play that he can exploit.
Well, almost had the and one there. He's still going to go to the line. Could be a really nice opportunity to keep this game close down in 1 possession.
Great release there. Pretty good release there. All right, yeah, those were crucial free throws. Like I said, I think after a 5 straight quarter slide, Hoop managing to crawl his way back in here. Scott trying to not let him back up because he did jump out to that early lead. What a weird play, but takes it down with LeBron James. Let's see what kind of offense Hoop runs here, because I think every single play is, look for that easy transition bucket, but threw it right into the absolutely massive arms of Davis. Out of bounds Lakers ball, some more shenanigans.
Clown fiestas occurring on the court. That was a really weird turnover that we saw that ended up being Lakers ball. I thought Hoop Ball had a pretty good shot there. It almost had not necessarily almost had a breakaway, but pretty close. Could have been a really nice opportunity to keep the game close, but this is good. I want to see Hoop Ball play more men underneath the basket, actually, because we saw that 16 of the 20 points right now for the Lakers are coming from LeBron, and obviously it's not LeBron just going after the 3-point line every time. It's LeBron going to the basket. So if Hoop Ball plays more into that, I think that'll be a really nice stopping point to allow him the time to come back.
Oh, what a great out-of-bounds play leading to a wide-open shot for Davis, and he just managed to not make it. Very risky pass there, but it pays off. He's keeping it close. He's crawling his way back in here. Scott's not relinquishing this lead, but Hoop absolutely not going away. This is the tenacity and the close game that we expected to see. And there's our first timeout. Maybe Scott, knowing he needs offense here, trying to keep Hoop Ball from coming back, so he's going to drop a really good offensive play here.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea for Scott. The offensive timeout is very crucial here. I think that he just realized this wasn't the spot that he wanted to be in. Maybe he wants to pick it up. Maybe he thought I was going a little bit too slow. I would not be surprised if we see a very explosive play coming right out of this timeout. It's 21 seconds on the shot clock. I'm expecting a pass right into the basket.
I think it can't go to LeBron James here. Oh, and another timeout, a second timeout. Still trying to draw things up. Still trying to choose the right play. But I think we have to see the ball get away from LeBron James. If you're Hoop Ball here, make him score somebody that isn't LeBron. Like you said, he has 16 points here in the first half. Make him go to somebody else. Deny LeBron early off the inbounds. Keep him far away from the basket. And if he is going to make a play, make the other player score. But just like that, takes it to LeBron down low, and he draws the foul. How many is that on Giannis now? That could be up to 3, I think.
Yeah, I think I didn't get a good look at it. It might be 3. I think Bledsoe might have a foul. I might have a foul right now as well. He's been to the line a few times already though, so we'll just have to keep the time. We'll have to keep watch on that.
But an excellent offensive play off the timeout, going right back to LeBron James. Maybe he's saying, I'm going to keep going to LeBron until Hoop finds a way to stop it. Oh, this is the offense you love to see. What an insane block by Davis. Holy cow.
That man has the wings. Oh my gosh. Got way off the gun for that one.
But as I was saying, I think that's the offense we want to see from Hoop Hall. Move it around the outside, vary it up, get the ball to Korver, or who is that? Shoot. Anyway, move the ball around the outside, get your three-point shooters open, because that variety on offense is what we actually need to see so that you can continue to get these buckets that we're getting back in the game.
Yeah, force more of those shots from LeBron.
Tip game strong.
Yeah, tip game very strong. I mean, if LeBron's gonna be making the jump shots, he's gonna have AD under the basket. So I guess maybe Hoop Ball has to make a choice there. Does he want to try to just contest LeBron underneath with Giannis, or does he want to force LeBron to make a risky attempt at the jump shot and then just try to go for the rebound instead?
That was an excellent deny underneath. Here comes the pick and roll. JaVale McGee pops it back out. Ball still in the hands of LeBron. Under 5 to go. He's gonna foul him. Oh, managed to not get the foul, but the ball cleaned up. That's like the 4th or 5th offensive rebound. Those offensive rebounds absolutely killing. And as you see, he's shooting higher from the field, 7 for 16, but he's giving away 2 to 1. He's giving away shots 2 to 1 on the glass. So you can't be doing that.
Well, back to possession of Scott Overbay here. Passing it around a little bit more. However, he's doing the same thing. Gives it to LeBron. LeBron takes it in. So gets it in anyway over the heads of several guys underneath the basket. Unbelievable. I think that is Scott Overbay's statement here. I think he's saying, Hoop Ball, do something to stop me, or I'm going to take this game. I'm going to take this whole series on the reverse sweep.
Doesn't really stop the ball for LeBron there, but manages to contest the layup with a not super great release and well guarded. This is key. You hate to see that miss.
It looked like a good shot. Everything was going pretty well, but I think the coverage just was not there for Hoop Ball.
Weird foul there, but maybe just doing anything to get the ball out of the hands of LeBron.
LeBron just running up the points tonight.
Yeah, and this suddenly has ballooned into... Oh my gosh, you gotta clear the boards. Maybe he needs to put in a larger player. It looks like he put in, DiVincenzo, and he's got a few other smaller players out there. Maybe he needs to sub in somebody larger, and not a turnover you want to see. Ball in the hands of Giannis, and he read that pass all day long.
Mm-hmm. LeBron with 21 points so far tonight. AD with 6.
Smart going with the jumper there. It didn't work out, but he saw Giannis underneath and said, rather than taking a contested shot by Giannis or a contested dunk going for the rim, to go for the jumper there, and that's the power of Giannis on this game. How can Hoop Ball get his way back in here? I think he really needs to lock in on defense. He has to have 2 or 3 stops if he wants to keep this game from ballooning into an absolute blowout. And I think maybe one of the keys is the offensive glass. I hope they show us that field goal percentages and number of shots taken again, because the offensive glass has been what's kept Scott and allowed him to bring up this 9-point lead.
Honestly, I kind of just want the turnovers to stop happening. He's been taking some risky passes. Yes, he's been doing some of the things we've been talking about passing a little bit more, trying to pace out his play. But while that's been happening, Scott Overbay's been getting in position and reading those passes. I really just want to see Hoop Ball chill up with the turnovers, play the game that he wants to play, and have a game plan on his offense, really.
17 seconds. I think going into this half, you can't be down, cutting it to anything less than 9. If he holds for the last bucket here and gets the point and gets the score, this is key. 2 huge jump shots missed here right at the end for the chance for Hoop Ball to bring it back. But Overbay smothering defense, and that's a huge, huge shot to go into halftime, managing to carry a 12-point lead into the half.
Well, I think this is a little bit what I was talking about during the in-between game, where Scott Obey is one of those under pressure players. He's good at coming from behind, not necessarily when he's behind in the game, but when he's behind in the series, and that's what the best of threes are for, right? Lets the players come through and show off their skills and make sure there's more opportunities for the things to go the right way for the better player.
And, you know, this may have been a bit of a, I don't know if you want to call it like gamesmanship by Scott Overbay. We talked about how stale his offense looked on round one. He might have been autopiloting, just running that pick and roll every time, running that LeBron James, drive. And once he realizes, like, oh, game one's over, I have to take it seriously now. He's found some key to the offense that doesn't look like he's running quite as much pick and roll. He's not saving his offense till the final 10 seconds of the shot clock. Maybe because he played so differently in the first half, or in the first game, it was something that he was holding on to in the hopes that he could switch it up and really throw him off in games 2 and 3, and it seems to have paid off. And another crucial missed jumper. Eric Bledsoe bailing him out again. Looks familiar, like a play we've seen. But
was one wide open.
Just absolutely not finding these jump shots.
Can't believe he didn't go for the three there with the open man. I thought for sure that's the play that was going to happen. He was doing a good job of passing it around, making Scott Overbay commit to different people, not necessarily knowing where the play is going. And a lights out
Scott
three.
showing him how it's done after a play where Hoop misses like 3 consistent wide open jumpers. Scott brings it down, takes Anthony Davis and says, "This is how you make a 3-pointer." Hoop luckily says, I know, I'll keep it within 10, and finally makes the jumper that he's missed. But if he doesn't start making these shots, it's that's going to be lights out. It's going to be Scott moving on to the finals.
Well, that's something I like
transition
to see.
bucket.
Yeah, I like to see Hoop Paul's rebounds there. Oh, lights out there.
That's
again.
what you want to see. Perfect release. That's how he's going to get himself back in the game. He's actually been running pretty decent offensive sets. He's had so many open shots, but he hasn't been able to find his way into the bucket. Oh, that's headed back. That's Buck's ball.
There's some good shutdown defense that we're seeing from Hoop Paul here now. There's been a lot of defensive rebounding. And there's been a lot of just playing the posts there. Really good stuff from Hoop Paul, and I think it's been a big factor in his comeback.
Yeah, Hoop has shown that he does have the ability to crawl his way back. He's shown that he has the tenacity, the grit, and he's made a couple runs to cut it pretty close a few times. I think a big bucket here would mean an absolute load going into the fourth quarter here as we end the third. And Scott, in the meantime, has been running an absolute great game. He can't get complacent. They both have to stay locked in here in game 3. This is an absolutely crucial and pivotal play right here. What are we going to see? Do we see a 3 or a 2? I think he needs to get the ball down low. It's been a while since he's taken a drive. Hands in the ball in the hands of Giannis. Excellent layup. And suddenly we're back to 2 possessions, 5-point game.
I think that's definitely what Hoop Paul has been looking for. He's made 5 3-point attempts on his last maybe 4 or 5 offenses, not going his way, only making 1 of them. Still good looks. They're all open. Just the release, I think, was a little bit touchy. But I think I would like to see more inside the paint attempts from Hoop Paul.
Finally saw some pick and roll. A 3 from Giannis, just a little bit early on the release, I think it says.
Passing around
I was
wide
gonna say something we
open.
haven't. Oh, he's punishing every single time. Every play Hoop Paul misses a jumper, he's coming down here and showing him exactly what he's got. Oh, and you don't want to dribble right into somebody and get it stolen too. Yeah, these inefficient Giannis threes. I think that we're seeing from Scott Overbay saying you got to get Giannis inside with Davis and James. He's got to fight both of these guys if he's going inside, because Giannis shooting jump shots is not the way he's going to get his way back into this game. A bucket here might be the only way. It's out of reach. Oh!
I think one thing that we need to consider is that Hoop Paul needs to get on his feet into the gamer stance, like Scott Overbay has obviously has been a part of this for these last 2 games. I think that's really the main thing that led to his short victory in game 2, was that just the gamer position,
The gamer stance. Oh, get that transition bucket. Oh, that was a risky pass, but it's going to pay off. Nice 2 on the other end. 8 points. He's still staying in this. Every time Scott tries to claw away, Hoop Paul has managed to get his way back to where it's single digits. It's still a playable game. But then every time it looks like Hall's mounting a run, Scott's coming down and draining a 3. So, and just like that, another defensive collapse. I think if Hoop can link together 2 or 3 stops, he can keep it back in it. But you don't want to go into the fourth quarter down double digits.
That was a nasty play coming out there from Scott Overbay. He saw that AD was wide open inside, taking him to the basket, Don't play the outside. Hoop Hall's not in position defensively to stop this play from happening. That was absolutely beautiful play by Scott, and that's what's going to keep his lead from going forward.
And another missed jump shot. I mean, I think that has spelled the entire game. If Hoop makes 10% more of these jump shots, if he makes 2 or 3 more of those, it's exactly a game. But he's just had off releases on some of these wide open jump shots. Maybe not the best players taking them every time, but I think that has been the difference. If you're not executing down the stretch, another missed jumper. I'm telling you, if you're not executing down the stretch, that's what's happening here. And I think you were exactly right earlier when you said you think you're seeing a little bit of jitters, a little bit of nerves, causing bad releases on these.
Yeah, and because of that, I think that Scott Overbay might get an edge here. He's a little bit, I think he performs better under pressure. And I think he's starting to, I think that edge, just that grit, I don't know if he's competed before or if he's any esports experience, but he could definitely fool me right now.
Yeah, and I think the problem with what we've seen from Hoop is not a game plan play. I mean, he's had so many open shots. He's managed to do a good amount of defense. He's really limited those turnovers. He's just not able to execute. And when you can't execute, your offense isn't going to run right. You can run the perfect play, and the player can be wide open. Davis clearing the glass, getting his own rebound. God, high percentage shots underneath. Maybe we need to see him go to Giannis underneath and just try to jam it, because he is not making those jump shots right now.
I agree. Giannis needs to take it underneath. He had a lot of success trying that on a few drives, and I think that would go a long way in helping recover these 14 points. But I say he's going to go for the jump shot, which he has not been very successful with. Yeah, I don't think that's the key to victory here. I think he needs the fast plays underneath.
And just like that, it's ballooned to a 16-point lead after going absolutely ice cold, missing all those 3-point jumpers. If you watch that last offensive play, Giannis just stood there in the corner like he's a corner shooter, hands ready. All he was ever going to do was get the Giannis shot there. He even had the Lopez wide open underneath and passed up maybe a contested turnaround jumper or contested reverse layup and kicked it out to Giannis for that 3. That play looked like it was designed for a Giannis 3 that he completely missed. 4 seconds. You got to score here. If you want any hope, you got to score something here. And he's not going to get it off.
Very unfortunate going into this fourth quarter.
What is it? 16 points going into the fourth. And it's 14 points going into the fourth. And this is everything but over. Things starting to slip away for Hoop Hall. I think every single play is absolutely crucial. You got to be scoring on every single play. Your offense has to be like 80% here. You know, your efficiency has to be 80% here. Your defense needs to get at least 3 turnovers, 3 stops this quarter. You can't be going anymore for a low percentage shot defense. You have to be going for a turnover defense. And an amazing block underneath, but it doesn't pay off. He gets the ball back. Luckily, a second good offensive play.
Good patience there from Hoop Hall. I think he had a solid read there. I think he knew that Scott was going to take it out, and he was just going to run it right back in. There wasn't going to be any sort of passing around shenanigans. Good stuff from Hoop Hall there.
Another jump shot not falling. You got to find something else to do on offense. If you're struggling that bad with your shot execution, you got to find some other way to get shots. You got to find layups. You got to find transition baskets. You got to take it down there with Giannis, play bully ball, dunk it. That's how he's going to get his way back in there. That's 4 straight points in this quarter. We might be able to see Hoop Hall starting to mount something here, but it might be too little, too late. Let's see if he can get another great defensive stop here.
Hoop Hall needs to just take it to the basket. I feel like a broken record right now, but he needs to take it underneath, go for the contested shots. And if he gets fouled, so what? Go to the line and make Scott Overbay get worried. Go for the shots that Scott can't contest, and just make him feel like he's making some mistakes.
2, 1, that better not go in. And another offensive rebound. You can't be giving those away, but luckily, excellent defensive set, other than the fact that he had to play it on 3 different shots because of the offensive rebounds. Another bad release, but makes the jumper, and that's 6 straight points here in the fourth quarter. 8-point game, 3:33 to play. Hoop might be too little too late, but he's really locked in here on defense, and he's starting to make those shots. Hopefully this play, he only has to play defense once, and he can clear off that defensive glass.
Well, 10 seconds.
Here comes the pick and roll.
LeBron thinking he can run through a man, trying to take it to the basket. Only 2 shots left. He's going to put it up in desperation. Yeah, there's no way that one's going in.
Another bad release there. Yes, drive it down. Go, big man.
Go for the jumper. Oh my gosh. What are we doing?
Take it to the rim with Giannis. I know it's too little too late, and I think this is really smart play from Scott. He said, I don't need points anymore. The clock is going to be my friend. That's why he drove that last play all the way out. gets bailed out with a foul here, taking his points from the line. But with 3 minutes to play, I think Scott we're not going to see a shot from Scott with double digits on the shot clock left for the rest of the game.
I agree. That's the smartest play, I think, here coming from Scott. I think that he knows that ball's in Hoop Hall's court. Hoop Hall's probably not very confident in his shooting ability right now. So if you just play some like tight, close defense, I think that's gonna be Scott's key to victory here.
Hoop Hall better figure out something quick, because this he's gonna need threes to get himself back in the game. He's gonna need to be making shots. But again, a 10-point game here with just under 3 to play. It might be too little too late. It might be the end of the tournament here for Hoop Hall.
I think we got to be careful saying that Hoop Hall needs to go for the threes to win. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that he can just go with drives in the lane, just straight up with Giannis, or any other player that's nearby, because that's been working for him a lot more than any of the jump shots he's been trying to go for this game.
Time is not on your side. Jumpers with Giannis are not what you need to be taking. I know it's an exercise in futility here, right? He can't hear us, but that looked exactly like the game plan that Scott's going for. I'm gonna if anybody else has it on the perimeter, I'm gonna let him pass it around until you get the ball to Giannis, and then I'm gonna pack the court because there's no other shot you're gonna have that's open. Another missed jumper, man.
Truly a Sisyphean trial here for Hoop Hall.
Man's out here building a chimney or something, just so many bricks, launching him into the, building himself a house.
A man playing Settlers in the background.
But I think the breakdown has been kind of simple this game. That has been the number one separation. I don't think it's a problem with game plan. I don't think it's a problem with the way they've played. I think his defense has actually been really good here in the second half. If he makes, any more of these jumpers, it can actually still be a game. And I think that will be what haunts Hoop Hall, is inability to make any sort of jumpers, and how absolutely icy cold he's been here in the second half. Good job to Scott Overbay, keeping his foot on the gas. There were a few really good runs here by Hoop, and Scott's managed to just keep himself in the lead. I don't think he's ever relinquished the lead here in this third game. Led from the start of the second game through the entire next 8 straight quarters of winning the game.
I think that stat is correct. He's been in the lead the whole time. There has not been a lead change so far in this third match. And if I had to put money on it, I don't think we'll see one in this last minute and 40 seconds. Although Nail gets an and one, which we'll take. We take those.
If he's scoring baskets, if there's a place he should be scoring baskets from, it's right there in the paint, because anything outside the paint has not been the way to score for Hoop Hall this game.
How did that pass land in the middle over the hands of so many people? That was unbelievable after how many turnovers we've seen so far.
Yeah, Scott can just to dribble it out here, get a shot off at the last second, see how much time he can take off the clock. The bucket is really secondary, just to letting the team go away, just to letting the time go off the clock. Hoop, I think,
to play.
Hoop, I think, seeing the writing on the wall, seeing that, there's no jump shots going in and there's no chance he's going to be able to bring this game back. I think both players are ready to shake hands. It's been a really good game. Time going off the clock, under a minute to go. That hits the rim. And another silly shenanigans turnover there, looking for the shooter that wasn't there on the opposite side.
He was trying to pass it for the buck. He thought the buck was in play after the last timeout. I mean, it's not his fault. The coach was pretty inconclusive. So
might as well put the buck in at this point.
Yeah.
But here we go. We'll
40 seconds left. He's just going to run it down.
Yeah, and an excellent game from Scott. He will be, it looks like the Big Blue Nation has taken down the alumni bracket, and we will see a representative from the Big Blue Nation, Scott, going into the next round, kind of cruising through these last 2 games. We saw some shakeups in the beginning, but he will be playing the winner of our next matches, which will be W Cuddles versus Emmanuel Quickly. Looks like we're going to get one more play because the shot clock's going to go off here.
Those games will sure to be a barn burner, Fox. I think both those teams will be running up the scoreboard. Maybe not a lot of defense being played, or maybe a lot, and the players are just going to outplay them in some sort of fashion. Definitely a game to watch.
But there you have it. Congratulations to Scott Overby. Great effort from Hoop Hall. Great effort from both players. And we're going to hear from Aaron here as we go between games.
Yes, congrats to Scott. That was an amazing matchup. It was very intense, and I mean, there's quite a lot of turnovers, but let's get into it. Let's break down Hoop Hall versus Scott. Was Hoop Hall relying a little bit too much on Giannis? As we saw, Scott was contesting him within the paint and was forcing him to use Giannis as a shooter in the perimeter, and also his shooting, Hoop Hall's shooting was not as confident as we've seen previously. So what was the issue with Hoop Hall?
Oh, I think it was a simple thing there. I think Hoop Hall just absolutely wasn't making those jump shots. And then I think as soon as Scott picked up on that, he said, I'm going to let you shoot. Anytime you're going to score, it's going to have to come from outside of the paint. And scoring outside of the paint was not something that Hoop was capable of in that last game. So once he notices that he's missing those jump shots, he starts letting him take them. The whole offense falls apart, and he just opened up an absolutely massive lead that he did not let go.
Walter?
I'm a little stunned at the end of that last one. During that first game, it looked like Hoop Hall had the play set from the get-go. Every single time he would take it down to the paint, do a quick dish to the other side, and put it up. And that was working. That was lights out almost every single time he tried to execute it. I'm just unsure as to why he decided to switch up the game plan during the last one. Maybe Scott Overbay's defense, which is a little bit too oppressive, but I would have liked to see more from inside the paint there from Hoop Hall.
Well, let's talk about Scott now, because in these matches, we saw that he relied heavily on LeBron James, and he tried to utilize Davis, but Davis was not getting the buckets that he needed to keep the lead and stretch the lead even more. And with IQ and Cuddles, we've seen that they have great vision on the court, and they are competitors and contenders in the truest sense. So what will Scott need to do to go up against either one of those in the next set of matches?
So yeah, I think it's been kind of a huge thing that we've seen, right? It's been the story of an offensive half of the bracket versus a defensive half of the bracket. But I think what's also important, we said he relied heavily on LeBron James. What else can you do? You hand the ball to LeBron, you're gonna score some buckets, and he has a two-part plan there. Go to LeBron, go to LeBron, go to LeBron, and then once they start guarding LeBron, you have 4 other players that are wide open on the court. So he's got a good offensive plan that I think is going to be reliable, and I think he's got the defensive prowess that he's going to be able to maybe slow down some of the hot offenses coming from the other side of the bracket.
Walter?
Well, I think that one thing that he needs to do is that he probably needs to play a few quick games against Golden State during this off time, just so we can get used to the patterns of those players and see if maybe he can find something maybe exploitable from Quickly if Quickly decides to make it through. But I think obviously he has the Bucks matchup down, so I don't think he should be a little bit wary of playing against Cuddlesworth. I think he has that. I think he already has that scouting done. But mainly the key that I think here is he needs to watch the perimeter a little bit more. He did a really good job of playing the big man matchup underneath and denying those plays. But if we saw Quickly's games, he did a lot more perimeter shooting. I think that's going to be a really big point for Scott.
Yes, indeed. And another big point that we have to pay attention to is the strategic uses of timeouts. That's something that you guys mentioned during the matches that they may have to consider if he's going to go up against either Emmanuel or Cuddles. But Fox and Walter, thank you guys so much for your breakdown as well as casting. And also congrats to Scott Overbay once again for moving on into the finals. Now, before we head into the next set of matches, we have a video for prospective UK students for you guys to take a look at. Let's head on over. Hey everyone, this is Erin Ashley Simon again, and I would like to welcome the University of Kentucky's Associate Director of Admissions, Kara Franke, who is here to discuss confirmation deadline adjustments to support students during the application process. Kara, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, COVID-19 has impacted everyone. It's been impacting every single aspect of our lives, of the students' lives, and more. So what has the university done for prospective students to ensure that the most opportunity for them, like they're able to capitalize and have more opportunities in terms of applications and admissions process?
Yeah, so we know that a lot of students are having some of their plans for next year change. So we are continuing to accept applications for summer and fall 2020 freshmen to allow for students who had different plans and need some additional opportunities during this time. So we're continuing to accept new applications. We have made all of our summer orientations, which are called See Blue U, online this summer rather than in person. And we're also moving our confirmation deadline from May 1st to June 1st to allow students more time to make their decisions.
So what prompted that move, that deadline move from May 1st to June 1st?
We made those changes in an effort to allow students to apply to UK a little bit later and have more time to make it through the whole process and make a decision, and also to support students and families who have changed their college plans due to financial or other concerns as a result of the pandemic.
Now, with this impact, it also means that it's not only going to impact the application process, but it's probably going to impact the summer programming and orientations for incoming students. So what adjustments are going to be made for that, and what kind of impact will we see for those programs?
So our summer orientations are traditionally in-person orientations where students come back to campus and are able to connect with lots of different people and plan out their courses for the fall. We are going to be switching to an online format for this summer. We've already had several online orientation programs this year that went very well. So students are still having an opportunity to connect in small groups with other incoming freshmen. They're still getting access to all of the information they need about starting at UK, and they're still having the opportunity to meet with their advising team and register for their fall courses. So it's a little different, but still great.
I mean, listen, as long as it's great, that's the most important thing. But also when it comes to students and kids that are looking to attend college, part of that process is campus visit. But unfortunately, that can't happen. So what are some other ways that kids who are considering going to University of Kentucky, what are some other ways that they can learn about the university?
Our admissions website is a great place to start. It's uky.edu/admission. We also have a great presence on social media. So our handles are at UKY Admissions and at University of KY. We also are trying to help out students who want to be able to make that campus tour experience. So we have a virtual visit website where students can take a virtual campus tour or a virtual housing tour. So that website is visit.uky.edu.
What can they learn more when it comes to this virtual campus visit? Are there certain things that they'll be able to see that is, I mean, obviously it's not going to be exactly like being at the university campus, but what are some components that they'll be able to look at when they're there?
Yeah, so they'll be able to see, we have a really modern, updated campus with a lot of brand new facilities. We have some of the nicest residence halls in the country. We have a brand new student center. We have lots of great facilities for students to live and learn in. So they'll be able to either tour campus at their own leisure, or they can have a virtual visitor center student walk them through the different areas of campus. So they'll be able to see all of that. They can connect with their academic programs virtually, and they can also connect with other new students and staff members.
And not only, like you said, they can connect with other students and staff members, but let's talk about the connection between student and student. Obviously, Hoops at Home is one way that we are connecting the entire UK community. But what are some other innovative ways that the university is adding in order to make sure that students can connect with each other virtually as they're practicing social distancing?
So during our orientations, students will be placed in a UConnect group, so they'll be able to meet other incoming freshmen. They'll be able to play kind of all of the icebreaker games that you have to do in college when you're meeting new people. We also have a virtual network through the Mighty Network. It's called UK 2024, and students there are invited if they're admitted to UK. They can join groups to meet students from their academic programs and their area of the country. It's a great chance for them to see information about their UK experience, but also to be able to connect with older UK students and other incoming freshmen. So they can find roommates, they can share their nerves and their excitement, and we also have events within that community. So just yesterday we had an event called School Spirit 101, and we were Zoom bombed by Coach Calipari. So we have some great opportunities through that. We also have hashtag UK 2024, so that's a great thing to use.
Yes. Hashtag social media has been a great way to connect everyone together during this time. What piece of advice would you give to high school seniors who are still in that evaluating process for colleges?
Yeah, the most important thing is to make an informed decision. On paper, you want a school that fits your academic, social, and financial needs, but you probably also want to be part of a vibrant, involved community that challenges and supports you. So the college decision is really about choosing a place where you have access to lots of opportunities, but also a place where you feel comfortable and supported in taking advantage of those opportunities. And the environment matters so much in college. Modern facilities, a friendly atmosphere, helpful faculty, a welcoming community, those things are going to make all the difference. So get all the information to make the best choice for you.
And the best choice means also choosing the University of Kentucky. No, I'm just kidding. But for those who are considering applying to the University of Kentucky, is it too late to do so?
It is not. We are still accepting applications. The best place to access that is through applyuk.com. We're accepting the Coalition and Common application. Those are the best ways to get a quick response. Our priority deadline is May 25th for new applications.
And my last question to you, Kara, is how is it for you to be part of the Big Blue Nation, and even more importantly during this time?
Yeah, well, Big Blue Nation is the ultimate in community, so there really is nothing like it, no comparison. And Big Blue Nation isn't just our current students, it's kids like me that were raised on UK, it's families of our current students, it's alumni from all over the world that really love and invest in that community. So it's a wonderful place to call home for 4 years and for the rest of your life.
I agree. And it's that sense of family that continues with you even beyond when you graduate, and it comes full circle. And we're seeing it right now with what you guys are doing in terms of helping with the application process, but also we're seeing it with Hoops at Home, which is presented by UK and Gen G, refreshed by Coca-Cola. Kara, thank you so much for joining us today, and hopefully we'll be able to help uplift one another and help the prospective students during this time even more.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. Go Cats.
Go Cats.
Welcome back, everyone. That was such an awesome interview. It's great to hear that UK is supporting not only staff members, UK Healthcare, but also prospective students during this time. And more importantly, it's important for us to all stay at home and be safe and sound. So we had a great set of matches that we just saw, but we're about to head on to another set. Current student versus future student. It's going to be a really awesome set. Best of 3 matches. But before we get there, let's introduce our next casters. We have Trenton Upchurch as well as George Bell. Welcome, guys. How are you?
Good. Great to be here.
Grateful. I'm ready for a great game.
Greatness all around. Well, let's talk about this upcoming match. We see IQ versus Cuddles. IQ, obviously being a basketball player, we talked about his vision and also his on-court N2K IQ. Funny enough, play on words. Then we also had Cuddles, who's been one of the fan favorites and has been dominating as well. What can we expect from this best of 3?
Well, I think we'll really get to see how these players handle themselves in the best of 3 scenario. I think that's going to play a huge factor into these games. It not being just a best of 1, you might not see some linear strategies. We've seen IQ take a lot of 3s in these previous best of 1 scenarios, so I'm interested to see if he really diversifies his game plan as we head into this best of 3.
Yeah,
George?
bouncing off that a little bit, this is definitely going to be a coaches series here. Right now, we've seen how they play. They haven't played each other, but they've seen each other play. And after that first game, they're going to really know what matchups are best, which points to attack, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses of each player. And then we'll see in games 2 and maybe even in game 3 how that really shows who's able to adjust on the fly better.
Well, let's also talk about Cuddles, right? You know, we've seen some effective gameplay, but we've also seen when it came to IQ how he has utilized his players in order to get those effective shots. He's made sure to get limited amount of contested shots. So what is Cuddles going to have to do in order to get this win?
I think the biggest thing will be just lock down D. We've seen IQ really go in and bait with his interior players and then pass it back out to Steph. I think that Cuddlesworth is really going to have to pick up on that and maybe just keep a positive matchup on Steph Curry and deny those 3-point shots.
Yeah, I got to piggyback on that one. We've seen that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson been putting on an absolute 3-point barrage in all rounds that IQ has been a part of so far. If I were Cuddlesworth, I'm throwing a long defender on him, and I'm making him beat me up inside in the paint, and he's not going to let anybody beat me with a 3.
Now, you know, throughout this entire tournament, we've been talking predominantly about the usage of the Bucks and the Lakers as well. But in this competition, this specific match, we're going to see the Golden State Warriors going up against the Los Angeles Clippers. What additional strategies do you think that we'll see with the use of these two teams?
Well, I'm just excited to finally see a game that doesn't have Giannis in it. I think these players are really going to get to utilize two of these lesser seen teams in the tournament. Obviously, IQ's been with the Golden State Warriors the entire tournament. He has his game plan and he knows exactly what he wants to do. So it's going to be whether Cuddlesworth can kind of pick up on that and kind of shut that down, because Cuddlesworth going through this tournament has obviously played a lot of these Bucks and these Lakers teams who aren't exactly 3-point teams. They're more bully teams. They want to beat you up on the inside with Giannis, with LeBron, with AD. So it's going to be whether Cuddlesworth can adjust his own game plan and whether he's maybe practiced with his Los Angeles Clippers in this kind of matchup before.
Yeah, I think the Clippers offer a pretty strong matchup against Golden State. They're a smaller team, not really meant to bang against a Giannis or an Anthony Davis, but they do have Kawhi Leonard and PG, two of the better perimeter defenders in the game. Putting those guys on Steph Curry and Klay Thompson respectively gives you height, strong perimeter defense, and hopefully will make him have to beat you with Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, or another one of those role guys.
Well, gentlemen, let's for sure see what goes down because the match is ready right now. So let's head on over.
And heading right into it, we obviously have Immanuel Quickley on the Golden State Warriors, as we have W. Cuddlesworth representing with the LA Clippers. George, what's your breakdown of this matchup?
I'm thinking, like we mentioned before in the pre-call, that we're going to need to see a lot of perimeter defense by Cuddlesworth in this game. IQ is going quick with the threes. He's throwing them up on the fast break in the half-court set. He's chucking them up 1 foot past half court. If you can prevent him from making those threes and make Draymond Green or Kevon Looney one of those bigs, the person is going to beat you. I like your odds.
Absolutely, and right there we saw Immanuel doing what he does best, passing it out to the flanks and going up for the 3. Unfortunately, missing that one, the rare non-green release. We don't see a lot of those out of IQ. And just as a note, these green releases are extremely hard on Hall of Fame difficulty. Immanuel there missing, and it becomes a turnover as Cuddlesworth takes his own 3 and misses.
Yeah, and the green release is a lot more difficult to come by in Hall of Fame. And I think it's going to be even harder when you compound that harder difficulty with these tall, lanky defenders. You got Kawhi Leonard, 6'8", Paul George, 6'9", high perimeter defensive stats, a lot of badges around perimeter defense. They're going to make it really difficult for Klay and Steph.
I agree. I think definitely the LA Clippers are one of the better matchups against these Golden State Warriors. Cuddlesworth's been playing them most of the tournament, but I think he really got lucky in this matchup. But there we see Quickley going up for the 2 and gets the 2-hand jam as he takes the lead 2-0.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we're going to have to see a lot more of that. He's going to definitely want to beat it up inside. Now, what makes this a really interesting matchup is these teams, when you look at the personnel, are pretty similar. The Los Angeles Clippers, not really known for their big play, not really known to post up or get a lot of offensive rebounds. And the Golden State Warriors, obviously, for some time now, have been known to have centers by committee. So we're going to have to see who can play that game better, shooting on the perimeter and picking up some quick points in the paint.
And we heard right there from Quickley saying he's going to need to fix that, as Cuddlesworth did not get the defensive rebound there. I think that's going to be the key for Cuddlesworth, is when Immanuel takes these 3s and gets these rare misses, Cuddlesworth is going to have to capitalize that on get those rebounds. He can't allow Immanuel to get these offensive rebounds.
Well, like we mentioned before, and as we know in just general math, 3 typically adds up more than 2. So when you're knowing you're playing against a team like a Golden State Warriors, you're going to need to score more points. And if they're shooting 3s and you're shooting mainly 2s, you're going to have to put up more shots. And that's going to be typically found on the offensive rebound. We've seen in the past that the teams that have given a team like Golden State has been the strong play that can force him to go interior with the rebounds, or maybe even have to make the best out of one shot attempt. And obviously the Clippers not really known for their personnel around forcing that kind of gameplay, so we're going to see how he adjusts to that.
And right here, a shot clock violation. It's going to be the Clippers' ball, but it almost seems like Emmanuel is a savant at creating space on the perimeter. What is it, George, that he does to create these wide open 3s and these long 2s that he so often hits?
Well, I gotta say, as my man Shannon Sharp on FS1 says, he is a virtuoso, a Beethoven, a Bach, a Mozart, initiating offense on the perimeter. You see with Steph Curry, he likes to have a high pick and roll like we see here, creates a lot of space from the big hedges. If he doesn't come over, he'll put up that 3. Typically, as we've seen in this tournament, that typically is going to go. But if you come over with a rotated defender, he'll just kick around, ball reversals across the perimeter until he finds Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, a variety of shooters. And he's got a litany of them waiting to shoot.
And Cuddlesworth here, passing the ball around a lot more than it seems like Emmanuel does, kind of taking his time, as it's the current student in Emmanuel quickly versus the prospective student in Cuddlesworth. What do you think about that little matchup there, that little maybe rivalry? Cuddlesworth, only 17 years old, going up in Emmanuel, a young 20, but fixing to graduate from the University of Kentucky and go to the NBA. What do you think that situation does to kind of heighten his gameplay?
Oh, well, if I were Cuddlesworth right now, I would be ecstatic. Getting the opportunity to beat up on a UK player when you're about to be a student at that same school, especially someone with his talent. I know on my resume, one of the first lines I would put on there is beat an NBA player in a game of 2K.
Absolutely, and if we look back at the tournament run for Emmanuel quickly, we see that his closest game was actually a 4-point win over T. Hurley, who is also playing the Golden State Warriors. So it's interesting to see there. Emmanuel started to fall apart against another perimeter shooting team. The LA Clippers have some great shooters in players like Kawhi Leonard, so it'll be interesting to see if Cuddlesworth can play to that as he takes the lead with 17 seconds left in the first, 8-7.
Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting matchup, because when you look at his other games, we've seen 20-point blowouts against the bigger teams like the Bucks and against the Lakers. So maybe it is that a perimeter team will actually match up better against a perimeter team. Sometimes they do say fight fire with fire. And we're going to see who's got the hotter flamethrowers tonight.
And Emmanuel obviously happy with his play there as we go into a timeout. That's going to be not a timeout, the end of the first quarter. It's going to be 8-7, LA's lead. So tell me, George, this is going to be a best out of 3 format, and Emmanuel has been nothing but fire in his previous games, playing the hyper-aggressive offense and just trying to get quick to the basket. Do you think he's going to experience any kind of fatigue here in this best of 3 format?
Well, I think he could get beat up here when he's having to go against Kawhi and PG. Those are the 2 top guys, in my opinion, to put on Steph and Clay. They've got the superior length, the superior strength, strong perimeter defensive stats, strong perimeter defensive badges, and they match up pretty formidably in terms of 3-point shooting. Obviously, when you're messing with 2 of the greatest shooters of all time, you're not going to match them shot for shot. But when you look at the way the Clippers are constructed with a guy like Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and also coming off the bench, you got Landry Shamet, you've got Marcus Morris, you've got a variety of shooters on their team as well. So I'm thinking, even though you may not be able to shoot as well as a Golden State, really who can? And if I had to go with the second best team, I think the Clippers would definitely be a run-in for that spot.
And here Emmanuel quickly slowing down his pace of play, trying to force it down the middle. He gets the good release, but it's not enough, and that's going to fall. He still leads 10-8 as Cuddlesworth regains the ball, but a defensive steal from Quickly as he's going to make it down the court. Let's see if he does what he does best and passes it to the outside, but another turnover, and Cuddlesworth is going to get the easy layup, and it's going to be a tie game, 10-10 with 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
And that's really strong fast break defense by Cuddlesworth. Recognizes that he's going to try to throw the ball up the court, instantly recognizes the pass is going there, gets in front of the ball, forces him to dribble into 2, takes it, going the other way. Excellently executed.
Yeah, looked nearly textbook, but here Quickly going to get his own layup, and it's going to be 12-10. What do you think of Quickly's gameplay, where he seems to get these easy breakaways, and it looks like he's going to go up for the dunk or maybe the easy layup, and he just immediately passes it out? Do you think that's in his best interest, or do you think he needs to go ahead and in these tougher games take those 2 points and just take what he can get?
When you got the best three-point shoot in the game, you put those threes up. You don't run around with the best artillery and not shoot any. So in my opinion, if you got the three, you take the three. When he's running that 5-out offense with that high pick and roll, there's not a lot you can do. If you don't play that pick and roll perfectly, he's going to have a lane. And at that point, you got to take the chance of either giving him an almost guaranteed layup or playing the odds of a three-point shot. Even with a team like Golden State, I would take my 40% chance of a made three over an 80% chance of a made two.
And Immanuel Quickley already here taking more twos than he's probably taken all tournament as he misses yet another three. Maybe some nerves starting to factor into Immanuel Quickley's play here, though he has played on some of the biggest stages in Rupp Arena. What do you think? Do you think he's going to experience any nerves here, or is this just another day in the office?
Oh, I think nerves are in anybody who's in a high leverage, high intensity moment. The eyes on you, whether you're an NBA player, an NCAA player, a bench warmer for his JV high school team. When the pressure's on, the pressure is on. And I think even a guy like IQ feels that to some extent.
And here IQ at the line is going to drain the first one, drain the free throw, making it 14-10 for Golden State. As we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the second quarter, it's going to be W. Cuddlesworth with possession of the ball. W. Cuddlesworth obviously having one of the better isolation basketball players in Kawhi Leonard. How do you think he utilizes that in his gameplay against Immanuel Quickley? Is that going to play a huge factor, or does he need to keep the ball passing?
If I were him, I would keep the ball moving. As we see here, what's been really effective is players who are not focusing on a player-centric offense. We've seen that a lot with these Bucks teams that have been so focused on playing with Giannis that sometimes when he's not having his best game, they end up getting blown out and their offense gets predictable. I think when you have a team with multiple offensive weapons, you got to use them to their full extent. Be versatile. Don't be specific. Be general. Focus on everybody and get the best shot available.
Here, W. Cuddlesworth down by 4 is going to do exactly what you say, keep the ball moving. He's currently sitting at the top of the key looking for an opening, can't seem to get it down the middle. He'll take the jumper just off, and it's going to be Golden State's ball. A risky pass, and it's going to be a turnover here, as Immanuel Quickley maybe getting a little too trigger happy, but forces another turnover, and he's going to, looks like he might, takes the 3, but it's a 2, and he misses it even. Immanuel Quickley not seeming to land those green releases here early on in this first game.
I think the pressure's on. He might be feeling a little bit of that pregame jitters. But we'll see if that sticks around past the first half.
That's a good move.
W. Cuddlesworth playing a little bully ball there, puts up 2, bringing it to a 2-point deficit. And here you see 31% shot percentage for both teams out of 16 attempts, with only free throws bringing Immanuel over the top. Both teams not shooting nearly as well as they have been, as in previous games. Quickley has put up deficits of 40, 12, and 22 in his round of 8. So huge deficits here for Immanuel Quickley. And then in a game like this, he's only up by 4. What do you think of that as we start to head into halftime?
Well, I think both of these teams really focused on offense going in, and they knew the other team would be looking to score, and I think they're locked in on playing strong defense. We've seen here Immanuel Quickley's had 289 total points over 4 games, put him at an average about, give or take, 60-ish points, and now we're seeing here only 18 going into halftime. I think the defenses, especially with a team like the Clippers with the perimeter defenders I mentioned before, really making it a little difficult to play the game he likes to play.
Interesting to note as well, out of our top 4, Immanuel Quickley with the most total points scored with 267. W. Cuddlesworth coming in at last out of those top 4 with only 208. So it may be that W. Cuddlesworth had the tougher side of the bracket with the prospective students, or it may just be that Immanuel Quickley is quick with those green releases, as here he takes the lead 20-14 as he's again possession of the ball. Immanuel Quickley lets the jumper
go. The only thing
go.
that really matters.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, he's going to foul me. That's right. But I think here, at the end of the day, it's not about how many points you put up. It just matters how many points you put up relative to the other team. Even if the score is 2-1, whoever has 2 wins, I think that Cuddlesworth will take more points than Immanuel Quickley over a high-scoring game any day of the week.
I agree. I think Emmanuel quickly will have to tighten up on defense himself to kind of lock Cuddlesworth down. He may be great at scoring points, but Cuddlesworth is amazing at denying them. So Emmanuel's going to have to pick up on that and do some of that of his own. As Cuddlesworth here taking a long time, but he's going to get that basket from underneath with 6.5 seconds left. The deficit is only 4. As Emmanuel takes the ball out to the outside, goes up with Steph. Oh, and it's going to miss, but he gets the offensive rebound as the half comes to a close. It's going to be 20 for Golden State and Emmanuel quickly versus Cuddlesworth 16 with the Los Angeles Clippers at halftime. Thoughts, George?
And I think on that last 2 plays there on Emmanuel Quickly's offensive possession and then on Cuddlesworth's defensive possession, we saw the X factor of this game, Montrezl Harrell, who is an undersized big who still has the versatility on defense and offense to really impose his will inside against a smaller team like Golden State. I'm thinking if you can really get Montrezl Harrell involved in this game in terms of putbacks on the offensive glass and being a rim protector, he could really influence the way that he scores on both sides, whether it be on offense for Cuddlesworth and then defensively shutting down the interior against IQ.
And IQ here picking one of the teams not as well known in this tournament, only playing against Golden State one other time. Golden State obviously not the best team in 2K with the 2 LA teams taking that top spot. What do you think about IQ picking a lesser known team that maybe he might be more akin to, but other people aren't?
Well, I think it does 2 things. For one, picking a team like that means you have a high affinity for him. As we've seen with his ability to knock down green releases and blow out almost all of his competition, except for the one time he played against himself. He obviously knows his team better than anybody else. And then on top of that, there's a factor of people not knowing how to play against him. We see Cuddlesworth has actually only played the Lakers. All 4 games he's played this tournament has been against the Lakers. He's not seen a Golden State team yet, which means that a lot of players don't even know how to compete against this team on a competitive level. And I think that gives him a leg up in terms of not having anybody be able to predict on what exactly he's going to do.
And that unfamiliarity with Golden State coming to show here now as it's a 6-point deficit for Cuddlesworth and the Los Angeles Clippers. As Emmanuel quickly can't find anything on the inside here, takes the fadeaway jumper, just misses, not the best release there. And it's going to be Cuddlesworth ball as he starts to maybe try to change the pace here in this third quarter.
And I'll keep looking for that. Montrezl Harrell there with some lockdown defense on the block. One-on-one, I think he's going to be the difference between interior scoring and no interior to scoring for Cuddlesworth's defense. And if he can keep that up, especially right here as we see him pounded down low for the easy kick out, I think that's really going to be the X factor in this game.
Absolutely, that quick little jumper there looks like it might be Cuddleworth's game plan, as Quickly's pretty locked down on the perimeter, but seems to be a little weaker on the inside, but just outside the paint. It'll be interesting to see if Cuddlesworth takes advantage of that and kind of poises his shots there, as Emmanuel taking a jumper of his own. Again, missing. These short jumpers just haven't been coming to Emmanuel, but with the quick offensive rebound, he's going to get the easy fadeaway to make the deficit 24-18, with only 2 minutes and 57 seconds left in the third period.
Yeah, and based off of IQ's game so far, I see that stat there we've seen on the bottom third that the Warriors, I apologize, been used to saying my team for so long, that the Warriors only have 16 points in the paint, which is 67% of what they scored entirety of the game. And obviously, we're not used to seeing a stat like that when you got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson as your primary scorers. Do you think that's going to be a trend, or is that more of just the way they're playing here in this first half and extended third quarter?
I would expect to see that trend as we continue, but one thing I really like to see about Emmanuel's gameplay here is the fact that he's picking Golden State and that they're not the highest ranked team and they don't have a star player. I mean, they obviously have players like Steph Curry that are going to be great shooters, but they don't have a Giannis that can just easily force it down the middle. It really lets him shine how good of a user he is. Those shot sticks and those perfect releases are really shown with a team like this. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly utilizes that and just how much of a better player he is than some of the people he's faced simply because he's using a team that doesn't have the best ratings.
Yeah, most definitely. Some would consider the Bucks and the Lakers a no-diff team in that they have players with a low learning curve like a LeBron James and a Giannis, but the only thing you have to do is turbo and dunk. But then with a team like Golden State, not very big, no physically imposing player, you really need to know what you're doing to run with them. But the thing about those players are that if you know how to use them, more than not, they're going to be unstoppable, especially on offense. And we've seen that throughout the tournament for IQ.
And Cuddlesworth here taking a timeout, maybe trying to make some adjustments here as quickly starts to run away with the game, a 10-point deficit with almost 2 minutes left in the third period. What do you think Cuddlesworth needs to do to lock down this offense of Emmanuel quickly as he starts to fall into his comfort zone?
Yeah, well, we're seeing here, as we mentioned, the points in the paint. It seems IQ's been able to adjust to the defensive sets that he's running. He's obviously running them off the three-point line, forcing him to go inside and shoot shots off the pick and roll inside the paint rather than across the arc. And I'm thinking IQ has been able to adjust to that and been able to play a new style of game while also maintaining the edge. And I'm wondering how Cuddlesworth is going to want to counteract that adjustment in defense.
And that adaptability, no doubt, stemming from IQ's prowess on the real basketball court, as he's going to be declaring for the NBA draft this year. BBN obviously wishing him the best, excited to see him play in the NBA. Here, Cuddlesworth is going to let his own three fly, but it's just off the mark, and it's going to be a timeout, Golden State.
About to take a couple of these.
So as we come here, we're coming up on this last minute of the third. Emmanuel calling this timeout. Do you think he needs to keep these timeouts coming and kind of rest up his star players in Steph Curry and be able to take these shots more? Or does he want to keep the ball rolling and kind of limit the amount of time Cuddlesworth has to make adjustments and kind of rethink his own mindset?
I'm thinking if I'm IQ, I like the system I'm running right now. And with a team like Golden State, not really known for their bench, when we got guys coming off the bench like a KY Powell and a Schmiklicek. And yes, that is the last name of a player on the Golden State Warriors. You got to make sure that your starters are ready to go, and that means burning out your timeouts, even if it means you're giving him more time to plan. If I'm IQ and I've dominated the league as I have so far, I'm more concerned with playing my game to the best of my ability than allowing you time to adjust to my game.
And IQ obviously proving he's got some of the best prowess on the sticks here out of the entire UK basketball team. Taking another timeout here, obviously going to rest up his players just a little bit more. I think that's a really smart call as we only have about 6 minutes left to play in this first game. It'll be interesting to see if IQ can keep this ball rolling as we go into the game 2, assuming he wins this one. Do you think that momentum's going to play a huge factor for IQ, or do you think that Cuddlesworth is going to be able to feed off that and maybe mount a comeback here in this game 2?
Well, I think when your back's against the wall, it's either do or die. On one end of the spectrum, you could say that it boosts your adrenaline and gets you to focus in and lock in on what's happening in this very next game, knowing that if you lose, there won't be another one. But then at the same time, it can also make you a little bit nervous. Focus too much in on what you're doing, not playing your game, playing too much in the IQ's hand. I think that even though losing this first game could possibly be a fire under the feet of Cuddlesworth, that he should do everything he can to make sure he wins game 1, or at least have something to have some positive momentum to run off of for game 2.
And Cuddlesworth, only 17 years old, hailing from Tucson, Arizona. Favorite team is the Oklahoma City Thunder. But for most of this tournament, looking to opt with the LA Clippers. It's been interesting to see that he's not playing his favorite team, and a few teams have done that. Kevin Knox even opting not to play with the Knicks, and himself opting to play with, I think he went with the Bucks. It was either the Bucks or the Lakers, as those have been the more popular teams throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see that. A lot of these people who said their favorite teams are a Phoenix Suns or Oklahoma City Thunder or a New York Knicks. In a tournament like this, when you're playing against Giannis, Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, I don't really think a team like that has a place, even though the Thunder have actually been one of the feel-good stories of the Western Conference, as they were actually sitting at the 7th seed before the season was postponed due to the impending illness that has unfortunately affected all of us. I think they're not really going to be much of a competitor in a tournament of this scale.
And a huge factor in team selection, we talked earlier about this badge system. What kind of badges do you think are really coming into play here with these two teams as we go into the last quarter and it's 30-25 for Golden State?
Perimeter defensive badges are definitely the best thing that you could have playing against a team like Golden State. Luckily, Kawhi Leonard and PG are two of the higher ranked perimeter defenders in the game. I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen the points in the paint skyrocket compared to the games IQ's played in the past.
And defend he must, as Cuddlesworth is down by 5 here with 4.5 minutes left, starting to mount a little bit of a comeback. This isn't nearly as big of a deficit as we saw earlier in the game. It was all the way up to about 10 points. Emmanuel here maybe need to play a little bit more conservative ball and take these easy twos rather than try to back it out with Steph and shoot the threes as he is right now.
Yeah, I would say it's easy to go back to your old bag of tricks and shoot the three, but it seems that Cuddlesworth has seen the game tape and knows what he's looking for, forcing him off the three-point line, forcing him to beat him with layups. And while it's been working, I see that IQ really wants to go back to that old style of play. And if he gets back in the mindset of shooting those threes, he might let Cuddlesworth get back in this game as he cuts it down to a one-possession game.
And Cuddlesworth having much closer games throughout his tournaments. As you said earlier, all 4 games against the Lakers, but having 2 really close games, 9-point win over El Diablo and a 6-point win over Wildcat. Played the Bucks in that game against El Diablo. What do you think it was that had him switch to the Clippers halfway through this game?
I'm thinking that the Clippers provide a better matchup in this situation. Like I mentioned, they have the perimeter defense that you want out of a player like Kawhi Leonard and a PG. And with the Bucks, they more so really only have Giannis. Chris Middleton and Eric Bledsoe are solid defenders, but if I had to take my pick of who I would want to run a duo with against the best shooting duo in the NBA, I definitely would rather roll with Kawhi and PG. And on top of that, they're a lot more mobile. They can play that small ball lineup that Golden State likes to play a lot better with Montrez at the 5 versus running Brook Lopez or Robin Lopez. Overall, defensively, they strike me as a better matchup, and I guess Cuddlesworth also agreed with that.
Cuddlesworth there landing a perfect 3. He's going to shoot another one. Green release, and it goes down. 2-point deficit here as we have 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And it looks like Emmanuel may be starting to slow the pace down a little bit, going to take some time off the clock as he wants to retain that small lead. Maybe going to try to put up some 3-point shots of his own. But here, the easy 2 from underneath the basket. Going to make it 37-33.
Excellent pass there. You see he backed up a little bit, had the lane, had a quick retreat dribble, had Cuddlesworth thinking he was going to shoot the 3. Both players go up. No communication in terms of who he wants to run back to the paint. And then IQ with the easy bucket. Excellently executed pick and roll offense.
And IQ here, as we see in the top left corner, always passionate when he plays. Is that a common thing among 2K players, George? I know you play a lot of 2K yourself. Do you experience that your own? No. IQ's obviously got a strong gamer stance here as he puts up that 2, making it 39-33, a 6-point lead.
Oh yeah, now whenever you get hyped up, there's this thing I like to call the 2K stance, where as soon as you get locked in, before when you're in a casual game, you got a nice lead, or you're not too worried about it, you're casually sitting back in the chair, laid back, shoulder blades touching the back of your chair, but as soon as things get real, that 2K stance comes into play. The body is leaned over. You're kind of in a position like you would be in a crunch, and you're hunched over your controller, eyes locked in, open wide, locked in on the game. It looks like IQ's been in that stance the whole game. He's not playing for anything but a dub.
And Emmanuel obviously passionate both on and off the court here as he retains possession of the ball, looking for an opening. He's going to take the long 2, but a horrible release, and that's not going to land at all. And it's going to be Cuddlesworth's game as he draws the foul. So here Cuddlesworth looking to inbound the ball, going to maybe look for an opening on the inside, but he passes it, keeps it on the out, as Emmanuel has a very stacked inside right now. Cuddlesworth looking for the opening, looks like he'll shoot the 3, slightly late release, and it's just off, but looks like he'll get to take it again. Same release, doesn't fall. How hard is it to hit these 3s on this Hall of Fame difficulty, George, for the fans back home?
Oh, it's pretty tough. Slightly later, slightly early is the difference between making a shot and bricking it off the side like we saw Paul George do twice, wide open in the short corner. Hall of Fame is unforgiving. If it's not a perfect release, it's liable to not go in, no matter how open you are.
And we've seen that's been the difference for Emmanuel quickly here. His 3 points in his previous games have almost always landed green, but this game especially, quite a few bad releases, more than I've seen out of him in the past. So I'm wondering if maybe it's a little bit of nerves here with this minute left, only being up by 6 points, if maybe he's starting to feel the pressure of being up by such a small lead. But here, the defensive possession, and it's going to be quickly drawing the foul on Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need to see a stop here. 2-possession game. We're going to need to see a stop, preferably a turnover for a quick run out for a bucket.
And here we go. And it just misses for quickly. That 2 might have been the nail in the coffin there.
He needs this. Ooh.
Oh,
that's
just
tough.
misses,
That
and it looks like Emmanuel. Yep. And Emmanuel has been
sir.
pretty automatic with his free throws here. Let's see if it's the same. Going to be Steph Curry shooting, probably one of your best shooters to be on the free throws, as that's a perfect green release, and that one's going to go down.
Yeah, Steph Curry, part of the elusive 50-40-90 club. If you give that man an open shot from any part of the court, free throw, 3-point, or inside the paint, it's money.
And there we saw the easy green release three from Cuddlesworth. That's what he's going to need more of as we head into this game too. As Emmanuel leads 43-36 with only 17 seconds left in the fourth. What do you think Cuddlesworth needs to start doing now in his mental to adjust for this game too?
If I'm Cuddlesworth, I'm not beating myself up. You did exactly what you came out to do. Limit threes. If we look at how many points he scored compared to how many points he scored in the past, IQ way down in terms of scoring. 3-pointers mitigated. More points in the paint than usual, but the way I see it, you played your game. Really, the only thing you can do is try to play that same play style and hope the end result is a little bit better next time.
And IQ going to be taking game one 43-36. We're going to go to a short break and then we'll be right back.
The University of Kentucky, in partnership with Gen G and JMI Sports, is excited to announce our upcoming event series. Streaming Wednesdays at 3:30 Eastern, Kentucky Esports Weekly brings you news, interviews, and information from esports, the gaming world, and your UK community. Coming soon on Thursdays, we'll be highlighting industry professionals, instructors, and researchers as part of our professional development and academic development series. Look for updates at uky.edu/esports or follow our Twitch channel for all of this and more great content.
Welcome back, everyone. What a first match. Emmanuel takes game one. Gentlemen, what were your key takeaways from this specific game? Let's start with George first.
Well, I'm thinking I saw some quality perimeter defense. I came to this game thinking the only way to beat IQ when he plays with Golden State is to limit the threes. And kudos to Cuddlesworth. He did exactly that. Cut down. We saw the points in the paint were way up. IQ scored less points in this game than he did in any of the previous. But unfortunately for Cuddlesworth, he was able to adjust on the fly. That's where that coaching comes in, was able to execute on the places that Cuddlesworth's defense was a little bit lax, was still able to pull away with the victory.
Thomas?
I don't want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised because when you put up 40 points, a 40-point deficit in your first game of the tournament, I was expecting IQ to come out here shooting fire, and that he did. Didn't put up nearly as many threes as I came in here expecting. Some of those releases not coming off nearly as well as we would have thought. But IQ still with a really strong play. I think his key for game two is going to be need to be more green releases if he wants to retain this lead.
And let's talk about those green releases, right? IQ has dominant perimeter shooters with Golden State, but he was missing quite a lot of threes, especially in the first half. Will this come back to bite him later on?
IQ, I think, no stranger to a pressure situation, but maybe he's feeling it just a little bit here. Maybe those hands start to get a little sweaty. Those shot sticks just get a little bit off, and that can be the difference between a green release and a slightly late, as George spoke about. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing for IQ is he really needs to drain those if he wants to hit those huge 20-point deficits that he's so accustomed to.
George?
Yeah, those shooting bars can be pretty fickle in Hall of Fame, especially when you got guys like Kawhi Leonard and Paul George closing out. Whew, those are some long hands. They call him the Claw for a reason. He's tough there on the perimeter. So we're going to have to see how IQ can adjust.
So let's talk about Cuddles, right? He's been trying to close down the shooters, especially at times with multiple defenders, but has been caught off guard. How does he have to adjust on defense for game two?
I think putting more people on the outside is going to be Cuddles' game plan. He has been stacking up the center a little bit, which is fine, and he's admiring the threat that is IQ's inside game, but he needs to put all of his pressure on the perimeter and kind of lock down those star shooters, maybe just making sure there's a mismatch on shooters like Steph Curry. I think that'll be what Cuddlesworth can need to do to kind of bring this back.
George?
Yeah, honestly, looking at Cuddlesworth's game, I love the defense he was playing. He was limiting perimeter shots. Montrezl Harrell was there to enforce his will in the paint. I'm thinking he's going to need to cut down on the second chance points. There were a couple of 50-50 balls that unfortunately didn't go his way. And in a close game like we saw, those usually come down to being the catalyst to victory. If I'm Cuddlesworth, I play the same game, but make sure I win those 50-50 balls.
Now, in the previous bracket game series, we did not see any team changes. Do we expect to see any game changes during this series? George, we'll start with you.
I think IQ's running with his bread and butter. I don't see him picking anybody else out of Golden State. And if I'm him, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's running with the same. I know we've seen Cuddlesworth play with the Bucks in the previous games he's played. If I were him, I would stick with the Clippers, but He knows his game better than anybody else. We'll have to see.
Thomas?
If I'm Cuddlesworth, I'm 100% sticking with the LA Clippers. We've seen IQ in previous rounds absolutely run through these Bucks teams. He knows how to pick them apart. I guarantee he's played against them a lot online. He plays against Zan Payne in the during the season, who played the Bucks for the majority of this tournament. I think if I'm Cuddlesworth, I'm sticking with the LA Clippers and keeping that deficit small, as we saw in Game 1.
Well, let's see if they implement any of the adjustments or changes that you guys have spoken of, because we are now heading into Game 2.
Here in Game 2 with Emmanuel Quickley versus W. Cuddlesworth. Looks like it's going to be Quickley here as the home team. Does that make any kind of difference here as you get those free throws? Obviously, if you're the away team shooting a free throw, your screen kind of shakes. Does that throw you off at all, or is that just more of an inconvenience here, George?
It's more of a minor inconvenience. If you're a real 2K player, your screen shaking or not, I think it's more a subconscious feeling of the crowd being on your side and the game being in your favor. But if I had to sit here and say that home court actually gives you an advantage in winning, I'd have to lean towards a no.
And here it looks like it's going to be Cuddlesworth winning the tip-off, as he's going to get the ball with the LA Clippers. Takes the long three immediately and drains it off the slightly late release. He's going to go up to an early 3-0 lead, maybe taking a page out of Quickley's book. And as Quickley's going to try to set up more of those perimeter shots himself.
And like I mentioned, the Clippers, not really talked about for their three-point shooting, but they've got a couple of guys who can really knock that thing down. Patrick Beverly actually has been flirting around with 40% from three, which for anybody who knows the NBA, that's pretty much the gold standard of being a knockdown shooter from out there. I'd be surprised to see him leave that many players open like he did just there.
And right there, seeing another perfect release from W. Cuddlesworth, making it 6-2. Maybe do you think maybe he's kind of found his rhythm here in this Game 2? Maybe that first one was just a little bit of a warm-up for him?
Well, I told you, when you're down back against the wall, when you're down one in the best of three, it's fight or flight, and it looks like he's ready to put them hands up and do battle. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from Cuddlesworth.
And Emmanuel there missing the long two from the top of the key. It's going to be Cuddlesworth ball as he puts up another three. Slightly late release, does not land. Still up by 4 as Emmanuel takes control. And
Emmanuel here you're knocking him down. You got to let him go.
I absolutely agree. If I'm Cuddlesworth, I'm letting that ball fly every time. We saw one slightly late go in. Then we saw the perfect green right after. It looks like he's kind of falling into his groove there and where to let go of that button. So it'll be up to Emmanuel to see if he can posture up and create the right matchups on the outside to keep Cuddlesworth from draining those threes as we continue on. As Emmanuel here going to get the defensive steal and going to draw the foul coming from Beverly.
Smart foul. Stop the fast break. Make him earn it in the half-court set. Not even in the bonus, so no threat of free throws.
I agree. I really like to see that kind of foul come out of Cuddlesworth, especially because in earlier games we've seen Emmanuel, when he gets those defensive steals and those breakaways, most of the time, if he gets down in the inside a little too quick, he'll immediately pass it back out and take the three. So I really like the foul there to kind of force him to shoot the free throws, and I think we'll take those most any day.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You're a strong defensive team in the Clippers. I like my chances when all 5 of my guys are in position versus only one of them with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson running the lanes.
And here we see another long three coming out of Cuddlesworth. All 9 of his points coming from threes. Do you think maybe that's a little bit of a change in his game plan? We didn't see him go under too much, but like you said earlier, he's got a little bit of a small big man, and he can kind of force it inside against this Warrior team. But here, opting more to kind of shoot the threes is there. He gets the 2-hand jam, making it 11-4.
Well, they say the best offensive weapon for opening up the paint is shooting jump shots. Simple as that. When you shoot the jump shot, they got to step up. When they step up, they present themselves with more openings to be blown past. When you blow past them, they have to rotate over and give you the dunk. If they rotate over, you got a wide open three. If you're making your threes, that sounds like a recipe for a quality dub. Cooked fresh, hot, and ready to order.
Yes, sir. And IQ there getting the three that he's so known for, and then getting the defensive steal as he's going to go up and draw a shooting foul, as he's going to now have 2 free throws. And the first one lands green.
And Cuddlesworth's going to want to have to cut down on the turnovers, those fast break points. As we've seen in the past, is how IQ gets on those long 8-0, 12-0 runs. When you got Klay Thompson, Steph Curry running the lanes, you got to pick your poison. Are you giving Klay the shot? Are you giving Steph the shot? Are you giving up the layup? And once that compounds on itself, that negative reinforcement, you turn the ball over, you're really pushing it, pressing it on the offensive end on the other side, put up a bad shot, long rebound, another turnover, and it just keeps on going. The cycle of fast break points just absolutely avalanches on you. And before you know it, you're down 2 possessions, 3 possessions, 10, 12 points.
Looks like we're going to have a pause coming out from W. Cuddlesworth as he leads 13-9, quickly starting to kind of find his rhythm here as he's finding those threes, starting to find the holes in Cuddlesworth's defense. Do you think that's on Cuddlesworth's part? Maybe his defense is starting to fall apart a little early? Or do you think Emmanuel's has that ball knowledge and he's kind of finding those openings here with 1:15 left?
Hard to say. I'm thinking, looking at the way he's playing, I like Cuddlesworth's defensive strategy. He's doing about the same as he was doing last time, hedging on those screens, making him go inside, not giving him the easy three-point high ball. And obviously, when you got a player as talented as IQ, no matter how good your defense is, sometimes great offense is just great offense.
And Emmanuel, obviously a player for the UK basketball team, or I assume now a former player, as he'll be graduating and declaring for the NBA draft. In his free time, enjoys playing drums in church and playing Call of Duty. So Emmanuel, not unknown to the sticks, obviously playing some first-person shooters there and playing some Call of Duty. How do you think that translates just more time with the controller for a student like Emmanuel quickly versus somebody maybe in the BBN bracket who's a little bit older and maybe hasn't been around these consoles for that much for that amount of time?
Well, experience is the greatest teacher. At the end of the day, like you said a while ago, I do not fear the man who practices 1,000 kicks once, but a man who practices one kick 1,000 times. The more time you get to play this game, especially when you're running with the same team over and over again, you get to know those releases. You get to know where Klay is going to be off the high pick and roll. You know how Marquise Chris is going to catch this ball, dribble past Zubac, post him up, turn him on the left shoulder, and then put this layup in. Oh, for what should have been an easy lay. But once you get those reps, you know exactly what you're doing, and it makes it easier to win.
And Emmanuel, obviously very familiar with his team, coming up a little bit short here, 19-9. It's a 10-point deficit for IQ. What adjustments do you think Cuddlesworth has made early on in this game as this first quarter comes to an end to be able to shut Emmanuel down so single-handedly?
Well, I think he's doing about the same thing he did last game, limiting the threes, trying to have Montrez and a help defender in Zubac or Montrez down low to prevent the easy layup. And I'm thinking last game it just didn't work for him, but this game it seemed like it's paying off.
And that's obviously the best thing of a three-part series, this best-of-3 series, as Emmanuel drains the first free throw. The second one, it's going to be a perfect release, and that's going to make the score 19-11. Cuddlesworth still leads. And Cuddlesworth playing a very different ball game here than Emmanuel, slowing things down immensely, as Emmanuel's usually known for his very fast break offense, very get to the line and go ahead and shoot. And Cuddlesworth here looks like he's going to take the three, kind of loses control of the ball, pass it to the other side. Can't seem to find the opening as Emmanuel plays great defense. Cuddlesworth here, shot clock winding down, is going to take the three, and he's going to drain it. And that's going to Emmanuel obviously upset. Those are the heartbreakers. You hate to see those kind of shots when it's such a close game and you're looking to come back after you won game one.
Yeah, and those are always the worst. What we call the shot clock cheese. A step back, over a defender, hand outstretched. Patrick Beverly, not known for being a prolific offensive player, especially off of a move like a step back, knocks it down in your face when you play 23 seconds of quality defense. It stings the worst.
And Emmanuel seems he's let a lot of his 3 points here go slightly early. Maybe he's a little too quick with his hands. You can never know if you can attribute that to the internet connectivity, maybe a little bit of lag there, or maybe he's just a little bit nervous as he's down by 14 points here early in this game.
I think he might be pressing, as we've seen in these plays he's ran when he's been turning the ball over. He's hunting for the three, and he's playing right into Cuddlesworth's hands. He's not really playing the game that he should in terms of what's being given to him. He's looking for the thing that he wants, and when Cuddlesworth is waiting for it, that's leading into quality rotations, it's leading into bad forced turnovers, it's leading into an overall inefficient offense that we've been seeing so far.
and
got
both
it now,
players
we
here in
got
very
it.
tough sides of the bracket. Obviously, Emmanuel coming from the current students bracket, and Cuddlesworth coming from the prospective students bracket. What do you think about this division of the 4 brackets? What were the strongest 4 in your opinion?
I'd say from what I've seen some pretty strong play out of these future students. I know when I was in high school, the only thing I did was run games of 2K every day. I had no job. I had no real desire to do my homework, and that would have been whether I had an Xbox or not. So the only thing I did was come home, play my career, run quick games on online play, and just keep playing. The college kids, the alumni, some of the older people may not have the same time to get those reps. And like I mentioned earlier, experience is key. The more reps you can get, the more comfortable you feel with the game, and the more you can adjust to anything on the fly.
IQ looking for the opening here is underneath the basket. He's going to get the easy layup, bringing it to another 10-point game, 27-17, with 2.5 minutes left in the second period. Plenty of basketball to be played here, as we do have 5-minute quarters. There's plenty of basketball to be played, but if IQ keeps letting Cuddlesworth land those threes, he's going to have a tough time. And here we see IQ once again with the ball. Absolutely, and IQ here once again with the ball, looking for an opening. Doesn't see it yet. A very open middle, but IQ's going to take the long 2, the slightly early release yet again. It's plagued IQ here in these first 2 games. Even though he won the first one, we saw a lot of those not as perfect releases there out of that first game, and those have been very uncharacteristic of Emmanuel Quickley throughout this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen in the past he's been the green bean fighting machine, and yet they're not really firing off on all cylinders right now. Hard to say. Could that be latency? Could that be user error? Could it be some jitters? Could it be quality defense? Hard to say. Either way, it's not going well for him right now, losing by 11 points halfway through the second.
And whatever it is, Emmanuel Quickley needs to remedy it ASAP, as there's an 11-point deficit left. As we come up with a minute left till halftime, Emmanuel Quickley trails by 11 to W. Cuddlesworth and the Los Angeles Clippers here with the ball, looking for yet another opening, can't find it, and it's going to be the steal for Cuddlesworth. He's going to get it down the court easily. Emmanuel plenty of time to set up, but Cuddlesworth driving it right down and is going to miss the layup as Emmanuel gets the ball yet again.
It's definitely been a tough game for IQ. You can see it in his face, in his face cam. He's not used to being D'd up so strong.
And Emmanuel here, obviously we saw him win game 1. Do you think this best of 3 series maybe isn't the best type of series for him? Maybe he's more of a one and done type player, one game, and he wants to get all of his fire out there right in that game 1, and maybe he didn't save up enough for game 2?
Well, I'm thinking that when you have a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7, it gives the competitors both enough time to posture up to each other, see how they play, and then make adjustments for the preceding games. I think when you have a game like IQ's, it's predicated on jump shots, and with a game like 2K20 where jump shots are hard to make when you have good players on you and they're highly contested, and you're playing against a team like the Clippers that have the personnel to defend those 3-point shots, it makes it hard to deal with the adjustments he's made. And obviously putting Paul George and Kawhi on his 2 best players, having Montrez down low, and then playing him better off those high pick and rolls now that he knows how he likes to play them, how he likes to search for the 3 off the ball reversals once he's got a little bit of difference between him and his defenders. It's really culminated in a strong defensive showing in the first half by Cuddlesworth.
And IQ there remaining confident as he's down 32-23, a 9-point deficit here as we head into the third period, as Emmanuel Quickley leads 1-0 with the Golden State Warriors over W. Cuddlesworth's LA Clippers. What do you want to see here, George, in these last 10 minutes of game time that Emmanuel can kind of do to turn it around?
I'm thinking he needs to take what the defense gives him. He's hunting for the threes, and sometimes he's getting them and just not converting. But for the most part, it just seemed like he's hesitating. He's got the lane, and there's a 1 or 2 second pause in his own mind of if he wants to actually attack that and take a layup, because he wants that 3. And even though he could probably get an easier 2, in his mind, he's already set on what he wants to do.
And I love to see this play from Cuddlesworth in game 2 here. Seems very calm and level-headed, not kind of rushing it with the ball, really content with passing it around, and on defense keeping the one small big man deep. and kind of waiting and baiting out Emmanuel Quickly's threes and making him hit those green releases. I really like what Cuddlesworth has been doing here in what's obviously a very high pressure scenario, top 4 of the UK Hoops at Home tournament, and playing against one of UK's best current basketball players. What kind of pressure do you think W. Cuddlesworth is feeling here, and how has he handled it thus far?
Oh, there's got to be a lot of pressure, but pressure makes diamonds, and he's shining real bright right now. The stage is not too big for him. He may be 17, but he's playing like a veteran.
That veteranship showing here, as it's going to be a timeout coming out of the Golden State Warriors, and Emmanuel Quickly maybe trying to rest those star players up, make some adjustments here, as he hasn't been known to make too many substitutions throughout this tournament. Very content with the starting lineup of the Golden State Warriors, but maybe here, as he's down for one of the first times in this tournament, maybe needs to look at kind of subbing out some players for some fresher players, maybe getting some new faces in there to kind of counter what W. Cuddlesworth is putting out.
Yeah, which is difficult when you run with Golden State. That's kind of the risk you run when you play with them, where they're very top heavy. Now, albeit very top heavy, when you got 2 of the better players in the game in Steph and Clay, some solid role players in Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. But when you go down the rest of that depth chart, and you got a Jordan Poole or a Marquise Chris, Shmelicek, whose name I will forever butcher, and all these other players who some of these people who may not be NBA fanatics like myself wouldn't even know if their life depended on it. It makes it really difficult to contend with a team like the Clippers, especially when they go about 10, maybe even 11 deep. You've obviously got the big names in the Claw, Paul George, Montrezl Harrell, Lou Williams, Marcus Morris, but then you've got solid bench players. Landry Shamet, it's very solid. JaMychal Green, a solid 3-and-D big. The depth on that team when compared to Golden State is tenfold.
That's a foul, bro.
That depth going to play a huge factor here, but Emmanuel getting the 2-hand jam going to bring the deficit to just 8, as it's 37-29 with 3 minutes left in the third. Obviously, on the other side of the bracket, we saw Hoop Hall fall to Scott Overbay II. What did you think about that game, and what do you think the winner of this game is going to have to do as they move on?
Well, I'm thinking from that game, it was very much centered on offense. When we see with what Scott Overbay was able to do, his play was just overall dominant. He was able to do whatever he wanted on the offensive end. There was no way to really prevent him from getting in the paint. Overall, just running the high pick and roll, opening up the court, going downhill. When you got a team as talented as the Lakers, it makes it very easy to get that done.
And you got to be happy, George, obviously seeing your Lakers there, half of the finals.
Bro,
would you
why
rather
they
see
calling
them?
a
Who do you think they have a
foul
better
every
matchup against, the Clippers here or Golden State?
Oh, that is an interesting question. Like I mentioned, both of these teams in their own way are very similar. Not very strong interior, a lot of players who can stretch the floor. I honestly think that if I were the Lakers, I were Scott Overbay, and I was looking at this side of the bracket thinking who I'd want to see, I'd rather see Golden State for the simple fact that if you can mitigate Steph and Clay, you have a lot of a better chance to win versus a team like the Clippers where I mentioned that depth. Even if Kawhi and PG aren't having the best game, Lou Williams liable to go for 20, Montrezl Harrell can beat you up down low, Marcus Morris can get with you. There's a lot of more weapons on that offensive end for the Clippers and the Warriors. And if I'm Scott Overbay, I'll take my chances with IQ. Not to mention the fact I want to be able to beat the best of the best, not only on the game, but in real life, saying I beat an NBA hopeful.
And IQ here cutting the lead to just 5 points. One of the smallest deficits we've seen out of him in this game. Maybe he started to fall into his rhythm there. We saw him get 2 offensive rebounds off the missed shots. And W. Cuddlesworth can't keep allowing those Emmanuel to get those offensive rebounds if he wants to win this game, but immediately responding with a 3 of his own, making it 42-34.
And I'm thinking he just need to play his game. At the end of the day, it's easy to get caught up in what the other team is making you do. And sometimes you got to play to that, but other times you get so caught up in playing into that you kind of forget your own identity. And I think IQ's got to find a good mix of looking for what he does, but at the same time, also playing in to where the openings are like he did last game.
And we just saw just right there a perfect fadeaway green release for Cuddlesworth as Emmanuel's going to call yet another timeout. We have a minute and a half left in the third period. What adjustments do you think Emmanuel needs to make in these timeouts? We talked earlier about bench depth. Obviously, the Warriors have a lot less of it than the Clippers do. Should Emmanuel be looking for these substitutions, or should he mostly be taking these timeouts to kind of regain some energy on his star players?
You absolutely cannot take Steph and Klay Thompson out of this game. If you're losing by 10 with them on there, you're going to be losing by 50 if you put Jordan Poole out there against Kawhi Leonard. If I'm him, I take the timeouts, and I try to run my offense a little bit through some of the role players. Obviously, Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins, not known as the greatest scorers in the NBA by any stretch of the word. But when you have your two best players a little bit tired, give them a little bit of a rest without taking them fully out of the game. Run your offense through Andrew Wiggins. He's not the most knockdown three-point shooter, but his interior offensive stats in terms of layups and dunks are actually pretty high. Most of those are sub 80 or low 90. I would go ahead and try to run some pick and roll and get him in the paint going downhill.
And we've seen Cuddlesworth already not relying on Kawhi Leonard just to carry the Clippers team, really making use of those different perimeter shooters. I love to see that out of a player like him as he keeps his deficit to 10 with a minute left in the third. I think that's really been his key to success here in this second game.
Oh, yeah, and I'm loving Cuddlesworth's offensive strategy. I've been watching and seeing what he's been doing, and what he's been trying to do is get the ball out on the perimeter, get one of his bigs, whether that be Zubac or Montrezl Harrell, on the extended elbow right there above the free throw line on his own. Typically, like I mentioned, the bigs on Golden State, not the most solid. You usually can back them down, either get an easy layup. If he brings help, throw some ball reversals around the perimeter until you get the open shot. He's been able to knock that down. Overall, taking advantage of Golden State's lack of interior defense and the need for them to rotate over on that smaller defender in the paint.
And quick, they're going 1 for 1 from the line. It's going to be Cuddlesworth ball as he bullies him down onto the inside. Going to go up and is not going to get the and one, but is going to be able to shoot for 2 here as Steph Curry draws the foul.
Paul George, one of the better free throw shooters in the league. I'm expecting him to knock down both of these as well.
And knock them down he will, bringing the lead to 46-35, back to an 11-point lead. And just like that, we went from 5 points to 11 points, a 6-point swing. How easy is that to do in a game like 2K?
It's a game of runs, my friend. You can be down 1 and then down 11 as quickly as that. All it takes is a defensive stop, a 3, a steal, a dunk, some free throws, and before you know it, before you even have the chance to blink, you're down at least 6 more points than you were.
I can't help but agree here as Emmanuel quickly looks like it's going to be an intentional foul on Cuddlesworth, not wanting him to run out this third period clock. Maybe wants to get one more possession before the quarter ends.
Definitely the smart play to go with here. In my opinion, you got to put up as many points as possible. Even with a lead like this, you want to think that no matter what you can do, any distance between you and IQ is ideal.
And just like we talked about, IQ choosing to make no substitutions here, instead just refreshing his players. Obviously, I agree that that is going to be the smartest play here as the Warriors lacking a lot of bench depth. But I'd be interested to see what kind of substitutions Cuddlesworth is making on his own side. Obviously not so worried as much about keeping star players in. Do you think maybe there's been some offensive bench substitutions for him as he looks to retain this lead?
Now, like I mentioned, I mean, the Clippers are so deep that even when you take out a Kawhi or a Paul George, you've got a litany of options for who to throw out there. You take out Kawhi, well, okay, I'll just leave Paul George in on his own, or maybe I'll throw in a Lou Williams to take care of some of that offensive load I lose with Kawhi, or I take PG out. Well, I still got a Marcus Morris. I still have a JaMychal Green. I have a Reggie Jackson who can initiate my offense. Then Montrez can beat it up down low and get some offensive putbacks and some easy layups over a smaller defender like Draymond. Overall, the Clippers have a lot of more versatility on the offensive side that gives him more flexibility in his substitutions than you do with Golden State.
And here we're going to start the fourth quarter in game 2 as Emmanuel quickly is up 1 game to Cuddlesworth 0. But Cuddlesworth here with an 11-point lead, looking to take this to a game 3 as Emmanuel wants to close this gap and close out the series and take himself to the finals. Going to go up for the easy layup 2 right there. And here again, it's Cuddlesworth offense. He's really slowing it down, and one of the things I've seen him utilize that I haven't seen Emmanuel do as much is leading his players. He's done a lot of leads around the top of the key, whereas it looks like Emmanuel's more just like hyper-offensive passes and hyper-offensive drives. How do you think that's come into play here as with Cuddlesworth's slowed pace of play compared to Emmanuel's foot to the gas, fiery type of play.
I think it's the exact reason why he's leading this game by 9. If you watch his offense, he's forcing the ball inside to Montrez on that extended elbow and forcing the defender to come to him. If he doesn't come, he's taking that layup. But if he does come, he's being patient. A couple ball reversals around the perimeter, get the defense shifting. At the end of the day, no matter how fast you are, the ball is going to be able to move faster than your 2 feet can. Find the open shot, execute from there. And that's been key to building this 11-point lead.
Absolutely, and we saw Emmanuel take down some really tough players in Tunchi Bro and then T. Hurley. T. Hurley only a 4-point win in the Golden State mirror match. What do you think it was that let Emmanuel beat such great players as he progressed through arguably the toughest side of the bracket?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. When you looked at that game he had against T. Hurley, only a 4-point win in that mirror match against Golden State. Really, it came down to some forced turnovers on T. Hurley's side, some missed shots. But more than anything, it's been IQ's ability to put points on the board. As we can see, when it rains, it pours. When those threes are going in, it just makes it so much easier to put more in. It's just like Golden State in real life. When one player gets hot, it's almost this microwave effect that influences the entire team. And when you can mitigate their offense the way that Cuddlesworth has, it's not made it so simple for him to get those threes as he had in the past. Basketball is a rhythm game, and if you're missing your shots, objects in motion tend to stay in motion, so shots that stay missing tend to stay missing.
And right there, we saw an immediate change in Quickley's gameplay. I know for a fact if he would have gotten that breakaway in his last round, he would have backed out and shot the 3. But they're right there opting to go for the inside layup and actually misses a layup, keeping it a 12-point deficit as we have 2 minutes and 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter. It's going to be timeout, Golden State.
I'm interested to see what IQ wants to do here. He's obviously not been able to get the threes as he's wanted. Montrezl Harrell's kind of limited some of his ability to score inside. I'm curious to see what his next move is in terms of putting some points on the board while preventing Cuddlesworth to put some on his own. What do you think he should go with here in this last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter?
I think he might honestly have to try more stuff on the inside. Obviously, Montrezl Harrell posted up there as a tough man to get over, but I think those are going to be the shots he needs to take. Either that or he needs to start hitting these green releases. And obviously, I can't speak much to that. I guarantee I wouldn't be hitting them myself. And right as I say that, he hits the big 3 and is going to make it 54-45. But I think that's going to be his key to success, is hitting more shots like that. Emmanuel's a good enough player to create the openings. If he can let those green bars go, it's going to be money.
Yeah, and if you can get some more open shots like that, especially in the short corner, one of the easiest badges to get for your three-point shooters is corner specialist. I believe that was Andrew Wiggins who knocked that down, who actually does have that badge. If you can get some more open shots with him in that short corner with a good release, that'll definitely be a way to cut into this lead.
And right there is the key takeaway. Driving it down the middle, going to shoot that 2. Those 2 things combined could spell success for Emmanuel Quickley here, as he's got 2 minutes left to overcome a 7-point, make that 9-point deficit here in this game 2. What do you think Emmanuel maybe needs to start focusing on as he starts to look forward, maybe is looking into a game 3 scenario?
I think in a game 3 scenario, you need to try to analyze what you did wrong this game. It's like any time, a 360 peer review, but no peer, just yourself. Look at yourself. Think about what it is that I do in this game that prevented me from pulling it out. You were able to get it down to a 3-point game at some point, and you ended up letting it get back out of control. What different plays could you have made? Was it a bad shot on this end? Was it a bad rotation on that end? More than anything, I think you got to look at yourself and think, what were the weaknesses in my game that Cuddlesworth was able to exploit, and then fine-tune those and prepare yourself for battle in this pivotal game 3.
And Cuddlesworth obviously doing a phenomenal job at exploiting those weaknesses. We talked about here in the break there with Aaron that Cuddlesworth needed to really play some lockdown D and shut down the perimeter, and he's done a phenomenal job of doing that to Emmanuel Quickley as we come up on a minute left here. 9-point deficit here for Emmanuel Quickley.
Oh, this team Cuddlesworth is rocking with, they're looking like Guantanamo Bay and Alcatraz. Not a shot going up without a defender. He's got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson in jail cells. Key nowhere in sight.
Absolutely. Here is W. Cuddlesworth going to take the second free throw, drains both of them, bringing his lead back to 11. Yet another 11-point lead we saw. I think we saw the lead get all the way up to 12-14 at some points. Cuddlesworth has done a phenomenal job of not letting Emmanuel cut into that lead. Every time Emmanuel hits one of his signature threes, Cuddlesworth immediately responds with these quick break twos or these really nice fadeaway threes. And what do you think about that? How has that kind of played into his success here?
He's not getting frazzled by the moment. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how small the lead is. If you keep playing the game that has consistently got you the lead, you keep doing that. A lot of players, they start to press up a little bit as soon as the lead gets a little tight, and they go away from what they've done to build the lead in the first place. Cuddlesworth has not fallen into that problem. He's played the same game, the same offense, the same defense, and overall, it's going to be the difference that got him this win.
And here we see Emmanuel puts up the 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Cuddlesworth leading by 7 with 23 seconds left. Obviously possible, but I don't think it will be, and I think Emmanuel needs to start looking for Game 3. And here in this Game 2, we've seen him obviously become a lot quieter as he realizes he is being handed one of his first losses of this entire tournament.
We're going to see what kind of a player he is. Some players take that loss and they go out and they never heard from again, and other players take that loss and become their best version of themselves. And with this being a do or die game, we're going to see what he's really made out of.
And here we have it, Cuddlesworth and the Los Angeles Clippers winning 58-51 over Emmanuel Quickley and the Golden State Warriors. We'll be back with Game 3 after this break.
Before the victory, there's this. The first step. You dig in, work hard, win or lose, try again. Those are big. But it all starts with that first step. And to get there, we come here, to the University of Kentucky, where every moment and every victory is wildly possible.
Once again, we are going to Game 3 here at Hoops at Home, presented by UK and Gen.G, refreshed by Coca-Cola. So, gentlemen, this was such a shift from what we've seen in Game 1. And for example, right, IQ was having such a hard time adjusting to Cuddles' improved defense rotation that limited his three-point shooting. What does he need to do in Game 3 to be able to increase those opportunities to go green?
I really think it's going to be beating Cuddlesworth on the outside. We've seen Emmanuel, he's able to create that space. He showed us in Game 1. He showed us in a few of his opportunities there in Game 2. I think it's going to be beating Cuddlesworth down the court on those defensive rebounds, and it's going to be not giving up offensive rebounds. He's going to need to really come down with some offensive rebounds of his own to win this Game 3.
George?
Likewise, I'm thinking that IQ's going to have to get back in his game of letting that bad boy fly from downtown. He's at his best when he's shooting threes. You've seen when he cut into that lead that he was able to do so by hitting the threes he had been making in the previous games of this tournament. Obviously, Cuddlesworth is doing his best to mitigate those shots, and is why he was able to pull out this Game 2. But if IQ wants to pull out this pivotal Game 3, he's going to have to find a way to get those open shots and get that green bean factory up and operational.
Now, Cuddles obviously is still shooting on the outside, but he's been mostly focusing on his inside interior offense. Should he keep going into the paint more, or should he be focusing on getting those perimeter shots as well?
Absolutely. I think that's a great strategy coming out from Cuddlesworth. Obviously, the bigger team, Golden State being a much smaller team than the Clippers. I think going to the inside, but also keeping that threat on the outside is going to be what spells victory here for him in this Game 3.
George?
Well, I think when you look at that roster, you got Marquise Chris and Draymond Green waiting for you. Now, if those guys are the shot blockers that I'm waiting for, I'm 5'8", and I'm thinking I'm taking my chance with the high floater or the hang lay as well. So when you got Kawhi and PG doing it, I'm thinking that's a bucket every time. And obviously Cuddlesworth recognizes that. He's been killing them inside with the mid-range pull-ups and the layups.
Now, Game 1, IQ was very dominant. Game 2, we saw some dominance from him in the first half, but then we started to see that momentum shift. Where was this momentum shift? And what was that moments that we saw that Cuddles was about to take the lead and move forward in Game 2? George?
Well, I think really the momentum shift came when he started fixing his offense around attacking the inside. You see, he had these high post-ups with Montrezl Harrell and was waiting to see what IQ is going to do. Is he going to come over and double? He's not. You're going to leave Marquise Chris on me? As IQ likes to say, that's a Gerber diaper baby. Give him his pacifier. Give it to him quick. Give it to him fast. But if he comes over, I got shooters. I got Lou Will. That's my guy in the corner. Splash. I got Kawhi over there. Bang. I got PG. Money. And he's playing that way. He's running that offense. And he's running that bad boy to his favor.
Thomas?
For me, I think the shift really came at halftime of that game too. IQ, obviously a very animated player. We commented on how passionate he is both on and off the court. Even when he was down in that game 2 in the first half, he was still very animated, kind of cheering and jeering at his opponent there. But after halftime, I think he had a little bit of time for it to set in that, oh, I'm losing a game. And this is the first time this tournament that I've actually been on the losing end of a game. And I think that really hurt his mental at the end of game 2. And I really think he needs to spin it around in this game 3. Obviously, it's a 1-1 situation. He's a very fiery player. He liked to really put it all out on the sticks and on the court there in his run through this tournament. I think he needs to get back in that mentality for this third game.
Now, well, as we saw in the previous series, how that pause in the game has caused a shift, especially a mental shift. And we're now seeing it in terms of the halftime adjustments and seeing how Cuddles was able to mentally prepare himself. But IQ, you could tell that he was getting a little bit quieter as the game was going on. So what does IQ need to do in order to mentally prepare himself for this third match? And then also, what does Cuddles need to do mentally or strategically to keep the lead? Thomas, we'll start with you.
Cuddles to keep the lead, I think he just needs to play like it's any other game. He picked up on IQ's tendencies, and for this game 3, he obviously knows IQ's tendencies. I think he had the better adjustments in game 2 than IQ did, and it obviously showed in the score. So if I were Cuddlesworth, I would just play the exact same game I played game 2. And as for IQ's side, I think IQ really needs to switch his game plan, almost a complete 180 to what he's used to. Maybe even look into a team switch. I know that's almost blasphemous to say, IQ obviously loving the Golden State Warriors, but it's not something I wouldn't be considering here as we went into this third game.
George?
Well, I think game 2 has shown us all that gods can, in fact, bleed. And IQ's going to have to wrestle with that mental fortitude, maybe being broken a little bit in his first loss of the tournament. But overall, he just needs to play his game, know that he's having success with running and gunning with the three-point shots with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And as for Cuddlesworth, he needs to be focusing on what he's done. He's limiting the three-point shots. He's beating them up inside with Montrez and forcing him to come over and double, opening up the perimeter. Honestly, I think they both need to just lock in on what they've done to win these past 4 games in the tournament and then do it. And hopefully whoever's better at their strategy is going to come out and be a champion or possibly have a chance to contend for the championship.
Yes, indeed. Whoever is better at their strategy as well as better at making adjustments, especially after halftime. Now, gentlemen, before we head on over to the next game, I'm going to be signing off. My name is Aaron Ashley Simon, and you're watching Hoops at Home, presented by UK and Gen G, refreshed by Coca-Cola. I hope you all enjoy the rest of this series as well as the finals, which will be coming up right after. And we have our next host coming up, Jeff Eisenband. But before he joins us, let's head into game 3.
Game 3 scenario, and I could not be more excited, George. It's Emmanuel Quickley on the Golden State Warriors, and it's going to be W. Cuddlesworth on the Los Angeles Clippers. What do you think about this? What do you think about this matchup now? I know I asked you at the beginning of the series. What do you think about this matchup in teams now as we head into this third game?
Well, I'm thinking the answer really was who's going to be able to score more points and stop the other team from scoring. And obviously that's the name of the game, so that's a pretty obvious statement. But when you got 2 high-flying offenses like this, especially when we've seen IQ putting up upwards of 60 points almost every single game he's played, I was really curious to see how the addition of a player like Kawhi and PG on a defensive rotation would be able to prevent him from doing what he wants to do, which is shoot those threes. And it's proven to be very effective. So I'm thinking this is probably the best matchup that Cuddlesworth could have run with. And hopefully for him, it remains true in game 3.
And IQ here doing what he does best, and that's taking the lead. 7-5 here with 3 minutes left in the first. Obviously, IQ has found a little bit of adjustments here, but 7 points, that means he's at least put up a 2. Something he's not usually used to, as he's going to bring it now to 9-5. 9-5 as he leads by 4. Oh, and once again, it's going to be Cuddlesworth with the green release threes. We saw a lot more of those towards the end of game 2. It seemed like he really started to fall into his rhythm, was draining those green releases, had a lot of fadeaways just inside the three-point line. How do you think those are going to affect this game 3? Maybe that little bit of a break there kind of threw him off, or do you think he's feeling pretty confident?
Hey, with a shot like that, step back dribble in rhythm, pull up, perfect release. I gotta say that man is in rhythm. He's in sync, like boys in motion. He's ready.
Absolutely, and here's IQ gonna miss the layup, still 11-8, as he's looking to defend against Cuddlesworth's offense. Oh, and he's not going to be able to. Oh, I'm sorry, the other way around. Emmanuel quickly is going to be able to put up the 2. Sorry, those colors had me mixed up a little bit there, but it is going to be Cuddlesworth with the home court advantage here in this game 3.
And I'm thinking, like I mentioned last time, the home court advantage is not really going to mean much. You got 2 experienced competitors, both who know what they're doing, both solid on the releases. At this point, it's just going to come down to mano a mano, who's better on the sticks.
And I'm sure Emmanuel obviously focusing in on the sticks this time. Obviously, I'm sure he's being a lot quieter this game than he has in previous, as he knows he needs to lock down and focus in here. Much like when he plays on the actual court in those games we saw where Calipari gets thrown out. I think Emmanuel here has figured out it's time to focus in and win this game.
Oh, face cam off. He's not here to play around with no board. Spectator sports spectacle. He's locked in. He's not worried about anything else but getting this victory. And let's see if he can translate to an actual victory.
And IQ here up by 3 is kind of slowing down his offense here. Not something he's usually doing. Kind of shuffling his players around, trying to set up a play. Can't find the opening. Is going to drive down into the paint, pass it back out. Still can't find his opening here. Shot clock winding down. He's going to go up for 2, and it's not going to land. Cuddlesworth's ball, as he obviously has been taking the much slower approach to the offense, maybe kind of showing his older brother here, in a sense, the current student in Emmanuel quickly, how it's done.
He wins the race. The tortoise did beat the hare after all. You got 24 seconds on the shot clock for a reason. You don't have to shoot in the first 12. Wait till the right shot comes. As you see here, wide open shot with Lou Williams over in the corner. He's going to knock that down every time. Just wait for the right shot. There's no reason to rush. If you're playing effective offense, swinging that ball around, setting some good screens on and off ball, the shot's going to come eventually, just with a little patience.
And right there we saw the tip right there on the buzzer is going to make it 15-13. I'm so excited to see a game like this. 15-13, Emmanuel only up by 2 as we end out the first quarter. What are you thinking as we head into the second quarter? What are you thinking about how this game has played out so far?
I'm thinking it's some quality offense. I feel like both of them have postured up. They felt each other out. We had a couple of jabs, jab, but now we're ready to throw some haymakers. I know what you're going to do. You know what I'm going to do. Let's not beat around the bush. Give me your best. I'm going to give you my best, and we're going to see who comes out on top.
And that's one of my favorite things about a game 3 scenario and the best of 3 game set when it comes to any kind of esport, is that it really gives you the opportunity to feel out your opponent as you go. And right there, obviously, Cuddlesworth starting to feel out quickly there as he shoots the fadeaway 2 and doesn't get it. And quickly, the odd misstep, not usually a ton of those missteps, as he can't get the ball down court, and it's going to be Clippers' ball.
It looks like Quickly was trying to run the ball up the court a little too quickly on that play. Sometimes those full court passes don't really go the way you want them to, especially when you throw them in traffic. That's a quick way to have a turnover at the worst time when you usually want to convert on a point there.
Yeah, both these players here facing a tough bracket as it's an even ball game. It's been really interesting to see. Emmanuel has really ran through his opponents all the way up until this point. I think he put up, it was what, a 20-point deficit at least in his round of 8 game. So what was the change here coming into Cuddlesworth? Was it the fact that he got out of the student bracket and now he's facing some prospective students? What was it here, the change from top 8 to top 4, that really made it Quickly struggle so much?
Well, as we eliminate the pool, typically you're going to see better talent. You're going to see people who have watched your games, who have done their homework, who've looked at the streams, seen how you like to play, and then they're prepared. They've been reading the scouting report. I think we've seen a lot of that this game. It seemed like Cuddlesworth knows what IQ wants to do before he actually gets to the spot. It's made it a lot more difficult than it was in round of 64, round of 32.
And Cuddlesworth's got IceQ's number, keeping it even 17-17. It doesn't seem like either team can really catch a break. Once one team puts up 2, the other team puts up 2. The 3 for 3, they've been matching each other quite evenly with 3.5 minutes left in the second quarter.
Yeah, it's looking like a game of Pokemon, just trading them away. But at the end of the day, we need somebody to pull away with a string of buckets. It takes nothing more than a 6 or 8-0 run to break open that lead. And once you break open that lead and you can just play that game of trading, you can run away with the game pretty quick.
And right there, I think I saw what's going to make Emmanuel quickly be able to pull away in this game. While that wasn't a 3, it was a very long 2, but the green release is what we're looking for. Maybe turning the face cam off is exactly what IQ needed, maybe needing to focus in a little bit more, kind of drop the theatrics as much, and just play some solid basketball as he's known to do.
Well, when you lock in and you put your intense focus on one thing and you maximize your skill set to the best of your ability, even when it's just a face cam, as we can attest here, when you know people are watching, it makes you a little bit more tense. My words don't flow as well on the call versus when I'm talking to myself in the shower. And maybe the same thing for Emmanuel Quickley, where he knows the audience is watching him. He's feeling a little bit more tempered, or maybe even a little bit more self-conscious about what he does, showing any signs of weakness, giving away any of his moves or whatnot. And I think maybe this might be something that he needs to do to get back in this game and pull out this best of 3 series.
And IQ, the only one of the current basketball players to make it to the Final Four. Obviously, there could only be one because there is a current students bracket. But we saw on the other side of the bracket, Kevin Knox not making it to the top 4. What do you think it is that sets Emmanuel Quickley apart from the other basketball players in this bracket?
I think the man's just got his head in the game. He knows what he's doing. He has a skill set in this game. He knows who he is best with Golden State. I think maybe Kevin Knox might have ran a couple too many games with the New York Knicks, and obviously that doesn't translate well into a tournament like this. Maybe Dante Allen, he ran into a tough competitor. I believe he lost to Tunchi. That was a tough one. So I believe that was a game that he made the 2 when he needed the 3, if I remember correctly. But it could be a mix of a lucky toss in terms of who you got to play, maybe a superior skill set, and definitely, from what we've seen in the past, a supreme knowledge of his team, Golden State.
And obviously, no one's been taking it easy on Emmanuel Quickley, but here it's going to be Cuddlesworth draining the long 3, going to make it 23-20, as he's not letting up. He sees Emmanuel making these 3s, and he says, I can match you shot for shot. He sees Emmanuel making these free throws, and he said, that's okay, I'll come back with one of my own. And I'm really excited to see that, as here it's going to be Emmanuel goes up and gets the 2 and 1.
But sometimes you got to get those 3s the hard way, but I'm thinking this is going to be a battle of long-range shots on both teams. What you can do, I can do better. That might be a reference to some people out there. Let's see if somebody gets that. Definitely not my best rendition, but the moral of the story is the same. It's going to be tick for tack from range, it looks like.
And right there, just as you sang to us, the long 2 coming out from Cuddlesworth, it's really going to be a game of long shots here, as Cuddlesworth is starting to notice that Emmanuel's playing defense a little bit tighter in the paint, maybe not wanting to, maybe putting more guys down in the paint to go up against Cuddlesworth's much bigger team. So it's going to be up to Cuddlesworth to be able to hit those long 2s and those short 3s and be able to get those green releases and regain the lead, as he's currently down by 4 with a minute left in the half.
Well, again, only losing by 4, now cutting it down to 2 here right before the second half comes into play. I wouldn't be nervous about it. At this point, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs in the game, just like any real game. I think you just play your game. Don't focus on what Emmanuel Quickley's doing. Just do what Cuddlesworth wants to do.
And we saw right there, Cuddlesworth actually with the higher shot percentage. What do you think of that? Does it just show that Emmanuel's taking a higher volume, or maybe Emmanuel's just really letting those 3s fly and trying to do what he does best and hit that green?
I think he's letting them fly this game. He's been a little bit more tentative in the first and second games, opting for the shots in the paint or the contested 3s. He's been able to open up some more space, and when he gets that space, you know he's going to pull the trigger. He's just been knocking them down today.
24 seconds left here in the half, and it's going to be 26 for Golden State versus 24 for the Clippers, as Emmanuel Quickley and the Golden State Warriors here trying to run down the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go for the shot here until the very end. Usually we don't see that kind of play out quickly. Usually he would try to get at least 2 possessions in here, oddly enough. But here he is going to wind down the clock and the shot clock, going to go for the easy layup, and he's going to make it 28-24 as we head into halftime. And there we have Cuddlesworth missing the buzzer beater. It's going to be 28-24. What adjustments does Cuddlesworth need to make here, as this is a very close game, one of the closest we've had out of this tournament?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking his pick and roll defense hasn't been as solid as it was in game 2. Steph Curry's been able to leak out, get some layups with the perimeter player on his hip, making it easy for him to just finish that lay. We even saw him have an and one off a play like that. And then in this case, he has been able to get in front of him. He's been giving him enough space to shoot that 3. I'm thinking he needs to get back to playing the same way he was in game 2.
And here it's going to be Cuddlesworth drawing the shooting foul. He's going to go up for 2. Drains the first one with the big man. Second one goes up, perfect release, and it's going to be 28-26, back to only a 2-point deficit. And this has been huge for Immanuel Quickley. I think his mentality has really changed concerning this tournament overall. He's almost breezing through it, almost becoming sort of a joke there as he lands that long 3, 31-26. But here Cuddlesworth keeping it within a 2-point to an 8-point game, kind of keeping it within that range, has really showed Immanuel Quickley that he's not, maybe not the best player in this tournament, and there's other guys in this tournament who can really put up with his level of ability.
Well, you know, John Calipari has always said that he prefers for his teams to lose a game before the tournament so they understand the pain of defeat, so they can adjust more to it when they find themselves down in a high leverage game. I'm thinking it might be the same kind of situation here where he needed to lose a game like game 2 in order to fine-tune his game, focus in, and really focus on the end goal, which is getting a victory and pulling out as the winner of this Hoops at Home tournament.
Coach Cal, obviously a wise man. That loss seems to have awakened Immanuel Quickley here as he leads 31-26. Not going to be able to block the 3, but it's going to be a slightly late release as Cuddlesworth's shot comes up short, gets the offensive rebound, and goes up for the 2. Draws the shooting foul, but does not get the shot off. And right there we see that's been Cuddlesworth not having the best releases even on these free throws, but still able to land some shots. He's going to miss the second free throw there, going 1 for 1 from the line, and it's still going to be a 4-point deficit. He can't be missing free throws like those if he wants to overtake Immanuel Quickley in the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, they call him free for a reason. That's as open as a shot you're going to get, especially against IQ's defense. You got to make as many of those as possible. Obviously, Zubac not really known as the most knockdown free throw shooter, but a good release would be able to get you a shot there, get you a point. So you got to make sure you fine-tune those releases, focus in, make sure you're understanding where you need to release the ball. I think that may be, a clear path foul.
Yep.
And a fun thing about this clear path foul is 2 shots in the ball, which means, especially with a player like PG, is going to be 2 easy points and ball back.
Yes, maybe not the best play there from Immanuel, making a rookie mistake there for a person that's a veteran of the game. Going to give Cuddlesworth the ball back, and Cuddlesworth here looking to tie the game up again, maybe with a 2 or even take the lead with a 3, but it's going to be a quick steal by Immanuel Quickley here in game 3 as he goes up, looking to get the shot off, can't get it down on the inside, but it's going to be a long 2, perfect release, and that's textbook for Immanuel Quickley, 33-29.
You're definitely going to see a lot more of that. If he can get out on the fast break, he's going to be able to hit a lot of those easy chippies. As we've seen in his previous games, when you let IQ get on the fast break, it spells chaos for the other team.
Absolutely. IQ never really content to shoot those 2s, more content in this series than we've seen in this entire tournament. Obviously playing a much smarter basketball here. He was really letting his superstar shine in his previous games, putting up these huge 40-point deficits by letting these 3s fly when they could be easy 2s. But here IQ playing much smarter basketball, and it's shown as he leads by 4. It's going to be IQ again from the long 3. A slightly early release is going to spell disaster here as he's not able to put that one up, and Cuddlesworth looking to respond. Can't get the opening. Cuddlesworth again passing it back to the outside, can't drive in with Leonard. Is going to keep looking for the opening. Back to Leonard, is going to shoot the long 2. Resets the shot clock but does not land, and he gets the offensive rebound.
Those second chance points are going to be pivotal. Those second chance points are going to be pivotal. Beating him up inside, more shot attempts, even if he's making 3s. If I shoot more 2s than you shoot 3s, and I shoot at a higher percentage, you'll still walk away with a victory. Definitely going to be key for Cuddlesworth to come back in this game.
I think, George, what you just said right there could be the key to winning for the W Cuddlesworth here is going to be those second chances. Getting those offensive rebounds and denying them from Emmanuel quickly is going to be the biggest thing here. I don't even think Cuddlesworth needs to play super aggressive on defense to try to force turnovers. I don't think that needs to be his game plan right now. I just think it needs to be solid rebounds on offense and solid rebounds on defense. He's proven that when he gets the ball, he's able to capitalize and put points up. When Emmanuel gets the ball, he's able to put big points up and shoot those threes. So it's simply going to be who can get a hold of the ball more and create more possessions in this game.
I couldn't agree more. When you got two high-octane offenses, it really just comes down to who gets the most shots up. If we both got high-skilled troops, who's got more ammo? Simple as that.
Absolutely, and Emmanuel quickly here looking to show off his ammo, 35-31, as he on the inside under the basket goes up but gets stuffed. And he retains possession of the ball, right? Like we said there, getting the offensive rebound, that's going to be huge. Sets up the pick and roll. It's slightly successful as Emmanuel keeps it with inside the paint, looking to go up. Gets it. Perfect release on the fadeaway, and that's going to be an easy 2 for Golden State.
Yeah, and you see here, IQ's play with the pick and roll has been a lot better compared to his game 2 performance. He's been able to get across, get past the perimeter defender, open up some space in the lane, and then forcing Cuddlesworth to make a play either on the 2 or open up the 3, defend the 2, stop the layup. Either way, he's got to make a decision, and IQ has the ability to use his IQ to find the open shot, and he's been knocking him down all game.
Absolutely, and we've talked about it in previous games, but how much do you think that basketball IQ from playing on the actual court has helped Emmanuel quickly as he has progressed through this bracket?
It means everything. For one, that knowledge of the NBA gives you an understanding of your personnel. If I know I can make threes with Steph Curry and I'm not going to make many with Marquise Chris, it's going to mean that my shot selection is going to be better. It means that you understand the pacing, how to space, what kind of sets on defense work, how to run the pick and roll the same way you would for your team. Overall, the experience that you get from the game can also be compounded by the experience you have in the real world. And if you bring those two things together and they coalesce into a solid offensive and defensive set, it usually leads to wins, and IQ has been showing that throughout the tournament.
So obviously a close game here, only a 6-point deficit, but let's focus. Let me ask you this question, George. Emmanuel quickly obviously declaring for the draft very recently. Where do you think he would fit in best in the NBA? Who do you think could benefit most from having such a great player as him?
That is a good question. Well, you know, the Lakers, we could always use some guards if you're feeling up to it quick.
Yeah.
We'll definitely take you. We'll definitely take you. But really, I think as a strong guard as he is, shooting potential is obviously very important for a guard in the NBA to be able to stretch the floor a little bit. I'm thinking that going to a team that'd be needing of a guard, I think maybe if he could slide at that one spot for the Phoenix Suns, maybe if he were able to go to a team like the Cavs, who Darius Garland hasn't been as good as people would say, and Colin Sexton I don't think is really a lock as their guy. I'm thinking teams like that would really do well with a guard like him. But then there are a lot of teams that could use more guards off the bench. Obviously the Lakers, they have Avery Bradley and Danny Green, who are solid guards, especially on the defensive end, but definitely could use some more guys coming off the bench. But really, I think a guy like him with his talent could make an immediate impact on all 30 teams.
Obviously, BBN just happy to see him make it in the NBA. We were so happy to have him here at the University of Kentucky. Looking forward to see wherever he goes, as right now he leads by 5 with 20 seconds left in the third quarter. Emmanuel making great use of his timeouts, only 2 left going into the fourth period. Do you think those timeouts for Emmanuel are going to come into play here as he retains the lead?
Well, I think he's having to burn those timeouts because he's putting such a load on Steph Curry and Klay Thompson without the ability to sub them out. He's got to keep those guys as fresh as possible. You're going to have to use those timeouts just to keep this game competitive. And I'm thinking, considering the fact that some people don't know this, but you actually lose your timeouts throughout the game. So even if you don't use them, you can't just spam all 7 at the end of the fourth quarter. Those sporadically disappear. And that actually happens where your timeouts will drop down to 2 at the 3-minute mark of the fourth quarter. So going ahead and knocking them out right now so he can build a little bit of a lead versus having to sub Steph Curry and Klay Thompson out is definitely the smart move to make. IQ definitely showing his basketball IQ.
And here we obviously couldn't ask for a better game 3, only a 5-point deficit with 5 minutes in the fourth period of the final game, game 3. what do you think who the winner of this team will need to focus on as they progress to the finals? Because obviously they're going to be facing Scott Overbay and his Lakers. What do they need to do to shut down that dominant Lakers offense in AD and LeBron? And obviously, I'm sure you know a lot about that Lakers offense. What do they need to do to shut that down?
Oh, only one thing. Stop the King. LeBron James, one of the best players in the NBA, maybe ever. He is going to be a handful to check, and especially if you look at the Warriors particularly. They don't really have a defense set to stop a guy like him. You don't really have anybody you can throw on him. I guess you could throw Draymond, maybe you could throw Andrew Wiggins, but overall, when you look at a guy like LeBron James, he's going to spell a mismatch nightmare for IQ when it comes down to that. He's obviously shown he can handle that with the wins he's had against the Lakers earlier in the tournament, but maybe a better user may be able to cause him a little bit more problems. I think the Clippers will have a lot easier of a matchup between Paul George and Kawhi. They have a lot of guys that can throw at him. And Montrez, even though he's giving up a little height, will be able to bang with Anthony Davis down low a lot better than a Marquise Chris maybe would for Golden State. But really, I think you got to prepare for that two-headed monster of the King and the Brow.
I couldn't agree more. And here, with 3.5 minutes left in the fourth period, it's going to be 39-36. Emmanuel leads by 3. Such a tight game. Neither team being able to pull ahead here, and it's going to be the quick steal from Emmanuel and the long 3, slightly early release, but it's going to land, and that's going to be a crucial 3 here as Emmanuel brings the score to a 6-point deficit.
Oh, and Cuddlesworth's going to have to cut down on those. He can't be trading the 3s for the 2s. He's only got 3 minutes to make up this 6-point differential. Definitely not too tall of a task to actually believe it could happen, but you're going to need to get some stops, and you're going to need to get them soon.
Absolutely, and here I see Cuddlesworth, as you were talking about, Cuddlesworth's timeouts dropping down to 2 here. He didn't make use of those as we go deeper, but honestly, I think that's better for him. I would rather take the quick subs on the court if I were Cuddlesworth, rather than letting Emmanuel have that break to rest his star players, because we've seen Emmanuel throughout all 3 games here has made almost no substitutions in these timeouts, just using them to rest his players. And I think Cuddlesworth has tuned in on that and has saved his timeouts for when he really needs them, and instead choosing to make those quick substitutions on the court.
That's a smart play. Your strength is his weakness, depth. Make him play Steph Curry and wear him to the bone. Get his energy down to like 50, 60%. Even though he's wide open, unless it's a perfect release, that fatigue is going to weigh in on his ability to make his shots. And there's no reason for you to use your timeouts when you have enough depth to throw guys out there to keep your guys fresh when he can't do the same. Smart not to call those timeouts.
And smart here for Golden State to call their timeout, as those player energies were getting very low. 45-38, a 7-point deficit. One of the larger deficits we've seen here. What do you think it's been in this fourth quarter that's allowed Emmanuel to start to pull away?
Well, I think those timeouts might have helped him refresh with Coke, because they must be loading up on something. Steph Curry's been able to play all these games, all 20 minutes, keep his efficiency. I think those strategic timeouts he's been using has definitely allowed him to stay effective. Also, the high pick and roll, his offensive, the way he's been the maestro of the orchestra that is this pick and roll, especially on the high pick and roll with Steph and Draymond, has been absolutely devastating for Cuddlesworth's defense. There's so many different options and verticals you can run with that. It could be a 3 off of pick. It could be a drive for a 2. It could be a dish to the rolling big. It could be a dish to the rolling big and then a pump fake to draw the defender and throw out to a Clay or an Andrew Wiggins. There's just so much versatility in what you can do with that offense. It just really allows you to orchestrate which way you want to score and leaves the defender at your mercy.
And here it was Emmanuel getting the quick 2, but it's going to be a quick response by Cuddlesworth as he gets that green release on the long 2 from the corner, making it 47-40. Still a 7-point game. It's starting to get a little bit away from Cuddlesworth here, as we have 1:40 left in the fourth quarter. Not a lot of time here for him to put up these points that he needs to beat Emmanuel, but still, 3-possession game, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. A couple of stops, a couple of points, he's right back in this game. I wouldn't say he couldn't do it. I'm not counting him out.
Yeah, and right there, that face just, that kind of shot really just gets me there. The wide open 3. He takes it long and he takes it a little bit on a fadeaway, doesn't really get his feet planted, and he doesn't get the green release. If I were Cuddlesworth, I would be getting up as close to the line as possible, making that not such a long 3, and really focusing on setting my feet and getting that release green.
Yeah, that sometimes happens when you're pressing. When you catch the ball, you might be 2 or 3 paces behind the three-point line, and there's that feeling of hesitation in your mind of, if I take the time to step up 1 or 2 paces, will that be enough time for him to rotate over and defend the shot? So sometimes you get in your own mind and thinking, I got to shoot it now. Even though the shot you're taking is so low percentage, you might not be able to even knock it down at all. And I think that might have been why he took that fading long-range 3 with PG, and that might have cost him the game.
Cost him the game indeed. Here he's able to put up 2, but is it enough? It's a 7-point deficit with 30 seconds left. Emmanuel, obviously a smart basketball player, not going to be trying to take too many shots, instead choosing to wind the clock down there. Had an opening, but chooses not to shoot, but here he's going to take the 3, and that's going to be an easy 3 from Steph Curry coming out for the Golden State Warriors as Emmanuel now leads by 10, and it looks like that might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that was a little extra salt on the wound. He really didn't need that 3, but I guess winning by 10 looks a little better than winning by 7.
Absolutely salting the wound indeed. It's going to look like it's going to be 52-42 as Cuddlesworth takes the buzzer beater, does not make it, and it's going to be Emmanuel Quickley and the Golden State Warriors moving on to the final as he wins here with the Golden State Warriors over Cuddlesworth's Los Angeles Clippers. Let's throw it back. I'd like to welcome our new host, Jeff Eisenband.
Yeah, hey guys. I mean, Emmanuel made it close, right? It looked like I started tuning into this part in game 2. Looked like he was coasting, and all of a sudden there was a late push. What do you think? What adjustment did he make for game 3 to get it done? Thomas?
Honestly, I think it was him turning off the player cam. I think he was feeling very flashy in the tournament getting up to this point, but when he ran into such a good player as W. Cuddlesworth, he really just needed to turn that camera off, shut the theatrics down, and play solid NBA 2K20, and I think that's what allowed him to drain those shots, hit those long threes that he's so accustomed to, and win this series.
George, do you think there's an aspect to this guy is such an elite level athlete that he could take that skill set, that demeanor, and actually use it to his advantage in a high level, high competitive atmosphere like this was?
Well, I don't want to have to quote High School Musical, but I feel like he got his head in the game. He focused in, locked in with that same killer mentality he took to the UK's big basketball team here, and was able to implement that into a virtual game. He was able to execute. I loved his execution on offense in game 3 compared to game 2. He was hunting too much for the 3, I believe, in that second game versus the third game where he let the offense come to him, took what Cuddlesworth was giving him, and then gave it back to him. And anytime he made an adjustment, he had a counter. Overall, the man living up to his name. A lot of basketball IQ.
George, I did see you taking some shots at Kevin Knox and those team choices. So from the greater New York area, we got to say, just think about that next time, all right? Kevin Knox, a Kentucky legend, tearing it up at Madison Square Garden. But right now, in virtual Lexington, we can take a look at the championship matchup, and it will feature one of Kentucky men's basketball's own, Emmanuel Quickley, taking on Scott Overbay. So it is a member of the current students portion of the bracket, and Big Blue Nation, future students and alumni, thank you for showing up. But we are down to our final 2, which are coming up shortly. But before that, we just want to give you guys quickly, we have a message from the University of Kentucky President's Office.
And joining us is the University of Kentucky's President, Capilouto. Mr. Capilouto, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning, Aaron. How are you?
I'm good. Morning to you as well. So I want to first start off by saying I hope that you and your family are safe and sound. And talk to me about how you guys are handling social distancing and how are you maintaining your health and composure right now?
Well, first of all, we've had great leadership out of our governor, who has strongly and quite early pushed social distancing, probably when many of us weren't as fully aware of what this virus could do. And so that certainly permeated through our campus. We made a decision that we would move everything to online learning. We had to do this in a compressed amount of time, get our students out of the residence halls, all our faculty to convert their courses to that kind of format. Heroic effort. And then on our campus, we have a 900-bed hospital. And to watch those heroes prepare for a surge of patients quite heroically. And then something you're probably aware of, our Nutter Fieldhouse, where we have track and field events and indoor football practice, we converted that to a 400-bed hospital. So that's what we've done to serve Kentucky, to serve our students, and respect pretty strictly the social distance guidance that we all know about.
So you mentioned, converting Fieldhouse into a hospital, having the students have their classes all online. What were some of the other ways that UK has managed when it came to this pandemic disruption?
Well, there are a variety of things. First of all, we knew that we had great demand for people who wanted to attend the University of Kentucky in the fall. And then we all confront the virus. We know families need a little more time to make this kind of decision. We've extended the deadline. We have decided, for instance, to call all 31,000 students, all 31,000, to check on them, see how they're doing. Now, that is to check on them, but it's also for us to listen and learn how we can better serve them. Those are just a couple of examples of things we're doing to still remain, although we're physically distant, responsible and connected to our students.
And one of the things that you guys have done, not only have you implemented these checkups and these measures in order to make sure that everyone's safe and sound, but Hoops at Home is an event by UK and Gen G that's meant as a way to bring the community together via video games and just bring the community together via alumni, current staff, and more for a fun and creative time. Now, President, I want to ask you, how has it been to see UK implement an esports program, be one of the early D1 universities to implement an esports program, and to see how that relationship and that program is being used right now during a tough time?
Well, Aaron, I don't think you mentioned our future students bracket, which I really like seeing. That was great. So, a couple of years ago, I started reading articles about this. And this is not part of my generation, but I turned to people within my sort of leadership team and said, what is this? What does it mean? It just sounds like it's growing at an accelerated pace. So it's like so many things around here. You turn to talented people and say, how can it help us further serve and be a better university of, for, and with Kentucky? So they took off and ran with it. I happened to go to a dinner in New York City summer before last, and I was seated at a table with David Stern of the NBA. And I asked him a variety of questions, and he told me he was advising gamers and this new sport and all. So I got even more sort of excited about it, that this could be a great opportunity. So people took off and ran with it. And then we discovered you. You discovered us. That was exciting. When we had our launch in New York City, somebody came in my office and said, wow, we just learned about Aaron on Twitch. And I thought that was a fascinating story. And then this weekend, I watched a little of the competition. And what I love most about it is, we want our students to take away a toolkit of skills, or competencies that are going to serve them, not just in the first job, but we know you're going to change jobs quite a few times. And one of them is, I think, problem solving. If you game, you got to solve. That's good. But what else I enjoyed too is the communication skills I got to watch being developed. I thought that was so important. So all in all, I think it's been a great initiative. We appreciate your interest and support.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I left the University of Kentucky not only as a graduate and former athlete, but then I come back as an esports broadcast. It's always a full circle moment over here. But let's also continue on and discuss more about the relationship that UK has with UK healthcare during this time. Obviously, the change in the field houses to have hospital beds. But what is that relationship right now, and how is UK best supporting UK healthcare during this difficult moment, and how is UK healthcare working along with the UK?
Sure. Well, first of all, we are one university. It's not the athletic side of campus or the healthcare side of campus. Everything we do takes an integrated team. For instance, we had a shortage of PPE, personal protection equipment. Well, all the research we do on campus, they need that kind of equipment. We suspended much of that. They collected it all, got it to UK Healthcare. Immediately, our College of Pharmacology starts working on an antibody test. So you can see if someone's been infected and possibly do they now have immunity. We have people who are part of testing drugs. We have people who developed and produced shields that protected our healthcare workers. So it galvanized the entire campus to come together and support UK Healthcare so that our frontline workers felt as if they were safe and secure. We suspended all our elective procedures so that we could conserve our our protection equipment. We've had to do those kinds of things. There are consequences to all of this. We have now started to retrain healthcare workers who may have worked in one area, and we have to get them ready to work in a field hospital, maybe an environment they haven't worked in before, but through a week's training, they can be ready if this surge hits Kentucky. Those are just a few of the things we've been doing, working together as one big blue nation, one big blue family.
Yes, we all are coming together as one community and one family, and that togetherness creates a sense of hope for all of us, especially within the Kentucky community. But let's also talk about like what has given you hope during this time? It's such a hard time that we're all going through individually and collectively, but we gotta uplift one another. We gotta find some hope through and find some light through the darkness. So, what's something that for you has given you hope or made you proud during this challenging time?
Well, Aaron, I'm a little older than you, so I've witnessed some things in my life. When I was 4 years old, we didn't have a vaccine for polio. I remember my mother taking me to some elementary school where I got a gamma globulin shot. That's all we thought that would help. So you would have that shot, give you some protection. Swimming pools were closed. I remember people in braces, iron lungs, and so forth. A few years later, we have a vaccine and we're safe again. In my previous work, I traveled to Zambia. It was one of the PEPFAR countries, President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. When I got there, high prevalence of AIDS, HIV. A couple of years later when I left, all those wards that were full of dying and dead people in many ways, HIV-infected babies whose mothers had died, all those were empty. A cocktail of drugs that we developed, we distributed in mass, and people literally came out of their deathbeds. So first of all, we're doing something that's sort of crude and blunt, social distancing. I still have faith in science. I know the scientists from across the globe are working on this now. I do hope a treatment will emerge. And then in time, I'm confident a vaccine will emerge. So that's what I remain encouraged by. And then the goodness in people. The recognition that we may be of many faiths and beliefs, ethnicities, identities, but at the University of Kentucky, we're one community today, standing arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, still 6 feet apart, but we're going to get through this.
Yes, like you said, we are going to get through this, and we will get through this together. And we also will get through this with having a little bit of fun and positivity with Hoops at Home. President Capilouto, thank you so much for speaking with me today.
You all have been watching for a week now. We started with 64 names, even more applied to be a part of this. We're down to the final 2. The UK Hoops at Home tournament finale is on its way, refreshed by Coca-Cola. Again, Emmanuel Quickly, Scott Overbay, the player from the Current Students, also happens to be the SEC Player of the Year from the Kentucky men's basketball team, headed to the NBA draft next. But on the other side, the unknown Scott Overbay, making his name known this week from the Big Blue Nation portion of the bracket. He has a chance now to take down Emmanuel Quickly. What a run it's been, just following along through everything. Again, we started with 4 parts of this bracket: the future students, the current students, the alumni, Big Blue Nation. And it comes down to finally these 2, Emmanuel Quickly and Scott Overbay. Scott Overbay, for those wondering, he goes to the University of the Cumberlands. I'm checking my notes here. He's a student at a different college. He actually runs track there. And his brother Josh was in the tournament. He's in the Big Blue Nation portion. He's a big Kentucky fan. He's from the state of Kentucky and now gets a chance to take on the face of this, one of the top players this past season of the University of Kentucky basketball team, Emmanuel Quickly. So those are your 2 finalists. Different settings for the finals, folks. We will go to 6-minute quarters. It'll be best of 3. We're coming off 2 series that both went to a 3rd game in the semifinals, and now we go to the finals. And let's bring in the casters who will be calling the action out there for Emmanuel Quickly against Scott Overbay. It's Thomas Bailey and George Bell. Guys, we're coming off this situation just at the end there. George, what did you see from Emmanuel Quickly to get him into the final?
I've seen him doing a lot of what he likes to do: shooting threes, making threes. He's been letting those things go. Steph and Klay Thompson have been earning their weight in gold from the perimeter, but he's also been very effective inside. Marquise Chris has actually had some key putback layups. Steph Curry off the high pick and roll, faking like he was going to shoot a 3, and then having a nice little hang lay in the paint. And he's just been killing everybody he's played. And even Cuddlesworth, even though he gave the best attempt as anybody we've seen so far, wasn't able to pull through.
And my apologies, Trenton Upchurch is with us for the final. Trenton, on the other side, Scott Overbay, I said, kind of the unknown. Everyone here watching this tournament knows who Emmanuel Quickly is, but Scott Overbay has made his name known. What have you noticed about his run to this championship matchup?
I know that he knocked out one of my favorite players for this tournament. Hoop Hall, I was absolutely on his side, but Overbay has absolutely just dominated this whole set. Taking the second 2 games and just turning it on its head, didn't let Hoop get a single bucket that he wanted with Giannis. It was just incredible to watch.
Now you guys will get to call that. As I mentioned, it is a best of 3 series that we're sending it out to. 6-minute quarters. So everyone buckle up. Maybe we're going to 3 games with this one. But guys, take it away.
Right into the action. Scott Overbay still remaining with the Los Angeles Lakers, and Emmanuel Quickly running with the Golden State Warriors. Nothing that we didn't see before. Quick pass from Curry inside. Eric Paschall with the jam. What have you seen from the Warriors that you've liked so far?
Well, I got to say, getting started, spacing the floor, I could just tell from that last offensive set that he's running that typical 5-out we've seen him run throughout the tournament, opening up the space. Yeah, the Lakers have shot blockers, but that doesn't matter if they're on the perimeter, and especially when you have the size mismatch that they're giving up negatively with Draymond Green and Marquise Chris in comparison to JaVale McGee and Anthony Davis. The best way to cut down on the difference in height is to make it not really matter, and the best way to do that is keeping them on the perimeter.
And is there any better team than the Golden State Warriors at doing that? I'd have to argue no.
I'd agree with that argument.
So far, close game, 4-3, 5-minute quarters. A big block attempt by Davis. Kick out to Quickly dancing, showing him how it's done.
Oh, yeah, it's the last dance, and IQ's thinking he's going to get down in that hype circle. I'm liking it.
Absolutely. Quickly has been absolutely running through bracket. A tight set that last game. Was really surprised to see Quickly go down as much as he did game 2. Quick 3 from the Lakers. 6-7 Golden State up.
Yeah, I think game 2 was a good thing for IQ. I feel like when you blow out the competition as much as you do, you get a little complacent in your play style. You see he wasn't shooting as many crazy threes over 2 guys or running straight to the three-point line when he had an easy layup. He felt the pressure a little bit and didn't think he could dazzle with some of those highlight plays like he has in the past. And I'm thinking that's really going to be useful for his play style, because I imagine this championship game is probably going to be the toughest he's faced so far in this tournament.
Have to agree with that. Marquise Chris, a huge part of that last matchup. Steph Curry on the pick and roll. Every big putback by JaVale McGee. Running with Steph Curry, much as Kevin Durant did. Is Marquise Chris going to be a big part in this set versus the Clippers?
Well, I think he has the potential to be an X factor here. He has the ability to run. He's a very mobile big with a little bit more of a forward-esque play style than that of a traditional center. So I think JaVale McGee is going to have a little bit of trouble sticking with him, particularly on the perimeter. I'm thinking if you can get him involved in some pick and roll and get JaVale McGee outside of the paint, that's the best way to open up some space.
Speaking of space, Curry from 3, James with the cleanup, kickoff to Davis, and a big bucket. Los Angeles up 12-9 against Golden State. Just under 2 minutes left in this first quarter. Curry drives in.
I'm curious how IQ is going to play this defensively. These two teams are pretty much polar opposites. The Golden State Warriors limited on their interior offense and defense, but making up for that in spades with their perimeter shooting. And then you have a team like the Lakers with minimal perimeter shooting. You got a guy like LeBron who can hit those. Danny Green's a pretty knockdown shooter. But other than that, you got guys who are pretty sporadic out there. And when you look at the ratings on 2K, they're not really as high up in the charts as you would see Golden State. But they make up for that with interior defense and rebounding and solid big play from Anthony Davis, JaVale McGee, Dwight Howard off the pine. Even LeBron can get down there and bang when the king decides to get off his throne and get down there and bang like the peasants. So we're going to have to see how IQ plays this defensively.
Defensively, that's a question. But offensively, we've seen a lot of bigger players guarding Steph Curry. Last matchup for Quickly, he had to deal with a whole lot of Kawhi Leonard on Curry. This matchup seemed to have LeBron James on him for the last little bit. Is it advisable to have such a big player, especially when Curry can still make him dance the long 3, sinking 15-14 in such a volatile matchup, having a big man guard Stephen Curry?
Oh, yeah. Having a guy like Kawhi and PG is pivotal on putting on a guy like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. You have the height. You have the perimeter defense. With the Lakers, they have the perimeter defense. Avery Bradley and Danny Green, known as prolific perimeter defenders, but lacking a little bit of the height and also not nearly as talented as Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. If I see those guys in front of me after I ran 3 games with Paul George and Kawhi, I'm licking my fingers. It's finger licking good anytime I see them in front of me.
Absolutely. When you've got such a, speaking of, Curry steps back on James, kick under to Eric Paschall. Paschall has been such a huge part in the pick and roll game with Steph Curry, playing that KD spot almost with just a bit less success than they have. He's been such a bucket getter for the Golden State Warriors in the last couple of sets.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely stepped up for the Warriors team this year. Obviously, you're looking at apologize. A burp caught me there in the moment, but you're looking at this team, no Kevin Durant, no Harrison Barnes, no Sean Livingston, no Andre Iguodala. Some of the guys who've been able to make up that forward section of the roster in the past, no longer there. Eric Paschall has pretty much moved into that pretty fluidly, honestly. Obviously, the Warriors didn't have a lot of success in the regular season, but he's played a very powerful and important role for them in what they've done well this season, though there's not a lot of things you can say they have done well. And I'm thinking that he's going to be an X factor in this game and in the Warriors season next year.
Can absolutely expect that from him. Coming into the second quarter, 18-16 with a quick bucket by Golden State off a Steph Curry layup. Rebound kick up to Curry at the top of the key. Quickly running a quick offense, as his name would support, with the Golden State Warriors. Curry driving in, easy layup off the right, 5 out, proving very money for the Warriors right now. Curry 4 of 7 on field goals. Quickly relies a lot on his offense.
Oh, yeah, and you see on that play, the high pick and roll forces Anthony Davis up a bit. He has to come out and defend the big. When that happens, Steph Curry goes into the paint completely uncontested. That's an easy 2 every time. I'd go to that if I were quickly every play if I could.
Speaking of easy, Avery Bradley off the kick from LeBron James, open three. 21-18, 3-game series. Absolutely excited to see if this one goes to 3. The first 2 sets going to 3. 21-21 with a Steph Curry 3. He's making it rain with him today.
Make it rain, rain. Make it rain, rain. You got Golden State. You got to make it happen. Like Money in the Club. Just let it go.
Have to agree with that. Steph Curry, not the original Rain Man, but perhaps the most efficient one. Has the record for efficiency in a season. That's going to be a factor here today. We've seen a lot of really efficient basketball so far. Not quite the defensive stalwarts that was earlier in the bracket. Do you think that the Lakers aren't able to keep up with them, or the Warriors are just offensively that powerful that they don't have to worry about defensive speed?
Well, I think you'd have to worry about it a little bit. You see that the Clippers gave him a little bit of problems last series. You can get with him if you can really enforce your will on him on the perimeter and force him to slow his game up a little bit, limit the fast break, limit his ability to get open threes off the high pick and roll. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult with the personnel he has. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George make that a lot easier than Avery Bradley and Danny Green do. But at the end of the day, it's all about execution and knowing how to use those sticks. So we're going to see if Scott Overbay can get it done.
Speaking of using sticks, Curry with a long fader, no good. Having the takeover is a big thing for Stephen Curry, almost able to step back and fire away from anywhere on the court. Curry with the steal off of the Kevin Looney quick pick. Curry up to Thompson, easy dunk. You like to see it.
Oh, easily. And you talked about that takeover for Steph Curry. That makes the Golden State Warrior offense so much more difficult to contend with. Not only is Steph Curry bombing threes, but now you have to contend with the entire idea of him bombing threes, which means if he's even kind of open, you got to jump with everything you have, send 2 guys at him, and that opens up spots for Klay Thompson, for Andrew Wiggins, for Draymond Green, for an Eric Pascal to get those buckets. And once the whole team gets hot, it makes them even harder to defend. As you see right there, Steph Curry blazing hot, knocks down the open 3 on the perimeter. It's just going to be easy.
It's amazing to see somebody using Curry to his fullest extent, even in 2K, because Curry in real life, absolutely a wizard with the basketball. 59 and 58% for the Lakers and Warriors, respectively. A high-scoring, high-octane, little defensive effort so far. Is that probably not by design, I would say?
Well, I think you got 2 of the better offensive players in the tournament here that made it all the way here to the championship game off the strength of their offense. If we actually look through, those 2 players have been charted as the highest scoring in terms of points put up over all the games. So I'm expecting a little bit of the same. This is definitely not going to be Detroit Pistons versus the Chicago Bulls of the Tom Thibodeau days. This is going to be offense, offense, offense.
And that's something the NBA has started to shift towards in the last couple of years. Curry shaking James, firing away. No good. Board collected by JaVale McGee. Kick up to James. James, hop step, and a big dunk. Bringing that lead to 3. Los Angeles Lakers 30, Golden State 27. Hop steps, abnormally powerful in 2K, especially when compared to real life. Curry in the middle of a shot, kicks it away. Looney to Thompson. Good.
And see, I love this offensive strategy. That high pick and roll, like I mentioned, it forces you to make a decision. Are you going to play the 3? Steph Curry's hot. You have to play the 3 or he's going to knock that down every time. Opens up a lane for the roll man. If you come over and help and give a guy like Klay Thompson an open shot in that short corner, you might as well go ahead and put the 3 up on the scoreboard before it even goes through the net. You're just asking to be torched on the perimeter.
Can't really ask for anything more. Rudy Gobert, one of the best inside defenders of all time, almost helpless against Stephen Curry on the perimeter, and you can see that almost copied in this matchup. JaVale McGee, Dwight Howard later, probably not 2 people you want on Stephen Curry.
Not at all. If I'm Steph Curry and I see those guys on me, I look at them in the eye, I say, can I have this dance? It's time for you to do the chop-chop slide. I'm having them bouncing here, bouncing there, bouncing everywhere before I put that 3 right between his eyes.
Absolutely. Lakers with the rebound advantage, 10-5 so far. In the assist advantage, however, 3 turnovers proving to be slightly problematic for the Lakers, but 2 of them on quick passes picked off by Steph Curry. One of the better pass interceptors, has quick hands and great anticipation.
Yeah, the thing about Steph Curry is he gets a lot of flack as a defender, and I guess on ball on an island, that's not the guy I'd want to put on you, but he has great instincts on team defense. One of the best pass interceptors in the league. Kind of plays a little bit of that Allen Iverson-esque defense where you're not going to want to put him one-on-one on the best player, but he's a good person to put on the player who plays off ball because he understands the passing lanes. He knows where the ball is going to be. He has a great instinct and a nose to getting in that lane and coming away with a steal.
And that is one of the best things you can have from a not so great defensive player in Curry, somebody that can also assist by being such a nose for the basketball. James at the top of the key, kicks to Davis in the corner, doesn't even pump fake, gets the drop on Green, misses the shot though, cleaned up. Green driving down, decides not to take it, kick to Thompson in the corner, wide open three, sinks it, probably the better play there. Never give the Warriors an open lane to the basket because they'll just dribble in and kick it out.
And what makes this offense so tricky, because you see right there, Draymond Green, in any other game, any other 29 teams in the NBA, you see a player wide open in the restricted area for a layup. Your instinct is to just straight up attack him. Don't let him get an easy layup. But the fact is, by doing so, you're giving a guy like Klay Thompson, again, an easy shot in the corner that's going to go in every time. And Immanuel Quickley knows exactly what his defender is going to do before he even does it. Waits for him, pump fakes, he jumps, throw it out to Klay Thompson, 3 points.
You could almost expect it to become predictable at one point. James, hop step inside, cleaned up by Davis, and a big dunk by Anthony Davis over Eric Paschal. That's a momentum shifter at the end of the second, going into the third right here. 32-35, Golden State up by 3. That was a huge momentum shift off a putback dunk right there.
Oh, most definitely. And I think that's going to be key. You're not going to outshoot Golden State. Don't play their game. Beat them up inside. You got JaVale. You've got Dwight Howard. You've got Anthony Davis. You got LeBron. There's nobody on this team that can stop you. You need to go ahead and attack the paint every chance you get. And then on the other side, make him beat you in the paint. I want the points in the paint to be higher than the points made off the perimeter if I'm Scott Overbay. Make him beat you with layups.
It's not seeming like that's the plan right now. Corner three made, 60% from three for the Lakers, 41 for Golden State with only one more made. But it seems like the three for the Lakers is just more, or pardon, three for the Warriors is just more of an option with 7 more shots going up and being made. You have to
when we look at the
efficiency.
personnel, well, sometimes it's not all about efficiency. At the end of the day, even if you're more efficient than me, if I take 7 more threes than you, if I only make 2 more threes, that's a 6-point differential. And in a close game like we're seeing right now, ooh, my goodness, rockabye, baby, LeBron James with that absolute hammer on the break. But as I was saying, sometimes when you got shooters like Steph Curry and Klay, even if they're not the most ideal shots versus a layup, if you put them up, if you put up enough, you're gonna make enough to get a dub.
2 big dunks in a row for the Lakers here. Maybe a third one, a big jam driving past Draymond Green. This is a bleed that needs to stop if Quickley wants to keep a lead. But it's all tied up 38-38, and he needs to score here to stop this run. Speaking of, Curry to Thompson and a wide open 3 with barely anybody in his face. 11 points for Thompson, 4 of 7 shooting, pardon. Howard on the kick out to James. Top of the key, pick and roll incoming. James drives in, hop step, nowhere to go. Kick to Green, trapped in the paint. Back out to James, top right wing. Thompson guarding him. Pick and roll coming back, 5 seconds on the clock. James driving left, nowhere to go. Hop steps, nothing. Throws up the prayer. Doesn't go. Green cleans it up, and that's a bad shot for a run that you were just on. Green to Paschal. No and one.
Yeah, and I'm seeing he's making it really tough. He knows that the Lakers are not a three-point shooting. His defense says so. He's crowding the paint. He's forcing him to make shots on the perimeter. And luckily for him, he's been pretty efficient out there, 6 out of 10 from the last I saw. But at the end of the day, the layups, the interior play is what usually get the Lakers their wins. They're not known for winning teams by shooting threes. And I'm thinking they're going to have to find a way to get Anthony Davis a little bit more involved. I haven't seen him go to AD on the post much. If I were him, I'm beating him up on the paint. You got Draymond Green or Marquise Chris guarding one of the best post players of all time. Got to use him.
Green a little short to come up for guarding Davis. Not quite up to the order. 6'11 versus 6'9 on a good day. Davis just would you say he faces up or posts up, Draymond? Because his speed, he probably could blow by Green at any given moment.
Yeah, so I would say that the best way to go with this would be more of a back to the basket approach. Draymond does have a little bit of the advantage in terms of speed. So if you put your back to him, back him down, and then throw up a little baby hook right there in the restricted area, get him on the low block, give him 1 or 2 pushes inside. Draymond's not going to be able to contend with that height or that strength. It's going to lead to an open layup. And then again, if he were to collapse on him one more time with another defender, that's a kick out to a Danny Green and Avery Bradley. LeBron can make that shot, maybe even a Quinn Cook off of the bench, a Marquise Morris even. If you can get those shots open, I would take those, but I think it all starts with the interior attack versus just pounding it in with LeBron James. I've seen that with a lot with the players who play with the Bucks, that they were so caught up in turboing into the paint with an interior domino like a Giannis that they get caught up in that when they don't realize that there are other options on a team that make your offense a little bit harder to predict and harder to defend.
Rebound by Howard. Have to agree with that. The inside is where you want to be if you're the Lakers. But right now, Stephen Curry on the outside, little sidestep, almost gets James on that break off. Kevin Looney with the ball, guarded by Kuzma. Curry with James on him, top of the key. Curry and James well acquainted with each other. Several finals berths versus each other. 3-1 record for Curry. Picked off by James on the pass, driving up. Anthony Davis drives in. No good. Green, maybe not the best play, driving in on a DPOY, waiting under the basket.
Yeah, not the one I would have went to when I've got Klay Thompson or Steph Curry hanging around. But sometimes you got to spice it up a little bit. Make them respect it. If they know you're going to go for the perimeter shot every time, they're not even going to defend the layups. You got to keep the defense consistent. Make them stay on their toes. A predictable offense is a stagnant offense.
Couldn't have said it better myself, actually. James, 16 points, 5 assists. Incredibly efficient so far. Curry, the cornerstone of the Warriors offense, open layup, actually takes it this time, which is good to see. Can't always kick out for the three. Speak of Stephen Curry, 18 points, 7 of 14 shooting. James, 16 on 7 of 13. About as close a game between two superstars. Big block underneath by Kevin Looney. Kevon Pardon.
Yes, sir.
Big block. James. Get tongue-tied when it's such good basketball.
Sometimes there's so much happening, you don't even know what to say first, and your brain tries to say all three at the same time. Been there, done that, and I'm definitely going to do it again.
Happens to the best of us.
Come on, man.
Kevin Looney swing to Thompson in the corner. Sinks. Good to see. 10-point deficit for the Los Angeles Lakers against the Golden State Warriors. Big layup by James. Just scoops it and tosses it in.
The nice old hang lay. Jump. Wait to see what the defender does. Adjust in midair. Finish strong. A LeBron James staple. But another staple, Klay Thompson in the short corner to force it to be an 11-point game. He's killing him out there. 5 for 8 on the night.
Kuzma from the corner quickly had a real good time with that Thompson. Kicking his legs up, really enjoying it. Kuzma, no good again. Looney with the cleanup. Kick up to Curry. No block by James. Curry's had that happen before. He's avoiding that. But kick out to Thompson. No good.
I'm pretty sure Curry's got some PTSD from block by James in 2016.
I know I do. I was rooting for the Cavaliers there, but that's a block that will stick with everyone forever.
So I got to ask you, what do you think was a better play? The shot by Kyrie or the block by LeBron?
Wouldn't have had the shot by Kyrie without the block by LeBron. That's the ultimate defensive effort for a man willing his team to win. And speaking of, quickly popping off with another corner three by Klay Thompson. Thompson running hot. You love to see it. Pause by Scott Overbay the second. And he's probably going to have to change some settings up. As you can see here, we have the privy of seeing Scott's defensive options changing a little bit. 2K gives you quite a bit of freedom with how you want to play defensively.
Yeah, and you see here, he changed his off-ball pressure into denied ball. Clearly, he's recognizing the offensive strategy by quickly is to drive inside, have the help defender come over, and then kick to the open man. By switching his off-ball defense strategy to deny ball, that's going to force his defenders to stay with his defender, stay with their offensive matchup, which is going to prevent some of those kickouts for easy trays. but it's also going to open up the lane more as players won't come off of their guy when they have an open lane. So we're going to have to see if he's able to prevent the interior penetration, or else he's just going to lose by 2s versus 3s.
Probably the biggest risk to the Lakers right now, losing from 2s to 3s. 40-54, Los Angeles Lakers down 14 to the Golden State Warriors. Golden State, Emmanuel Quickley, Scott Overlay representing the Warriors. Overbay. Just a offensive showcase so far. Thompson hot, has his takeover. Definitely going to be abused by Quickley in the next coming plays.
Oh, rightfully so.
Good defense on James to end the third quarter. Quickley, very confident going into the fourth here, and rightfully so. Up 14 against the Lakers.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the Lakers and Scott Overbay. I know, as a guy who roots for the Lakers, I know that they have the potential to come back and make this a competitive game, but he's going to have to make a lot of changes in terms of how he runs his offense if he's going to make that happen.
Speaking of changes, Davis with a good board. Kick to Kuzma from 3. No good. Kyle, not the greatest shooter, especially when Danny Green, probably the 3rd or 4th most viable shooting option in the league, is open. Speaking of viable option, Klay Thompson, a nuclear option. Quickly enjoying the shooting. Great to see.
Turn me up.
15 down.
Man, Klay
Lakers.
Thompson. Now, the thing about Golden State is they're that team that you just hate to love.
Thompson.
Ooh, he's blazing.
As Quickly said, that's a heat check from 3 feet inside the line, but he was absolutely calling for that one. Thompson, the hottest man on the court. Break off. Curry for 3. Banks it home. 4 feet behind the line. Quickly on a streak like you've never seen before.
Ooh,
James from the
like
corner
that.
inside.
Hey, when you're saucing like that, you gotta apply the Prego. Simple as that.
Curry from Thompson from way downtown rims out. Incredible play. I've never seen anything quite like that. That was something, a break off on LeBron James, step back, fire away, send it home. It's 46-62. Davis for 3. Good. Ain't quite out of the woods yet for Quickly. 49-62, 13 down, but man, after that, you've got to be hurting. If this were the real Chase Center, this place would have erupted. Andrew Wiggins not getting the ball at all, but you don't expect it. Big dunk by Pasha. Pardon, Chris.
Now, I don't want to say it's over, but it's looking a little bit tight here. Down 15, 3 minutes left in the offense. While his offense has been going, he's still been very efficient on offense on his end. His defense, he just couldn't stay in front of anybody. It's like his guys are playing with crutches or something. They just can't stay.
He's getting a little too saucy. 10 possessions are just about left in this game. 2:40 to go. Only down 12 now. And it's getting a little closer than you would have wanted it to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't get too cute if I was Quickly. This still is a game, especially when you got LeBron James and Anthony Davis looking down on you in the post. So we're going to have to see what happens here. But I think Quickly can come off the gas pedal a little bit, use the clock as his friend. He's got 6 players on his team, the 5 on the court, and then the 1 that is the clock. Run down that shot clock. Don't force anything. Play some solid defense. You should be able to walk away with a victory in game 1.
Kuzma with his first bucket of the game. 53-64. 2 buckets. 2 points for him. 54 Los Angeles Lakers. 64 Golden State. 2:15 left to go in the fourth in game 1. And I'm thinking Quickly wants this one to be over. Breaks off. Anthony Davis sinks it. Shaking.
Break him off.
Curry.
No, break him off. Curry, break him off.
Quickly. Absolute offensive savant.
A maestro from the three-point line. A virtuoso performance. Ray Allen, Reggie Miller, Mark Price, all the knockdown three-point shooters of their time, all looking in awe of the marvelous Steph Curry. He's got it going.
Kuzma with a late shot clock three, a prayer answered. Curry kicks inside to Eric Pascal, sorry. And a good layup. Quite a change.
IQ just doing what he wants. IQ
he's
just doing what he wants at this point. He's dancing on the perimeter, behind the back, between the legs, cross tween, pass wrapped around the defender. He's doing whatever he wants. This is fun to watch, unless you're Scott Overbay.
No pump fake, still gets Dwight Howard in the air and lays it up for the easy 2 points. Incredible.
IQ's in complete control of this game. He knows exactly what his defender is going to do before he even does it. He's in his head. I think Scott Overbay at this point just needs to get his mind around making sure he comes out on top in game 2 to force a game 3.
Green from 3. Good. 63-71. Golden State up only 8 at this point. Are you concerned if you're quickly at this point, or are you still going to dance?
Oh, dance. If you got any moves you've been working on TikTok, it might be time to bust them out. Build that highlight reel.
Curry with James on him. Pick and rolls. Got Dwight on him. We're going to see him dance here. 4 seconds to go. Curry step back crossover between the legs. Fires. No good. Rim out. Shot clock just ran out. 40 seconds to go. Almost a steal by Thompson. Kuzma. Back to James. Quick to Green. And they don't have the offensive three-point firepower here to make this comeback. No Tracy McGrady here tonight.
Yeah, definitely not going to see any 13 points in 35-second offense tonight. I think it's safe to say IQ's walking away with game 1.
An 8-point victory, unless Quickly decides to shake and bake some more here. James picked by, well, Curry with the easy layup.
That's too easy. A pick and roll in the backcourt, there's just nothing you can do.
Absolutely. Marquise Chris, pardon me, I've been confusing him with Eric Pascal. Hard to see the numbers occasionally, but it's hard to see the numbers when you're watching such beautiful basketball. Curry, close layup. 3 seconds to go. 66-73. Golden State takes this one, and Emmanuel Quickly jumps to a 1-0 lead in this finals of the Hoops at Home tournament. We'll be right back after this.
The University of Kentucky, in partnership with Gen G and JMI Sports, is excited to announce our upcoming event series. Streaming Wednesdays at 3:30 Eastern, Kentucky Esports Weekly brings you news, interviews, and information from esports, the gaming world, and your UK community. Coming soon on Thursdays, we'll be highlighting industry professionals, instructors, and researchers as part of our professional development and academic development series. Look for updates at uky.edu/esports or follow our Twitch channel for all of this and more great content.
Well, it's Emmanuel Quickly taking game 1 of the UK Hoops at Home
I think you might be
tournament,
muted, Jeff.
refreshed by Coca-Cola final. Oh. George, Trenton, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Now I can hear you. I'm with you.
All right, perfect. Well, as I was saying, it's Emmanuel Quickly coming out with victory in game 1 of the UK Hoops at Home tournament, refreshed by Coca-Cola final. He needed 3 games in the last series, George, which you called. What adjustments do you think he made to get such a commanding victory in game 1 and actually win a game at home this time around?
I think the way he runs his pick and roll is to perfection. You see that Scott Overbay, when he has to guard that high pick and roll, he's scrambling. Oh, do I hedge? Do I stop the 3? Well, okay, now the roll man's wide open in the paint. Do I come over with another defender to prevent that? Oh, no, he kicks to Klay Thompson. Do I take my chance on him shooting that 3, or do I let him kick back to Steph Curry at the top? He's scrambling. That high pick and roll is causing so much problems for him, and that's kind of what he figured out. He mastered it in game 3 of the last series, and he took that same mastery and implemented it here in game 1 of the championship.
Trenton, you said it right at the end about the beautiful basketball that's being played right now by Emmanuel Quickly. I saw someone in the chat say they could watch him play NBA 2K all night. If you're Scott Overbay, how do you combat that cool, calm, and collected demeanor in NBA 2K?
You just have to play as best you can and hope that he doesn't get hot, because at this point, I don't think anybody can stop Quickly except for himself.
That's where, I feel like I'm thinking about this. Like, he's already great at basketball. He could give us all something else, right? He could let us be better at NBA 2K, but it seems like this has been his tournament. Is he playing his best, George, right now?
I think that game one performance outside of his very first game when he blew somebody out by 30 in the first half is probably the best basketball I've seen him play. His absolute mastery of the high pick and roll, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry absolutely dancing, a double behind the back, step back three over Anthony Davis and LeBron James in the high corner when he hit that in the fourth quarter to make it a 15-point lead, I believe. He's just doing whatever he wants. He's in full control of this game in the series, and I'm thinking we might see a little bit more of that in game 2.
Trenton, if I told you before this tournament that someone who played the entire time as the Golden State Warriors would win, would you have believed me?
I wouldn't quite agree with it, just due to how dominant the Bucks have been and how many people played as the Bucks. But if Quickly walks away with this one, running as the Warriors all the way through, I can't say I'm surprised.
If we invited you two to play against Immanuel Quickly after this, if there was, the reward was, all right, now you got to beat the casters. George, we'll start with you. How does your game in NBA 2K match up with Immanuel Quickly?
Well, I'm not going to lie. He plays a brand that's going to be a little bit tougher for me. I'm used to players that like to run the pick and roll and then hunt for the layup with the roll guy. I'm a Laker user myself, so Anthony Davis and JaVale McGee help me up with a lot of that cleanup duty, picking up the trash there in the paint. Obviously, his offensive attack on the perimeter would be a little bit tougher to contend, as we saw for Scott Overbay, but I think with my superior thumb skills, I could probably get with him.
Trenton, would you have a chance?
Not in a snowballs. I play 2K occasionally. I'm all right. I like playing the my player, so I play center. I'm not great with 5-man, so I'd probably end up getting rocked. Just I have no words to defend it.
I mean, that's what I feel like. We cast a net out there for anyone who wanted to play. Alumni, Big Blue Nation, future students, current students. And Immanuel Quickly right now, if you're just joining us, he wins game 1 of the UK Hoops at Home tournament, Refreshed by Coca-Cola Championship Series. So now he is just one win away from clinching the title in this entire tournament, which is incredible, outstanding. Guys, I mean, before we go into this, do you think, who do you have? Well, George, you'll be the analyst. I don't want to take this Trenton's play-by-play, so we don't want to put him on the spot here. But George, who do you have winning this game? Can Scott Overbay make it back and beat Immanuel Quickly?
Well, when there's a will, there's a way. And as long as the controllers are on and there's time on the clock, there technically is a will. But the way Quickly played, if he can duplicate that performance, I think we're out of here in 2 games.
All right, well, I'll be seeing you guys on the other side of this. Unclear if we'll be talking about a champion or gearing up for Game 3. Trenton and George, we are just about ready to send you guys out. Take it away for Game 2 of the UK Hoops at Home tournament, Refreshed by Coca-Cola Championship matchup.
Thanks, Jeff. And a huge change in this game. Immanuel Quickly going with the Atlanta Hawks. I've never seen anything quite like that, especially from such a low-ranked team in 2K. George, what is this pick about?
I gotta tell you, this is absolutely blowing my mind here. I mean, even with the Golden State Warriors, you still have 2 of the better players in the game in terms of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and some solid role players with Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins. But the picking of the Hawks here, now you always got Ice Trae, the gang, a knockdown shooter, a baby Steph Curry in 2K. His ratings are about equivalent on his in terms of three-point shooting. The Hawks actually do have a plethora of three-point shooters with Kevin Huerter, with a lot of guys who can stretch. John Collins actually can knock down that shot. Kent Bazemore can knock down that shot. But they're lacking a bit on the defensive end, and they're lacking that star power of a second guy. And with Trae Young only standing 6 foot tall, 150 pounds, soaking wet, he's definitely not going to be the guy that I'm thinking is going to be able to get in the way of stopping Anthony Davis and LeBron James. I'm thinking this is either the dumbest pick I've ever seen or a show of force by Quickly to show that even with a team that typically would be considered tier 3, he can beat one of the better teams in the game.
Absolutely one of the most brazen picks I've ever seen, but with a great shot by Trae Young to start. Quickly was off to a great start, but a dunk by LeBron James later in the quarter. 3-2, Atlanta up by 1 on the Los Angeles Lakers on their home turf. Trae Young, one of the brightest young stars in the NBA. He, Luka Doncic, traded for each other by the Dallas Mavericks and the Atlanta Hawks. And a good shot, bringing the Atlanta Hawks up to 5. James in the corner. Davis kicked it too. Back to James from Green, back to Bradley. We're seeing a lot of roundabout ball right here.
I like that. Again, the ball moves faster than any rotation can. You see there, Danny Green gets a wide open shot on the perimeter, makes it a 5-point game, or makes it a tied game at 5. Throwing that ball around, and especially look at the Hawks. Definitely not a defensive team. There's not many people on this team that are known for their defense. John Collins is a moderately good defender. Definitely not going to be winning any Defensive Player of the Year or first team all defense selections, but he can play against a guy like Anthony Davis as well as anybody on the Warriors could have. But Trae Young, one of the worst defenders in the league. Kevin Huerter, not known for his defense. Ken Bazemore, moderate. Clint Capella, strong interior defender, but no real ability to switch. I'm curious why he went with this decision. I'm thinking he's hoping that Trae Young will still be able to add that fire that he was able to provide with Steph Curry, but we're going to have to see.
I fully expect Trae Young to be the focal point of this offense. John Collins, a 20-10 man for his career in the NBA so far, had a great season, 60-40, not shooting many threes, but still hitting that 40% mark. I'm expecting a close one if the last game was any indication of how this could go. Atlanta up 9-5 on the Lakers on their home turf. Trae Young with a deep three, sinks it almost at the logo of the Staples Center. Incredible shot, and we're hoping to see a lot more of that, aren't we, George?
Oh, yeah. When Ice Trae, the gang is in the game, expect the long ball.
Board contested by Davis. Picked off. Davis to McGee, an easy layup, bringing it within 5 again. I think Quickly is just looking to show out in this last little bit. Trae again, no good. Maybe getting a little too cocky. Long rebounds.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe the Warriors had to load manage. After all, they did just have a back-to-back-to-back. They might have been a little bit tired, wants to rest his guys, and I'm thinking he thinks the Atlanta Hawks would be a good fill-in. And it's looked like it's a pretty competitive game, which is really a testament to his ability.
Speaking of ability, Danny Green, quick hands, gets the steal on Trae Young. Bradley to James, pardon. Avery Bradley, open three. No good, rims out, cleaned up by Clint Capella. Capella once on the Rockets as the rim running center for them. PJ Tucker filling that role. Clint Capella fills a role for the Hawks that they hadn't had filled before he joined. What do you think of his fit against this Lakers matchup?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. As I mentioned before, Trae Young is a baby Steph Curry. He's lacking a bit on the defense. So honestly, if I were the Lakers in this situation, I would be attacking Trae Young at any point. Even if it was Avery Bradley or Danny Green, I'm going to make Trae Young a first-team all-defensive player if he wants to win. I'm beating him up every time.
Something you'd expect. Capella not quite deep. James with a huge dunk over Capella.
LeBron James, absolutely no regard for human life. If you get in the way, get your Kodak out. You're about to be on some kid's poster.
That can't disagree with James. Probably the most highlight-filled player in NBA history, sans Michael Jordan. Corner three brings Atlanta up 20-11 at the end of this first quarter. 9-point deficit for the Lakers to make up. How easy is it going to be going into this second quarter?
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. He's shown in the past that he's able to run with a team that is very star dominant, where he needs to keep that one player in. I don't imagine he'll take Trae Young out at all in this game, kind of similar to how he has in the past by running these timeouts to keep his energy up. Now the Hawks, I would say that they actually have some more feasible players. DeAndre Hunter, a rookie for them this year, he's actually played some very solid defense this year. He's got some good defensive stats. While he's not a LeBron James stopper, he can be a LeBron James slower. Anthony Davis with John Collins and Clint Capella inside should give him some problems. As long as he can keep his offense going through Treyway, I'm thinking he'll probably be fine and be able to pull out this game and end this series in 2.
I'm sure Quickly's looking to do that. 2011, Atlanta up 9. Lakers timeout right at the beginning of the quarter. Wonder what the thought process is behind that, unless that's an automated timeout. James up court. Drives in. Danny Green open from 3. Sinks it. That's not what you want to see. Actually, pardon, foot on the line too. Definitely not what you want to see at the start of the second.
Yeah, definitely not. You definitely don't want to take any long twos. Worst shot in basketball. If you're going to shoot that shot, make sure both feet are behind the line. You just gave yourself a way more difficult shot than you needed without any of the additional points that come with a difficult shot.
Trae Young stopping Kyle Kuzma there. And Davis missing the cleanup putback dunk. Capella backing down. Kuzma spin move in the post. Throws up a shot with his left hand. No good. Kuzma cleans it up. Kick up to James. Young and Collins there to stop him. No good. Kick up out of bounds on the Hawks. Or Hawks ball, pardon. Reddish in. Reddish, a young player who's fit a mold with himself the last couple of games before the season ended. Really started finding his stride in the NBA.
Yeah, and I'm looking for Cam Reddish to really find his stride as we go down through his career. Definitely a 3-and-D prospect. He's a little bit of a project. Came into the season a little slow, shooting sub-30s, both from three and from in general from the field. Didn't really find his stride as soon as he came out of the NBA. Kind of hit a little bit of a niche with where he needed to be on the court and figuring out a way to coalesce with Trae Young and finding his spots on the perimeter before the season came to an end. I'm thinking he definitely has the raw talent and the shooting stroke to eventually be a knockdown shooter in the NBA. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion.
Filling the Danny Green role for the Atlanta Hawks. I see him having a long, prosperous career, filling in that small forward shooting guard role for them. Trae Young, James on him, pick and roll, Clint Capella. Nothing there except McGee on Young on the far outside. No shot by Trae after a good crossover. Back to Trae. McGee still on him. Drives past. Step back. 3 seconds to go. Trae gets the step. Kicks it over to Reddish. And a good layup. Pardon, John Collins. I'm not quite as familiar with this at Hawks team as the Warriors as we've seen. This will be the first game anybody has played with a team that's not the Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, or Clippers in the semifinals. Are you surprised by that at all? I didn't see this coming.
Honestly, I actually saw in the chat on Twitch that he had gone with the Hawks before, and I thought it was just somebody trying to punk me, even though April 1st has already passed a couple of weeks ago. So when I actually saw him dressing up with these boys from the A, I can't tell you I wasn't surprised, but it looks like he knows what he's doing here with a comfortable lead down to a 6-point lead, but still a very comfortable lead with a team that not a lot of people would have ever thought could be competitive with the Lakers.
And Trae Young has that Gatorade symbol, a little exhausted. Quick shot cleaned up by Capella. John Collins and Clint Capella underneath. Capella fires. Collins cleans it up. Kick back out. Reddish fires. No good. Cleaned up by Davis and McGee. McGee driving up. Kick to James. James to Kuzma in the corner. Fires. And it's good. Lakers come roaring back. Hawks timeout. Atlanta 24. Lakers 21. 2:10 left in this second. And that's not what you want to see if you're Emmanuel Quickley right now. You definitely want that run to end as quick as possible with that timeout.
Oh yeah, I think Scott Overbay has found his stride. Unfortunately, it looks like his players are getting a little tired. He might have to make some subs here. Let's see if he can be strategic with the way he runs their energy during this timeout to see if he can keep them in the game. But he's definitely finding his stride, figuring out where he wants to go, finally getting the ball in his spots, and more importantly, making the shots.
Very important. Hawks shooting 44% from three. Lakers a little less so. Hawks, are they considered a three-point shooting team a la the Golden State Warriors?
Well, a lot of people have considered them basically Golden State before they were good. Trae Young and Kevin Huerter both are knockdown players. Trae Young obviously very much akin to Steph Curry. The considerations, the comparisons have been there pretty much since he joined Oklahoma way back when. It wasn't even way back when. It was only about 2 years ago. It just feels like so long because he's established himself as such a veteran, averaging 30 points and 9 assists this year as a sophomore in the NBA, which for people who may not know at home, is not common of sophomores. In fact, going back to what you mentioned before, as LeBron James wins that scrap and throws down the absolute hammer on the fast break for Scott Overbay to take the lead, him and Luka Doncic have actually proved to be one of the best rookie sophomores of all time. With Luka Doncic making getting MVP nods, Trae Young becoming an all-star starter in only their second seasons, respectively.
Incredible to see young players who were traded for each other, for the Mavericks and Hawks respectively, carving out such a career for themselves so young. Davis to Danny Green, corner shot, no good. Capella cleans it up. Trae Young exhausted right now in the second quarter with a minute to go. Kicks it underneath, and a good layup by Herter. James catches the ball, brings it up. Kick to Kuzma. Kuzma shooting better in this game than he did game one. James open from the corner, and it's good. That corner elbow shot, one of James' favorite spots to pull up from three.
Oh, yeah. You give him that spot, he's going to knock it down. It's actually his best spot from the perimeter on the season. If you go back to a lot of his highlights, especially the clutch threes, you'll see he makes a lot in that spot, especially with the turnaround out of the post fade.
Don't remind me against the Wizards a few years back, hit that fadeaway three and sat on a chair as he faded to send that game to overtime. Incredible shot, if I remember correctly. It was overtime.
Oh, incredible. Absolutely insane. A full court lob. Kudos to Kevin Love on the pinpoint pass all the way from the other side of the court, straight into his shooting hand. Knocked down the 3 to force OT. I wasn't even a LeBron James fan back then, but you just got to respect great basketball and solid execution.
Davis with the big jam over Cam Reddish. At the end of the second, going into the half, Lakers up 4. Lakers with 30, Hawks 26. And this probably isn't what Quickly's looking to see going into the half, especially while leading coming into the first. Lakers ball starting this half. James bringing it up as he is wont to do. James hop step inside. Baby hook, no good. Cleaned up by Capella. Trae Young with the ball. And James relying a lot on that hop step in these sets. Trae with the 3, no good. Picked up by Collins. One of the best rebounders at his age, averaging 10. And the putback. Quickly's got to be glad to see that.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Trae Young and John Collins have the potential to be one of the best up-and-coming duos in the NBA. There's a lot of duos that people talk about. Obviously, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. You have Jaren Jackson and Ja Morant. These are all young duos that people have given a lot of hype to. But I feel like one that doesn't get a lot of talking about would be Trae Young and John Collins. Trae Young obviously already established himself as one of the best guards, but John Collins, even though he didn't have much of a season this year since it ended early and also missed 25 games there because of a PED infraction, has put up a solid career, not only his rookie year, but in this sophomore year, averaging 19 and 10 with efficient splits, both from the field and from three. I'm thinking that they could go on to be one of the better duos in this league.
Capella with the strong finish, going for the and one. Quickly, happy to see it. Off a Trae Young steal. Trae Young, not quite the hands up, see the future kind of player that Steph Curry is when it comes to reading passes, but still got it there. James fouled by Herter. Herter? I've never been quite sure.
I believe it's Hoyter. Kevin or Herter, I believe. Actually, it's Herter.
So I think I've been saying that for a minute now. I'm not quite sure.
Now, see, my thing is, I'm not even going to 100% correct you because I got to tell you, I haven't watched a lot of Atlanta Hawks games either. I'm just an NBA junkie. I absorb the content as the content comes, but usually the only thing you see from them, and that's what I said, it is Herter. That's what I thought. So forget that you completely. It's pretty much Herter, like cattle, Herter.
Cattle,
a Maryland legend.
Nice little tidbit of information.
Baby Klay Thompson, as he's been called.
Baby Warriors. James
Baby
left side,
Warriors.
drives in. Pump fake, lays it in. Big finish over Clint Capella. And James, one of the strongest players of all time, height and weight ratio considered, just an absolute bully in the paint. And a quick pass and big jam by John Collins. John the Baptist, as they call him. Love that nickname. One of the best in the NBA.
So what would you say is your favorite nickname? Would that actually be your favorite, or is there another one that stands out to you?
Derrick Rose, the Windy City Assassin. James lobbed to McKee, no good. I love that one. Derrick Rose, obviously my favorite player, and I got to throw him some love whenever I can, even though he plays for the Pistons now.
I got you. If I had to go ahead and say my favorite, even though I don't like him because he's across the street, or I guess not even across the street, I'd say in the basement of Staples Center, but the Claw, Kawhi Leonard, that man, he put them paws on you, he'll get with you. I don't like him. He's been infesting the basement of Staples for a little bit too long. and I'm hoping he gets out of there soon enough. He's making my Lakers a little anxious, but that nickname, it's always stuck with me. And before he was an enemy of the state, he's a guy I rooted for, and I always said that name with passion.
Absolutely. Kawhi Leonard on the Raptors, one of the best postseason runs we've ever seen. Lakers with a timeout. Atlanta, Los Angeles Lakers, 32, pardon. 3 minutes to go left in this third. Close game, probably not what Quickly wants to see, but Collins, Young, and Herder and Hunter making it a close game for the Hawks.
And I'm thinking by 2K standards, these teams do match up pretty well. Obviously, you see Trae Young knock down that three from the top of the key with the hand up. Trae Young is going to bring that offense, and you've got some defensive players in a DeAndre Hunter, a John Collins, a Clint Capella. In my opinion, not really the most lockdown defenders to go against a guy like Anthony Davis inside or putting on LeBron James on the perimeter, but good enough that if your offense is solid, you'll be able to pull out this victory, especially if you got the skills with the sticks. And IQ has obviously shown that he has everything, including that.
Davis pump fakes, gets him in the air. Davis takes it, dribbles out, loses the ball, recovers it, kicks to Kuzma, who kicks to James in the right corner, back to Davis. Drives in, big layup, blocked. And Herder fouled by Kuzma. As you can see quickly, his audio comes in occasionally and we hear the whistle before it even happens. Not quite predicting the future, just getting a little different confirmation from different sources.
I think I would like to say I had some ESP, but fine, give the people some credit.
Trae Young, top of the key, guarded by McGee.
What?
Herder, back to Young. Throw it up. Quickly calling for the and one. Doesn't quite get it. Up for two. John Collins shooting 80% from the line for the season. 60, 40, 80. A great mark for a great young player. 36-32. Atlanta up 4 on the Lakers with 2 minutes left to go in the third. Quickly in a good position with these last 2 minutes.
Definitely. He's got it where he wants it right now. Trae Young has been very solid offensively. He's got LeBron on him, who I would suggest taking off. Honestly, I would run with more of Danny Green. Danny Green's stats on the perimeter a little bit better. He has a little bit more length in terms of wingspan, and also saves LeBron's energy on the offensive end a little bit by not giving him such a strong defensive matchup.
Davis with that great short corner shot. Like to see that. 36-36, a minute 20 to go. Trae Young going for that floater last run. Didn't quite make it. Floaters often used, but not always successfully. A big move against 4 shorter players such as Trae Young. How well would that work against this team with such a long player like Davis, like McGee?
I think the floater is going to be really key when you get into that interior where you're not directly under the basket, but you also are too close to shoot that mid-range J. The floater gives you a little bit more of a cushion with the shot blocker like a JaVale or an Anthony Davis waiting for you, and especially when you're Ice Trae, or some people like to call him Mice Trae, going in there with a little bit less stature. As a David going up against a Goliath, sometimes you got to throw it up high.
Mighty Mouse Trae Young at the line. Exhausted just a minute ago. Missed that layup due to sheer exhaustion. He's not been subbed out this game, I don't think.
And it looks like it's going to be, Anthony Davis throws down the hammer on DeAndre Hunter. But it looks like that's going to be his strategy here. We saw that in his last games with Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. Even though he subbed out the other 3 players, they remained in the game, and he strategically tried to keep their energy up with timeouts. And looking like with the Hawks, who are even more offensively challenged than Golden State in terms of versatility on who shoots, I'm definitely expecting him to do the same with Trae Young. I expect him to see 20 minutes tonight.
Trae Young firing away, misses that 3. Davis with the green from inside. Timeout Hawks down 3 after being up 4 starting this quarter. Lakers 40, Atlanta 37. I might have to advise against keeping all their best players in with such a tight game going into the 4th. Would you sub Trae out to give him that last little bit of time on the bench?
It's a tough decision to make. The backup guards for the Hawks aren't really the most solid. You've got Jeff Teague, who's a veteran. He's got some decent play. His ratings in 2K this year aren't as high as they've been in the past. I would say that it's probably best to run with Trae Young, pray for the best with your timeouts. It seems here he's going to put Cam Reddish at point guard. Hopefully that'll be able to give Trae Young a little bit more rest so he can get his energy up and ready so he can perform in the 4th quarter.
Cam Reddish, a strange pick at the point guard position, but James fouling him. Intentional foul with a bonus at the end of the third. I'm guessing the Lakers want this last shot. Sinks the first free throw, maybe hoping that Reddish, with his inexperience, misses one of the two, but they fail with that. Atlanta 39, Lakers 40, bringing this even closer before we head into the fourth. 15 seconds just about to go. LeBron James with the ball. McGee pick and roll at the top of the key. James. Fancy dribbling. Never seen anything quite like this. The crab dribble he was talking about a few years back must be that. James lobbed to McGee. Bounces it off the backboard, and Quick's going to let time run out. Emmanuel Quick with the Atlanta Hawks 39. Scott Overbay with the Lakers 40. Heading into the fourth. What's the key here, besides taking an early timeout as the Hawks, to change up your game plan, make sure that what you want to happen, a victory, of course, ends up happening here in this fourth quarter, George?
I think for Quickly in the Hawks, you need to make sure that your guy, your leader, your scorer, Trae Young, has as much energy as possible. Give him the weakest matchup on defense to keep his energy as high by not expending it on that side. Use your timeouts as strategically as possible, and then make sure that you're not giving up any second chance buckets with Dwight Howard or JaVale McGee floating around down low. I'd say Anthony Davis has been punishing him a little bit with those high elbow shots. As you see in the third quarter, he hit a couple from that elbow extended area from mid-range. I'd see if he can get John Collins to pressure up on him a little bit, take away that shot. As for Scott Overbay and the Lakers, I'm liking what they're doing here, putting a bigger defender on Trae Young, forcing him to get it over two. Now, right here we see he's got to switch with Dwight Howard. If he can get past Dwight Howard, that's a good thing. But Dwight Howard actually has a lot of height here. It might make it a little bit more difficult to get that shot up.
Deep three, no good. And a foul by Clint Capella on LeBron James. Capella's first. 39-40, 4:33 left to go in this game. Atlanta Hawks down by 1, and we've seen a close one so far. Largest lead, I believe, being 6 at one point.
Yeah, it's definitely been a close game. It's exactly what you want out of a championship potential deciding game. I don't want to see a blowout. I want to see two combatants fighting through 12 rounds.
Davis, big shot, misses it. Cleaned up. Trae Young kicks it up. Back to Young. Kick to the top of the key with Herter. I got it right this time. Capella in the post. Dwight Howard spin move. Step back. One-handed lay-in. Hawks up by 1 after that great move by Clint Capella. Not somebody with the greatest handles, but pulled them out there. Really interesting to see. Davis underneath. Blocked by John Collins. Beautiful.
As you mentioned, Clint Capella, not known for the sauce, but sometimes you just find an extra bottle of Prego sitting in the fridge. You got to pull that bad boy out. Good move.
Where are you getting Prego in bottles? Sorry, that's really... We get them in jars.
No, you know what? Maybe I should have said jar. You know what? Hey, I call basketball games. I don't make the names for stuff that go in Kroger. I'm not a shelver.
Fair enough, George. Fair enough. Trae Young, pick and roll with Clint Capella, fires 3, and almost a big dunk, but no good. Clint Capella down low, one-handed layup, no good by John Collins, missing that putback. That would have been a huge momentum burst. James driving up, stopped short, sizing up Herter. James Davis pick and roll. Cut off.
See, I would have attacked that right there. James had him down low. Herter on the low block. Gotta attack that.
3 seconds left. James rises up, shoots, doesn't get it, but Dwight Howard, a big rebounded putback. A little short hop by whoever was trying to board that underneath. Didn't quite get it. Lakers up 3 on the Hawks with 2:47 left to go in the fourth. That is a back-breaking putback this early. Or this late, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's what he's got to do. You've got the bigs. You need to break his back with the second chance points. Right there, you see Dwight Howard gets away with a little bit pushing the back of Capella, but no call, no foul.
Definitely not. If Quickly doesn't finish off this series here, do you think he switches back to the Warriors?
Most definitely. I think he turns off the face cam, he switches back to his bread and butter, and he gets back into that hyperbolic time chamber and locks in.
Got to get that year's worth of training in. A big putback by Dwight Howard. That's 2 in a row. And Trae Young, ice cold right here. This is what you want, hoping to see. Those 2 opening threes. not quite helping him out here. John the Baptist drives in and baptizes LeBron James. 16 minutes, 13 points, 86% field goal percentage. You can trust John to get efficient basketball done. Defensive 3-second. Lakers get a free throw. That's painful to see here. Davis at the line.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad miscue, and that can happen to you sometimes when you run off ball with the center and you look to contain the interior penetration. If you're not too close to your defender, you'll get flagged with that defensive 3 seconds. You got to be careful when you play off ball to get 1 foot out of the paint every here and there.
James moving shot. Dwight Howard almost another putback. He's been an offensive force right here. Trae Young, the layup, almost chased down by Danny Green, but sinks it anyway. 45-47, a minute 45 to go left in this game. Lakers up by 2. This is a close one, George.
Oh, yeah, this is a heavyweight fight. Everybody's exchanging blows. Jab, jab, jab. I'm waiting to see who throws the hook to finish it off.
Young and James both offensively not doing the best, but still doing their best to carry their teams. Young drives in, kick to the corner. John Collins waiting, fires, and it's good, bringing the Hawks within 1, 48-49. Lakers down 1. This is what Emmanuel wants to see right here.
And this is exactly what we want. Close game, 2 competitors. We're going to see who's got the clutch gene.
Quickly on defense, Scott on offense with the Lakers. Davis, James pick and roll. We've seen a ton of that. James driving in, one-handed layup, switching hands, it looked like, in midair, left to right. Hawks 8 of 18.
You see quickly in his cam, he's got the 2K stance. He's leaned forward, controller hunched into his abs. He's ready for action. Watch out.
And a bad turnover. Gamer stance didn't help quite right there. Trae Young ice cold in this second half.
Yeah, Ice Trae has been ice cold. Hasn't been able to find the touch with these long perimeter defenders. He's not as good as Steph. He's almost there, but not as good, making it a little bit more difficult for him to get those shots up, especially without a go-to scorer to take off some of the load like you have with Klay Thompson and Steph with Golden State.
James with a one-handed pass to the corner to Danny Green, and a big foul by John Collins on Dwight Howard. One of the less great free throw shooters. Maybe this is a good thing.
Maybe, but if he makes one, it makes it a 2-possession game.
That's rough. Herter kicks it to Trae. Trae exhausted by the end of this game. 30 seconds left, 48-52. The Hawks are hoping for a miracle right here. Trae to Herter in the corner. Kicks the other corner. John Collins wide
risky
open.
Passes. He's throwing some risky cross-court passes here. He keeps throwing those. He's going to end up in a turnover.
You have to think it's about over here. 4-point differential, 15 seconds to go. Definitely, probably, most likely over. And Emmanuel quickly waiting for game 3 of this tournament. Lakers, Scott Overbay II takes it 52-48 over the Hawks. And we'll be right back after this.
Before the victory, there's this. The first step. You dig in. Work hard, win or lose, try again. Those are big. But it all starts with that first step. And to get there, we come here to the University of Kentucky, where every moment and every victory is wildly possible.
Well, Emmanuel quickly thought he could maybe get away with, young Steph Curry with Trae Young, but does not. We are headed to a game 3. Emmanuel quickly and Scott Overbay. George, we'll start with you. What do you think? Why the Atlanta Hawks? Why the team change?
I think it was a show of force by IQ. He felt so confident in his ability with a convincing win with Golden State that he thought he could make some magic happen with the Magic City boys in Atlanta. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get it done. I'm thinking he switches back to Golden State to close out this series in this tournament.
Obviously different teams there, Trenton, but what did Scott Overbay do right in game 2 to correct his mistakes in game 1?
Capitalized way more on Trae Young's defensive inability. A lot of switching onto Young, making sure that he couldn't play the brand of basketball that he wanted. LeBron James, a lot of the time, taking the defensive charge there, making sure that he's not allowed to play the basketball he wants.
George, you called the last series with Immanuel Quickley in that semifinal. He was able to get a victory. He lost game 2 there as well. What adjustments did he make from game 2 to game 3 to be able to advance to the final?
I saw him take the defense into consideration with that last series with the Clippers and Kawhi and PG pressing up on the perimeter. He took a lot more layups. If you were to look at his points in the paint compared to the other games he played in the tournament, you would see an exponential spike, and he was able to take that into game 3, shoot more layups, which then opened up the perimeter for him later in the second half. I think he switches to Golden State and he gets back into that game 2 and game 3 IQ mentality.
Trenton, either way, I mean, we started with 64. We're down to 2. We feel Immanuel Quickley in his career, he's lived for the moment. Can Scott Overbay live for the moment, getting all the way to this point? We don't see his face cam, but can he adjust to the moment? Do you think that game 2 was a little bit of a precursor for what game 3 could be like?
Scott has almost no pressure on him because right now nobody's focused on him. Everyone is focused on Quickley and his ability to play basketball right now. And if Scott comes out and wins this one swinging, it's going to be a great feeling for him.
And we see our producer chat lighting up right now. I mean, does it get any better than game 3 of the UK Hoops at Home Tournament Refreshed by Coca-Cola Championship match? George, does it get any better than this right now?
It doesn't get any better than this. This feels like round 12 of the heavyweight championship of the world. My palms are sweaty. I'm at the edge of my seat. I just want to get into the action.
Yeah, and I see someone put in the chat, it looks like Brown Owl 63 says win or stay home. Well, yes, that's exactly what our situation is right now. The Hoops at Home tournament out here, UK and Gen G. We are refreshed by Coca-Cola. But Trenton, did you think as we went along in this tournament that the skill level would be to the point that we would end up with a rubber match in the championship series?
I expected nothing less. When you've got two people with such skills just swinging at each other, trying to break each other down mentally and physically in the game, it's just, you can't expect much more, or much less rather, than just the closest series so far.
I have to ask both of you, I mean, who do we have in this game? Immanuel Quickley, the SEC Player of the Year, headed to the NBA draft, star for UK men's basketball, or Scott Overbay, the hero of Big Blue Nation all of a sudden? We'll start with you, George.
Well, I think IQ is going to be quite the competitor, but as people have known me to do on this stream, I'm repping my squad. Los Angeles, Scott Overbay, I'm thinking he pulls out game 3 with the Kang.
Trenton, I've tried to tell George, he's got to be objective. He's the commentator. He's going with LA all the time. But Trenton, where do you go with this?
I can't say I'm quite objective either because as a member of the University of Kentucky esports team, I got to support my boy IQ. He's been absolutely lights out so far, and I can't really argue against him.
While we have a few minutes here as we're setting up for game 3, and Trenton, we'll stick with you. You mentioned that your role on campus. What should the University of Kentucky know about you guys? What are some things that you do on campus?
I'm actually a DJ for WRFL 88.1 on campus. I'm productions director as well. I play Super Smash Brothers for the University of Kentucky. I'm actually wearing my jersey right now as presented by a couple of my friends and whatnot. But other than that, what about you, George?
Oh, man, well, I do a lot of stuff on campus. I'm the president of the Entrepreneurship Club, a consultant actually for the Esports Project in terms of the Cornerstone. But more than everything, I am everybody's in-house Laker propagandist.
In-house Laker propagandist. That's what we really, that's what's going to be on your diploma, George, I think, in the spring. But it doesn't matter what you guys did in your time at Kentucky. All that matters right now is you are bringing us the game 3 of the UK Hoops at Home NBA 2K Tournament Refreshed by Coca-Cola championship match. Let's take it out to the court, to the virtual court, virtual Lexington. Game 3, here we go, folks.
Thanks, Jeff. And as we thought the Golden State Warriors come back out for Quickley, this is not unexpected.
And we see here the face cam has been turned off. He is locked in. He is ready to go, and he's ready to clean up house. This is game 3, do or die, win or stay home.
And really, I plan on staying home either way. But Green with the drive, Davis can't stop him right there. So far, what are you expecting game 3?
I'm expecting this to be a lot like game 1, except hopefully more fine-tuned defense on the perimeter by Scott Overbay. I think he played a good game offensively. He was very efficient from 3. He was getting the layups and the putbacks he wanted, but he just couldn't stay in front of anybody. You couldn't stop anybody. And at the end of the day, this isn't golf. The higher score wins here. You need to put up points, and you need to stop the other player from putting up points. I'm looking to see some better defense from Scott Overbay this game.
Speaking of right there, LeBron James, the hop step to the right-handed lay-in. A timeout really early in the clock by the Lakers. 2-2 Golden State Lakers. Emmanuel quickly on the right with the Golden State Warriors playing at home. Scott Overbay II with the Los Angeles Lakers. Really a matchup we've seen several times with Quickly, not so much with Overbay. Do you expect the inexperience, though they've already played once before, to have a bit of an impact when it comes to Overbay playing the Golden State Warriors? Pardon.
Well, I'm hoping from game 1 he got all the experience he needed. Sometimes you just got to learn under pressure in the moment and quickly. Hopefully he learned quickly how Quickly likes to play. Obviously, he's hunting for the 3. He's seen him dance with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. He saw the kickouts from the drive. He saw the plays he likes to run with the high pick and roll. Hopefully, he knows how to play that better than he did in game 1. And I guess we'll see if he executes on whatever he saw.
Hopefully, I'm seeing Quickly to break it down and dance a little bit like he did with Curry earlier. But we've seen a lot of Marquise Chris playing as KD. Curry trying to pick and roll. Draymond Green with the corner 3, not something you see often. Chris with the cleanup, backing down McGee underneath. Left-handed hook, and it's good. Chris with a crisp 2 points.
Yeah, I think Marquise Chris is the X factor. Obviously, we look at the bigs here, JaVale McGee, Anthony Davis, and Dwight Howard, a lot more imposing on paper than a Marquise Chris, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney front court. But Marquise Chris has the athleticism and the lateral quickness to make some problems for JaVale McGee and Anthony Davis. We're going to see if that comes into play.
Speaking of corners shot by Chris, not quite sinking. He's been efficient for Quickly so far, and Draymond Green has that passing ability to get him those green shots he needs to take the lead. James on Curry, top of the key. Not what you want to see if you're Curry. Pick and roll. James gets past. Davis down low. Draymond on him. No good. Cleaned up by McGee, and a kickback out to Green. Curry with the steal. Driving out. Steps back. Fires. Green sinks it. The shake and bake is starting early, George.
Oh, yeah. Get LeBron James a map. That man is lost. A quick step back dribble, all the space, all the time in the world. Steph Curry probably could have got his taxes and had his stimulus check hit before anybody had time to close out. Easy 3.
Definitely something you want to see right there. JaVale McGee with a quick reach-in foul. Golden State 7, Los Angeles Lakers 4. Definitely what you want to see if you're Quickly with 2:40 left to go in the first. Curry saucing on James. Right wing. Chris with the pick. Curry steps back, drives past James underneath the basket, kick to Green with a wild pass. Green open the corner. Chris backing down McGee. 3 seconds to go. Offensive 3-second. That's a bad luck right there when it comes to Chris getting that, especially just before taking the shot.
Yeah, not the play I would want to go to. JaVale McGee versus Marquise Chris in a pure post-up with no lateral quickness involved. That's not really the move that I would have went to, especially with some time on the clock. Camped out in the paint, 3-second violation. Bad play all around by Quickly on that possession.
Curry, a quick 3, cleaned up by Davis, who kicks it to James. 2 strange shots back-to-back. JaVale McGee shooting that close mid-range shot from the left side of the block. And then Curry, a more normal shot, an open 3 from the top of the key, but just misses. Davis loses the ball in the post, rises up, fires, misses, almost cleans it up, does clean it up. James, top of the key, Curry behind him. Kyle Kuzma fires, no good. JaVale McGee with the board. We've seen a lot of offensive boards so far. That's 2 this possession.
Oh, it's the biggest factor in this. He's a shooting team with no bigs, really. You need to beat him up inside. If he's going to hit more 3s than you, you need to put up more 2s than him. And those offensive rebounds outside of turnovers are the best way to get some easy 2s off a putback.
Marquise Chris with an offensive board, not what you expected. Drop step spin move, no and one. McGee with the foul. That's 2 quick fouls on JaVale McGee early this game.
Well, luckily for Scott Overbay, the one thing that the Lakers are not lacking on is depth at the front court positions. Even if he were to get in foul trouble, you still have Dwight Howard you could throw out there. You can move AD to the 5 and bring in Markieff Morris. Overall, the center position is probably the one that if he's going to get in foul trouble, that's the one you want it to be.
Something to consider, moving Anthony Davis to the 5 position. Is that something that Scott should think about as this game gets closer down the wire?
I'm thinking it's honestly something that I would think about. It really depends on what he wants to do offensively. If he's wanting to maximize his putbacks, then I think that's what he should do, and keeping JaVale McGee at center like he's doing now. Having 2 7-footers in there against some of the shorter players that Golden State is running right now is going to give you more opportunities to grab offensive rebounds for second chance points. But you're going to be giving up a little bit in lateral quickness on defense, as well as getting back in transition. If he were to run AD at the 5 and maybe throw Markieff Morris at the 4 or keep Kuzma there at the 4, he'd be giving up a little bit in rebounding, but he would have a little bit more versatility on the perimeter, stretching the floor. He'd be able to move a little bit more on defense, switch better. So it really just depends on what's more important to him. Is he more focused on limiting transition and moving quickly, or does he want to crash the glass?
Definitely a question that he's going to have to answer as this game gets closer down the wire. Curry by himself, wide open, fires, sinks it. That's not what you want to do if you're Scott right now. Leaving Curry open from 3. Marquise Chris has his takeover. Glass cleaner. He's been absolutely active on the board so far tonight.
Oh, yeah, he's making his impact known early and often, playing some quality defense on JaVale McGee down low, fighting on the glass. Marquise Chris is giving it everything he wants. It must be a contract year. He's putting everything on the line.
Contract year is known to bring out the best in some of even the most slothful players in the NBA. 6-12, Golden State up by 6. Start of the second quarter. 5-minute quarters we're playing here tonight. Sometimes played 6, but I think time constraints brought us down to 5. How does that change the idea of playing to conserve energy?
I think that it doesn't change too much. Typically, 2K adjusts the energy expenditure to match the time on the clock. So even if you were playing with 12-minute quarters, it would drain your energy a little bit less, just to make sure that you don't have to sub like 3 times in the same quarter. But at the same time, what we've been seeing here in the past with quickly running Clay and Steph the entire game, less time gives an advantage to him if you really think about it, in that he has less time, which means he has more time that he optimizes out of a quarter with his best guys versus having to make a sub with an extra minute.
Quickly with an inbound steal pass by Marquise Chris. Chris has been everywhere tonight. Offensive board, shooting 3s, shooting 2s, cleaning up the glass. You love to see it. Kevon Looney off of Klay Thompson, a quick conversion, one-handed dunk. 16-6, Golden State up by 10. 4 minutes to go, just under 4 minutes to go in this second quarter. James at the top.
I'm definitely expecting some better offensive execution here going down the second quarter. Only 6 points, 7 minutes into the game. More time passed than points on the clock. So he finally notches his 7th point here. I'm expecting him to try to open things up a little bit more. The paint is looking a little bit clogged. I'm expecting him to try some more high pick and rolls, try to get the bigs out of there, or maybe even attack the bigs he has a little bit. Marquise Chris playing his tail off right now, but definitely not the guy that I'm expecting to carry this team through 4 quarters.
Honestly, at this point, he's been averaging about 16 points per game. This every time quickly is used. A big foul by Kuzma. Almost arm bar right there. Strange. Kuzma
might see a flagrant foul on that one next time. The ref's letting them play.
For now, at least. Curry, Chris, pick and roll. Curry fires off the pick. No good. Chris underneath, trying to stop James. James, one-handed layup. Lets it roll in. Nice and easy. 9 for the Lakers. Golden State Warriors at 18. Lakers down 9. 3 minutes to go left in the second. Curry top the key, driving in, doesn't fire, tries to kick it to the corner to Green, but Davis reads it out, gets the steal. Danny Green drives in, pump fake, blocked from behind by Marquise Chris. And as I said, Chris is everywhere tonight.
He's giving it his all. This is the best performance I've seen from Marquise Chris by Emmanuel Quickley through the first half that I've seen so far in any of his games. to do this against a team like the Lakers. Now, I would expect it against maybe the Clippers or Rockets, where their bigs really aren't so big. But on a team like this, where they have some of the best bigs in the game, definitely playing like he has something to prove.
Big dunk by Andrew Wiggins. We haven't seen a lot of Andrew Wiggins, though. He played well with the Warriors after being traded from the Timberwolves for D'Angelo Russell, who didn't really fit the long-term plans of the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins taking that small forward position and running with it, averaging pretty good stats in the time that he did play. Not getting a lot of use in 2K. Why is that, George?
Well, Andrew Wiggins actually isn't the best 2K player, especially for the way Emmanuel quickly likes to run. His three-point rating is sub 70, which isn't terrible, but not the go-to that you want to have when you're shooting almost entirely threes. On top of that, not giving you a lot on the defensive end, and looks like mainly his matchup is going to be a LeBron James, maybe even an Anthony Davis. That doesn't show very well for his energy, and it seems like his offense is very Splash Brother centric, with the occasional roll man getting a layup here and there. Andrew Wiggins not really participating in that pick and roll. I wouldn't expect him to get a lot of looks at the basket tonight.
Definitely not, especially in a game such as 2K. Used to be, you could rely on dunkers like Andrew Wiggins to be such a great instant offense, but as 2K has progressed and the NBA, three-pointer becoming far more valuable. Curry, speaking of, firing from way downtown, rims out. Not really in rhythm right there.
I wouldn't expect him to miss that shot too many times. If he's going to be that wide open, even though he's only shooting 2 for 7 right now, you give him 5 more of those, that percentage might look more like a 5 for 12.
Can always expect that from Curry. Easily the best three-point shooter of all time. Sorry, Ray Allen. Oh, JaVale McGee. A monster one-handed jam. That was angry.
Disgusting.
Curry. Easy layup. That was, wow, I haven't seen anything from Scott like that. McGee throwing down. That was a hammer.
And going into this game, I was expecting a little bit more of that. His bigs really aren't those that could prevent you from doing something like that once you get into that restricted area. I just feel like he's not pounding it down there. I guess Marquise Chris said something mean to Anthony Davis and JaVale McGee before the game started, and they're just not in rhythm. I'm expecting them to get back in the game in the second half. They've been kind of a no-show.
So far, this game getting a lot closer. Within 7, I believe, right now. Just a big rough. Curry to Thompson, a lob with a soft touch off the glass. That's not something you see every day.
Oh, not at all. Usually Klay Thompson is on the receiving end of a pass somewhere behind the arc. Seeing him catch a lob inside with people down there in the half-court set, definitely not what Steve Kerr drew up, but we'll take 2.
Absolutely. Kyle Kuzma, top of the key, driving in. Not really an offensive starter, but gets the foul from Danny Green. Lakers getting a lot of foul opportunities and free throws this quarter.
Yeah, definitely a bailout right there. Shooting that fadeaway right there at the free throw line. Shot clock running down. Definitely got bailed out with that. That's overall some good defense by IQ. Just got to make sure to keep your hands to yourself.
Something that they're going to have problems with going into the third here. 30 seconds left to go in the second, and a big dunk on Looney. 18-27, Golden State up. 30 seconds left to go in the second. Lakers ball. Kuzma for 3. No good. Davis with the cleanup. Davis overpowering Draymond Green and Steph Curry right there. James almost blocked, but gets the nice rattle around the rim before it drops.
LeBron James, a prolific, athletic finisher in the paint. He's got the badges to prove it. Get him down there with a little bit of space. More than often than not, he's going to make those.
James still on Curry. Steps out of bounds. Pardon, timeout with 0.9 to go. Scott Overball. Emmanuel quickly. 2 great players breaking all the way through the brackets to meet in the finals and going to game 3. Did you expect game 3 even after quickly went with the Hawks?
I'm a little bit surprised he picked the Hawks, but usually when you see somebody go out of the way to pick a team that you usually don't expect, it means that they're really good with that team. And considering how he was having his way with Scott Overbay in game 1, I was expecting him to pull it out. But honestly, truth be told, I'm glad to have a game 3. I'm just so excited to see this competitive basketball. I didn't want it to come to an end.
Absolutely. Would have been way too early for me.
Way too early.
Lakers, Warriors. Golden State up 27-20, 0.9 to go. Derek Fisher, the only player to get a shot off that early, almost knocked it into the goal. Stephen Curry hitting the ball, making sure this ends the half at the same. Lakers only shooting 30%. If you caught that graphic right before it transferred back to the game, that's a rough shooting percentage.
And see, for a team like Golden State, not known for their defense at this stretch of their team's life cycle, I would expect a little bit better, especially considering you're an interiorly dominant team against an inferior team. I would expect a little bit more pounding down low, getting some high percentage layups. That just not has been the case. Anthony Davis and JaVale McGee have somehow just been taken out of this game by Draymond Green and Marquise Chris, a sentence I never thought I would say as a Laker fan.
Green on Curry. Curry tried to shake him. No time on the clock. Fires. No good. James with no offensive board. Andrew Wiggins dives out of bounds. Doesn't quite get it before he touches the ground. Lakers ball. 4:26 left to go in the third. 20-27. Golden State up by 7 on the Lakers. So Scott Overbay, the second representing the Lakers, and Emmanuel Quickley for Golden State. Kuzma top of the key. Davis. We've seen a lot of Davis setting picks. Kuzma changes his mind. Kick to Davis, and a bad 3-second violation by Chris right there. Free throw for Davis.
You see that a lot when you play off-ball defense. You get caught waiting for the penetration inside the paint, too far from the defender. That's an easy 1 point given up by just not having the IQ there to get out of the paint quick enough.
JaVale McGee, a big foul by Marquise Chris, going to the line for 2. McGee, all right free throw shooter, I suppose. Able to sink him when it counts.
I guess as a center, you give him some props. He's shooting around low 70% last time I checked, so definitely not a guaranteed bucket. But in terms of the general mass of terrible free throw shooters we typically see at that 5 spot, there are worse options you could go with.
Speaking of worse options, Stephen Curry, a wide open 3 in rhythm, catches and fires off a great dribble move. 23-30, Golden State up by 7 still. LeBron James, top of the key. James not doing quite as much this game as he did. James, a huge dunk. Wow.
And see, don't talk about the king. He hears all. If you talk bad about him, he's going to drive down that lane. And with no shot blocker waiting for him, at that point, it's a dunk contest. Grab your popcorn, grab a seat. It's a time for a show.
Unfortunately, Chris was waiting for him and ended up getting posters. Not what you want to see. Davis, blocked at the top by Draymond Green. Curry steps back. Kick to Klay Thompson. Drive in. And an easy layup for 2. Golden State up 9 on the Lakers right now. Scott Overbay not quite getting what he wanted on that dunk by Davis. Green, top of the key. Kicks to James. Pump fake, no good. JaVale McGee steps in. Kick to Davis. Davis in the low right post. Loses it. McGee up. No good. Cleaned up by Draymond Green. And Draymond Green, one of the best offensive rebounders, despite only being 6'9", and quite a tad bit shorter than his compatriots.
Oh, definitely. He's definitely got that round mound of rebound going on. A little bit of Charles Barkley in him, an undersized power forward, making up with it with heart, because heart is more important than height.
If you got the effort, you'll get the boards. Unfortunately, Chris didn't make that 3, leading to a board to LeBron James. Marquise Chris, 3 fouls with 2 minutes left to go in the third. Timeout by the Lakers, who have used 3 so far. Golden State sitting pretty with all 7 left. How important is timeout management as they're going down the wire?
Oh, it's extremely important, especially for how IQ has been playing, keeping in Klay Thompson, Steph Curry the entire 20 minutes. These timeouts give him the ability to stretch their energy, keep them in the game longer, keep them fresh, make sure the shots are going down. They usually wouldn't because of fatigue. And I think now, since he still has his 7, and he's forcing Scott Overbay to use his early on, just for him to recoup some of his energy for his guys and also change his strategy a little bit, I think that this spells success for IQ long term.
Hopefully for him and for us that support him. On opposite sides of this sort of match here, you a huge Lakers fan, me not quite a Warriors fan, just rooting for Quickley.
Well, I got to root for my guys, and I'm hoping that Scott Overbay can make this a little bit more of a competitive game. Obviously, as a caster, I'm objective, and I just like quality basketball. But I think it'll sit a little bit prettier for me if I see my guys come out on top. But no ill will. The better player will win no matter what team they play with. I'll root for whoever plays good basketball.
Dwight Howard missed a bunny. Not what you want to see if you're Scott right now. Curry driving in on James. Step back, post up. Not what you see from Curry. Curry Green pick and roll. That you saw a lot of this in 2015-16.
Oh, unfortunately, I still have PTSD.
Curry shades in. 4 seconds left on the clock. Drives, no good. Chris in the corner, fires. Air ball, shot clock violation. Lakers, great defense right there.
They're going to have to rattle off a couple more defensive possessions like that. They're down 9 here. Not running out of time. Still enough time to get back in this game. But we're definitely going to need to see some stops sooner than later.
Only 1:25 left in this quarter. Lakers down by 9, 25-34. Golden State up. Anthony Davis, top of the key, fires a quick three. No good. Dwight Howard cleans it up. Kicks to Danny Green in the corner. Back to James, top of the key. James to Davis. Davis driving. James top the key, fires. Likely good, no good. Cleaned up by Draymond Green. Up to Curry. Running the break. Curry, one of the most dangerous fast break runners of all time. Curry to Wiggins, no good from the corner.
Wiggins, not really known as a knockdown shooter. He actually has the corner specialist badge. Usually that will give him a little bit of an up for his shot there in the corner, but still not as consistent as a Steph Curry or a Klay Thompson. Especially the way IQ likes to play, you're not going to see a lot of threes from Andrew Wiggins in this game.
Kyle Kuzma opposing that thought. Kyle sinking a three right there. Curry to Chris. Blocked by Dwight Howard, but Dwight stuck in an animation, gets stuck up against the stanchion. Chris cleans up the board and makes it. That's unfortunate for Dwight Howard. And Scott at that point.
You see Scott going quick. He sees he hadn't had his defender. Marquise Chris was lagging a little bit on that play. Took advantage. Instantly just turbo with LeBron James into the paint. Only one defender in front of him. Easy layup.
Speaking of one defender, Stephen Curry getting the open shot, firing away quickly. Loves Curry in this game.
There's a lot to love. When you got a three-point assassin, you put him out there and he gets hits. Collecting bodies all over the court, putting them on skates, sending them home crying.
Gotta agree with that. Steph Curry, once known as the baby-faced assassin, grew a beard, can't really call him that anymore, huh?
I guess not. I guess you have to call him the middle-aged murderer. I don't know. It doesn't have the same kind of accent to it. It's not really as good as this baby-faced assassin. But at the end of the day, the buckets are all the same. Beard, no beard. That's not the guy that you want to have to see when you're on defense.
That 2015-16 era Curry Warriors, probably some of the most incredible team basketball we've ever seen. The Spurs in 2013-14, the only team I could ever think of that played as well together as that team.
Yeah, I think I would give the 2013-2014 Spurs a little bit of a nod up just because their ball movement was ridiculous. And no shade to the Golden State Warriors because they obviously are an amazing team still, but especially back then with their ball movement. But that Spurs team felt a little bit different to me because they didn't really have at that time somebody who was a bona fide MVP candidate. That was when Kawhi Leonard was still considered a role player. Tim Duncan was at the end of his career. Ginobili and Tony Parker were trending down in their careers. But still, without having an MVP candidate, able to win 60-plus games, ball swinging, a superior defense, and without having a go-to scorer, offensively one of the best teams in the league. But that 2015-2016 team, like you mentioned, some of the best basketball I've ever seen and probably ever will see.
Not since LeBron, a big dunk over Kevon Looney and Draymond Green right there. Into the third, no good. 32-39, Lakers down by 7. A closer game than at the beginning of the half. That's got to be good to see for Scott.
Oh, yeah, 7-point game. I think it could definitely be a lot lower considering how bad he was offensively in that first half. Definitely was able to pick up the pace a little bit here. I'm still thinking we're going to need to see a change in the way he's playing right now if he wants to come back and win this game.
Speaking of change, almost the great pick and roll play. James going to get a breakout
watch
dunk.
out.
Watch out below LeBron James. Lakers 34, Golden State 39.
Oh, the cock back tomahawk, looking like LeBron James in his first stint with Cleveland. Cocking back a 90-degree angle on the arm. Absolutely disgusting. That's why they invented the breakaway jam. The breakaway rim, I should say.
Him and Shaquille O'Neal, two of the fiercest dunkers of all time. Stephen Curry, not quite so much, relying more on skill and finesse to get their buckets. Get his buckets, pardon.
Most definitely. I don't know if you remember this, but the last time I remember a significant Golden State versus Laker game was when Steph Curry was on that fast break and slid when he's about to go up for his dunk. I don't know if you remember that, but it's honestly one of the funniest moments I've ever seen live.
Wasn't that during a clutch situation too?
I don't think it was. Oh no, the Lakers were losing by 25 at that point. I wish it was a clutch situation. No, not a lot of clutch stuff going on with the Lakers that year, but it was hilarious to see, especially when you have a guy who strikes you as a god and immortal like Steph Curry. It just feels nice to know that he's still a human being, even though he's got this laser-guided jump shot.
It's a good way to describe it. And a big dunk, Marquise Chris, one of the most efficient players running on that pick and roll with Steph Curry. Fourth foul with 3:42 to go. That's not a good sign for Chris right now.
Not at all. I'd say with 4 minutes left, he'd still probably be okay. At this point, 5 fouls, you're not going to take him out. But if he were to foul out, that would make it a little bit tougher, considering what he's done for them on the rebounds and on the pick and roll. I'd say that him coming out of this game could definitely spell doom for IQ. I definitely would make sure to keep his hands to himself here in the later stages of this fourth quarter.
More points than he has minutes, and great offensive and defensive hustle. Just great in 2K. He's been playing well with the Warriors. Started out as a member of the Phoenix Suns, if I remember correctly. Fourth pick a few years back. Cut and then picked up by the Warriors during their injury-plagued season. And they've turned him into a manageable role player, which is great to see.
Well, we've seen in the past that Golden State Warriors have almost been an island of misfit toys for the NBA. A lot of the people who've kind of fizzled out in the league, like a JaVale McGee a couple of years ago, they've had guys like a Brandon Rush or other players that come to mind. Harrison Barnes, who hasn't really been the same since he's left that team. There's something about that ecosystem, whether it's the offense they run, whether it's the magnetism that comes with playing with shooters as great as Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, that gives you more open shots, that allows players to really be their best selves. And a lot of them can't really replicate it once they leave, and definitely weren't on that level before they got there. I think Marquise Chris may be joining that cast.
I have to agree. It's great to see young players that didn't quite get the chance that they would like on other teams come together and play great basketball. Curry with a foul on James, prevent that fast break dunk. Probably a great idea strategically. 2 minutes to go left in this match. 47-39, Lakers down by 8, and Emmanuel quickly looking to put away Scott Overbay, and win the Hoops at Home championship. How do you think he's sitting right now?
I think he's sitting pretty. Up 8, 2 minutes left. Run the clock down. Just make sure you get some points here.
Maybe not like that.
Maybe not like that. I would say Clay's going to make that more often than not, the way that IQ's been shooting with him. But as long as you make sure that you don't give up or run here, I think that IQ's chances of pulling away with this championship are somewhere in the 90 percentile.
Davis blocked at the rim. Chris with the rebound, kick up to Curry. Thompson, easy layup, 39-49, Golden State up 10. And you got to say, Quickly's fans are probably starting to celebrate right now, as he's just a bit away from being crowned Hoops at Home champion.
Yes, sir. It looks like one of the best players in real basketball, maybe one of the best in virtual basketball. There must be a correlation. We're going to have to run a statistical analysis on this, because it seems like the Hoopers have been taking over this tournament. But we're going to have to see. 10 minutes left, 10 points with 1:30. I would say the fat lady hasn't sung. She is warming up her pipes right now, but let's make sure that we don't call it an IQ victory too soon.
A quick 3 here, bring it within 7, could make it easy to strike for Scott. You got to think he's trying to feel confident in this last little bit. But with Lakers ball on the inbound, Davis, quick pass to James inside. Rattles out. I thought he was blocked. Lakers ball, 14 seconds to go. That was a tense possession right there. Second chance.
You see Quickly is put back on the cam. He's very confident. He wants the world to know.
I'm back, baby.
Howard with the put
He's
back.
back, baby. Don't call it a comeback. He's
I don't
been
think he
here
ever
for
left.
years.
He was just trying to show out a little bit. James hard on Curry defensively. Curry driving in, steps back, trying to bait James. Of course, Scott playing a little bit off ball with Curry, standing in the corner, making sure that it doesn't happen. Dwight Howard drives inside, leaves Chris, blocked by Howard. But this late, I think it's all but over. Kuzma driving in, whiffs the layup.
One shining moment.
Thomas firing from three quickly, claiming that's his shining moment, celebrating rightfully so. Dwight Howard layup.
Yeah.
And it's looking like it's going to
That
be
might be
Quickly's
it.
tournament.
In
This is great
one
to see.
shining moment. Quickly go ahead and do your dance. It looks like you're going to be the champion of this 2K Hoops at Home tournament.
Emmanuel
sir.
Quickly has the heart for basketball. James with the foul, and it's going to be over here. Stephen Curry, 90% free throw shooter. He ain't going to miss here.
Yeah, just more of putting the bow on the present here. It's already wrapped up.
Scott Overbay absolutely played a great series, but right here, right now, Emmanuel Quickly crowned the king versus the king and the Lakers. Right now, the Warriors, for the first time in a year, and only a year, reign supreme. Stephen Curry fires away. No celebration here. 12 seconds to go. 54-41, Golden State ahead of the Lakers. Emmanuel Quickly, the Hoops at Home tournament champion, but an 8-second violation by the Lakers. Quickly calling it early. Probably not a great chance of a comeback here.
I'd say
Gives it to
unless
Curry.
somehow he gets a steal and invents a 14-point play, I'd say this one's out of reach.
Emmanuel Quickly, your Hoops at Home tournament champion, with a win over Scott
man.
Overbay's
Y'all know what
Los
it is.
Angeles Lakers.
Unbelievable. The champion. We started with 64, and the one remaining is Emmanuel Quickly, arguably the most known face in the entire tournament. Guys, he lost game 2 after winning game 1 big, went to the Hawks in game 2, went back to the Warriors in game 3. And George, it just seemed like he came flying out of the gates. Did Emmanuel Quickly seem like a man on a mission in that game 3?
That man was on a mission. Rainbow Six, SEAL Team 6. He was locked in. Black Ops, full camo, cape clad, ready for action. There was no denying him this victory. So now give it to Scott Overbay. He was quite the competitor. He made it competitive a little bit in that third quarter, and I had a feeling he would make a run there in the fourth quarter. Unfortunately, it looked like it didn't happen, but Emmanuel Quickly just could not be denied throughout this tournament.
Trenton, what was the difference when Emmanuel Quickly went back to the Warriors after using the Hawks in game 2?
As George says, the Hawks are the baby Warriors. They're not quite the powerhouse that the actual Warriors ended up being, and the Warriors with 3 offensive savants in Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Chris just really set the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Marquise Chris, if he wasn't on people's radars, he is now because of what Emmanuel Quickly just did with him. You guys, for both of you, we'll start with George. Was Emmanuel Quickly the best player in this tournament?
Well, it's hard to deny being the winner of a tournament, not being the best. When you look through his catalog of dubs, a 40-point victory in the first round, multiple double-digit wins, some in the 20s. He only, in my opinion, lost that second game because he got a little bit too cute and wanted to pick the Atlanta Hawks. I think if he picks Golden State, we went home about 30 minutes prior. It's hard to deny it.
Trent, would you agree with that?
Can't say anything other than that. He's absolutely right. The Hawks just not the right matchup against the Lakers.
For this tournament, as we mentioned, we started with 64 names. This is the UK Hoops at Home NBA 2K tournament refreshed by Coca-Cola. We started with 64. Emmanuel Quickly is the one remaining. We had current students, future students, alumni, Big Blue Nation. George, how did you feel about the overall competition in this tournament?
I think in the first round, we had some people who might have been a little bit suspect, looked like they hadn't touched the controllers in some time, had to blow the dust off their PS4 controllers. But by the time we got to the round of 32, and especially the Sweet 16, everybody who was there knows what they're doing. They all belonged. And at this point, with Emmanuel Quickly coming out on top, that just shows that he truly is the king of kings.
Yeah, and Trenton, for you, I mean, I know you said you would have got smoked by Emmanuel quickly, but we'll look forward. Maybe there'll be a second UK Hoops at Home tournament down the line, or just UK NBA 2K tournament eventually. And we're trying to get IQ for an interview right now. But Trenton, before we go, what do you think a second tournament would look like in this case?
I feel like we'd get even bigger and better players. We'd have even more heavyweights swinging in the matchups, and hopefully bring back some more Kentucky players to have their way with the rounds.
Well, the first ever UK Gen G Hoops at Home NBA 2K tournament, refreshed by Coca-Cola, has ended with Emmanuel Quickley being the champion. That's right, UK men's basketball star, SEC Player of the Year, Emmanuel Quickley is your champion. We'll take a quick break as we try to corral him for a post-game interview with the champ.
At the University of Kentucky, we are guided by one fundamental question: what is possible?
In 2019, we challenged our community to do more and be more for Kentucky, to dare to achieve what is possible.
By paving a path for more students from all walks of life to achieve their dreams.
And by ensuring greater access and affordability to all.
We're helping more young Kentuckians compete and succeed.
I can
in a
hear him,
changing
Brian.
Economy.
By laying the groundwork for new discoveries that can reverse the course of disease and addiction, we're finding new answers to the complex questions of our day.
Because we are a community with a heart to step up, we are healing more Kentuckians in need of advanced care.
We know that Kentucky can work harder.
Reach higher and dream bigger.
Our goals for 2020 are wildly ambitious, but working together, we can achieve what is wildly possible.
Welcome back to the UK Hoops at Home tournament, refreshed by Coca-Cola. We have our champion. He's right there, UK men's basketball zone. Emmanuel Quickley is the first ever Hoops at Home champion. Emmanuel, McDonald's All-American, first team All-SEC, SEC Player of the Year, probably a ton of other accolades I don't even know about. How does this one rank up there with them?
Man, this one's up there. Credit to everybody else. It was a great tournament. Especially that semifinal in the championship game. I really had to, you even see me turn the V-Mix off, turn the camera off. I had to lock in a little bit, make some adjustments. So it was really cool.
We did see that. We knew you were serious when you turned off the camera. Let's talk about your opponent in that last matchup, Scott Overbay. He pushed you to 3 games. You went with the Hawks in game 2. He was able to get a victory off you. How did you feel about him as competition?
He was great. He had LeBron, so if you got LeBron and if you even a little bit decent, he was really good. But if you even a little bit decent, you'll be able to get anything you want. And he just kept going to the rack, kept getting and-ones, fouls, and stuff like that. So he was a tough matchup. One of the tougher players I played in the tournament for sure.
Before we started this tournament, I'm sure you thought you were good at NBA 2K. I don't know if you would have thought you'd be the best in a 64-person tournament, including everyone in the University of Kentucky community. How do you feel about your NBA 2K skill now?
Well, I mean, our teammates do a lot of trash talking, so I knew I was the best on my team, just knowing from that. But I don't know. Coming into the tournament, didn't really know what to expect. First 2K tournament I played in, so it was really cool just to, connect with other people. I got a couple friends that I'll be able to play with, just around on the PS network and stuff like that. So it's real.
Yeah, Zan Payne and Dante Allen lost before they got a shot at you, Kevin Knox as well. I mean, are those guys just going to be saying, oh, you won the tournament, but you didn't really have to go through us?
Zan was my roommate all last year, so Zan knows he cannot beat me. Dante, I played him pretty much every road game, and I beat him every single time, so he knows he can't beat me as well. I think I've only played Kevin Knox maybe once or twice, so I'll probably have to play him again just to get a little bragging rights for that one.
Now, one guy a lot of people are going to be asking about is Devin Booker, because Devin Booker, another UK, another UK player, won the NBA 2K Players Tournament on ESPN. You won the UK Hoops at Home tournament here. I mean, right? We got to get you guys mano y mano, right?
Yeah, I hit Devin right after he won in the semifinals, and he was talking his trash. He was like, "Yeah, man, they can't beat me. They can't stop me." So basically, I'm gonna have to, tag him on Twitter or something. We gotta get something going because I don't think he can beat me.
Have you guys ever played before?
Nah, I've never played Devin. For what I've seen, he's pretty good. So you gotta respect every opponent. But with the practice I put in, I don't think nobody can beat me. So we just have to see.
For you personally, now you've won this title. This was your putting your stamp on Kentucky, and now you are headed to the NBA. Where does your focus now go in your training moving forward?
Well, it's not in 2K, that's for sure. We're gonna have to, get back locked in. Been working out at home just because of the quarantine stuff. Hope everybody's staying safe and things like that, staying in the house. But just working out at home, running at home, push-ups, lifting, ball handling, stuff like that. So just eager to get back, in the gym, having fun, doing what I love to do.
I mean, Emmanuel, look, if God forbid if the NBA doesn't pan out, we know your NBA 2K and your esports skills are ready to go. But before we let you go, what is your advice to the UK community right now looking for something? Is everyone staying home? Everyone's battling this, hoping everyone's staying safe and healthy. What is your advice to people out there?
I would tell everybody to trust in God. He's never going to put more put more on us than we can bear. I would tell them, just stay safe. If you have any grandparents, try to, stay away from them right now. But honestly, just everybody, just keep encouraging each other. It's a real rough time, but it's nothing that we can't overcome together. So.
Well, Emmanuel, congrats on your victory. You are the champion of the first ever UK Hoops at Home NBA 2K tournament refreshed by Coca-Cola. And we all look forward to hearing your name called at the NBA draft very soon.
Thank you. Looking to go back-to-back next year. Appreciate it.
All right. Next year, Emmanuel would, of course, have to move over to the alumni bracket, but he is the champion. We started with 64 names. We end with just one. It is UK men's basketball star Emmanuel Quickley, one of 3 current UK men's basketball players who were in the field. Scott Overbay came out of the Big Blue Nation portion of the bracket, made it all the way to the final, but loses in 3 games to Emmanuel Quickley. Shout out to everyone involved in the tournament, everyone who jumped in to play. Shout out to Gen G and JMI Sports. And of course, this tournament being refreshed by Coca-Cola, everyone that was able to make it happen. For all of us from the UK Hoops at Home NBA 2K tournament refreshed by Coca-Cola, thank you and good night. Stay safe.
The University of Kentucky, in partnership with Gen G and JMI Sports, is excited to announce our upcoming event series. Streaming Wednesdays at 3:30 Eastern, Kentucky Esports Weekly brings you news, interviews, and information from esports, the gaming world, and your UK community. Coming soon on Thursdays, we'll be highlighting industry professionals, instructors, and researchers as part of our professional development and academic development series. Look for updates at uky.edu/esports or follow our Twitch channel for all of this and more great content.